Rising to the Throne for a Misunderstanding While Eating Monster Meat. Volume 3, by Dakin, translated by Gadgetized Panda Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. A red-haired female swordsman stood ready, gripping a large sword. Though large and muscular for a woman, her body lines were well-proportioned, giving her a sculpted beauty. "Come at me. With all you've got." My hand gripping the sword was drenched in sweat. While wearing my trusted armor against this dangerous opponent, I couldn't muster the will to fight with my full strength. "Wait, why now, Cassandra? Reconsider." I called out desperately. I didn't want to cross blades with my master, now my wife. "Not coming? Then I'll go to you." Cassandra leaned her body forward, then kicked off the ground, closing the distance in one stride as she brought her great sword down upon me. As befitting the sword saint, her movement was like a raging wind. I received her strike with my blade. The clang of clashing metal rang out. An ordinary sword would have been bent by that slashing blow, but my black blade is a peerless masterwork that has never chipped. Thanks to that, I managed to deflect it. "Why, Cassandra, why would you? Duel me right before the baby is born." Cassandra was in her final month of pregnancy and could give birth at any moment. In fact, Cassandra herself had told me, "It will be born soon." Fair enough, but then she continued with, "So fight me." I don't understand the meaning. Why must I cross swords with a woman carrying my own child? Of course I tried to stop her. What if it causes a miscarriage? A miscarriage? There's no way that would happen. This is my child. Her words carried a strange, persuasive power. It's true that Cassandra didn't seem the type to miscarry. Though she stopped wearing them during pregnancy, she normally wears rings cursed with poison, petrification, paralysis, and confusion, along with armbands that increase gravity tenfold. She's unusual like that. She could probably give birth to a healthy child even at the world's end. However, that doesn't mean we should fight. Common sense would say no. No, but why must we fight? Can't we just calmly await the birth? What are you saying? There are things I can only teach it while in the womb. I must let it experience a top warrior's fighting style before birth. At the very end, it should have some awareness. Education. Dueling is part of educating the unborn child. I've heard of pregnancy education, a trend among noble ladies in the capital involving listening to music, reading, and admiring art, but certainly not waving swords around in combat. Intense exercise could negatively impact the baby in the womb. What nonsense! This is your child too, the strongest there is. A little movement won't negatively impact it at all. In fact, it can gain warrior experience before birth. There's no way an unborn baby can gain that kind of experience. Has she no maternal love? While Cassandra seems to value me highly, it's completely backfiring here. Is she trying to raise this child to be a demon king or something? I fail to understand why an innocent, unborn child must undergo such a harsh ordeal. Though I desperately resisted afterward, trying to dissuade Cassandra, she wouldn't listen at all. In fact, she ended up dragging me to the training grounds, and so we've arrived at this point. Fight me seriously. Providing proper training for our child is a father's duty. Don't you care about the child to be born? Proper training. I'd love to hear what her own parents think of that. It feels like a murderer lecturing me on the sanctity of life. Some 10 years ago, when I first called Cassandra master, she force-fed me poisonous monster meat, then had me fight until near death. Could it be she considered that proper training? As Cassandra swings her great sword, raining down a storm of fierce blows, this is clearly violence, not education. I may die before fulfilling my duty as a father. I'd love to know her parents' educational approach, and for them to take responsibility immediately. The intense barrage continued as my black blade and Cassandra's great sword clashed, spraying sparks. An observer might find the scene beautiful. Come to think of it, being able to withstand Cassandra's full force shows my own growth. Years ago, she would pummel me barehanded without letting me draw my blade. I wasn't allowed to use a sword at all. Back then, I wondered how much stronger I'd need to become for this woman to let me wield a blade against her. For a moment, forgetting the upcoming birth, I crossed swords with Cassandra, overcome with reminiscence about my own growth. The crimson-haired sword, Saint struck with weighty force. Each blow made the stone pavement beneath my feet crack and shatter. Her horizontal slashes felt like they could send my body flying into the training ground's walls. She rained them down relentlessly like lightning. The slightest lapse in focus could mean death. Completely on the defensive, I couldn't dream of going on the offensive. Not that I intended to anyway. As I desperately endured her onslaught, Cassandra's movements suddenly stopped. "It's coming." Going to give birth now. As casually as if taking a bath, Cassandra turned and walked away, greatsword in hand. Did I dodge a bullet? Collapsing onto the training grounds floor, I lay there dazed for a while. It had been ages since this black armor last felt so heavy. "Sorry for the wait." Cassandra returned without much time passing, cradling a wrinkly newborn in her arms. Her belly looked slightly less swollen than before, but not by much. Frau and Camilla both seemed utterly exhausted after childbirth, but Cassandra showed no such signs. Her Crimson Demon Sword Saint epithet was well-earned. Rather, the attending ladies-in-waiting seemed the ones drained mentally and physically. "Please, Lady Cassandra, you mustn't move right after giving birth. Don't move the baby, let it rest." The ladies-in-waiting cried out, but Cassandra ignored them completely. "Here your child, hold it." Then the unthinkable Cassandra tossed the newborn at me. I hurriedly caught the baby gently. Born to such an ill-fit mother, the poor thing looked ready to cry. Larger than most newborns with red hair like its mother. This child lacked the typical frailness, giving a strange aura of fortitude instead. Despite the rough handling, it didn't cry at all, gripping my finger with surprising strength for an infant. My first daughter was named Hilda. Arc 1, She is a Saint. Chapter 1, Journey to Vulcan. After giving birth, Cassandra became completely devoted to taking care of Hilda, whom she had previously treated so roughly. Even that demon-like woman must have found her own child adorable. Just as I thought that, she was already intent on starting Hilda's training. So I desperately tried to stop her. I didn't want her giving a baby things like little daggers as toys. Since Hilda was too dangerous for just Cassandra alone, I decided to assign her numerous maids. However, the maids didn't last long because Cassandra, like a mother bear right after giving birth, was terrifyingly ferocious. Cassandra tended to demand strength from those close to her, which was troubling. As a result, there was no one suitable in Cassandra's eyes to be Hilda's dedicated maid. This became a source of vexation for me for a while. By the way, ever since Cassandra became pregnant until after she gave birth, I had started going to Sheila's place at night. An excess-rank adventurer, she's a beautiful woman with neatly trimmed silver hair and a dignified face. Among my wives, she's the most sensible one. I did want to visit my other wives occasionally, but they tended to reject my visits once they had given birth to a child, as if they had fulfilled their duty. It made me feel rather sad and unwanted. When I complained about this to Sheila, she said with a serious look, "I don't think they dislike you. Everyone adores you, Your Majesty. It's just that becoming one of Falloon's wives is quite arduous. One must become strong, both mentally and physically. Even I realized I need to train harder." Then she added, "That aside, shouldn't you take more wives, Your Majesty?" I didn't really need that many wives, nor did I understand what was so difficult about it. But I didn't pry further, afraid it might strain my relationship with Sheila. If things went sour between us, I'd have nowhere else to go. Fearing the atmosphere might become awkward, I changed the subject. "By the way, Sheila, you're from Vulcan, right? Are there any delicious meat dishes from that country?" I still haven't given up on my dream of eating delicious meat dishes. I don't want to spend my life eating nothing but the foul meat of monsters. After Falloon, I could no longer get meat dishes in Dorson either. But if that's the case, I just need to eat them in other countries. Meat dishes, you say? Since Vulcan is a nation of valor, we don't really have elaborate cuisines. The culture prefers simple fare. So it's not quite a dish per se, but yakiniku might be famous. Yakiniku. As the name implies, it's just thinly sliced meat grilled on an iron plate. But it's delicious when eaten with a sweet and savory sauce. Oh, that sounds tasty. It's common to cook and eat thicker cuts of meat, as thin slices tend to burn easily. Grilling thinly sliced meat and eating it with sauce sounds delicious. But ever since coming to this country, I haven't been able to eat yakiniku, or even proper meals for that matter. Just monster meat every day. Sheila's expression clouded over with gloom. Come to think of it, it might have been inappropriate to talk about food in Falloon. The awkward atmosphere was my doing. No, it was Cassandra who started eating monster meat, and Agma who popularized it, so I'm not to blame. And learning that there's a dish called yakiniku in Vulcan was good. My next goal in life had been decided. To go to Vulcan and eat yakiniku. Life requires delicious food. One does not live only on monster meat alone. Section. While I had set my goal, Vulcan was admittedly far away. Even I would need quite some time if I simply ran there like an idiot. However, I had a secret weapon. The Wyverns, the monster troop I had recruited second to the werewolves. Wyverns are dragons, but of an inferior species, so they're not particularly strong. If sent into actual combat, there's a possibility they could be defeated. Since there weren't as many of them as the werewolves, it would be a waste. So instead of using them for battle, I had planned to utilize their mobility for transportation and such. Cassandra, who was from the northern Ranza Empire famous for its dragon knights, happened to be well-versed in training wyverns or dragons in general. She had rather unusually lectured Kiri on it. I was also taught by Cassandra in the process, so I became able to control wyverns myself. Plus, since I had captured the wyverns personally, it was easier to make them obey me. The wyverns were also being considered for messenger roles, so I had a dwelling built for them within the castle grounds to allow me to summon them quickly. It was a stone structure, imitating the caves often used as nests. I stepped into this massive, stone-built dwelling. A distinct reptilian odor assailed my nose, but having grown accustomed to the foul stench of raw monster meat, it didn't bother me much. Rather than dragons, wyverns resembled winged lizards in appearance. Looking closely, their faces seemed more creepy than cool. Upon seeing me, those creepy monsters cowered back in unison. Don't you have any pride as monsters? Heir. When I called out, a slightly larger wyvern emerged from the back. I had named the wyvern I ride Heir. Being the leader of the pack I had captured, Heir had a more impressive appearance than the others. It came out quickly today. Sometimes it took longer, forcing me to personally give it food to build trust. The food I give is the same monster meat I eat myself. Kiri said eating the same thing helps strengthen the bond. Since wyverns eat monster meat too, eating the same thing as the monster-like people of 100 will help you get along quickly. Though normally, people don't eat monster meat, you know. They'd die. So in that sense, 100's people are like monsters themselves. Ahahaha. You feed the wyverns the same monster meat you eat, your majesty. Ah, no, never mind. Kiri had said such things while her black eyes swam around. Following her advice, I tried giving Heir the meat I had brought. But Heir strongly refused to eat the meat meant for me, a human. There should be no reason for the wyvern Heir to not eat meat that I myself ate. Yet Heir tried to fly away, so I jumped up, knocked it down, and forcefully shoved the meat into its mouth. After repeating this several times, Heir finally became obedient to me. It seems eating the same meat does help build a bond. Heir lowered its head and took a stance that made it easy for me to mount its back. Apparently, the proud dragon species rarely goes this far. It's a bit pitiful, isn't it? Watching this, Kiri seemed to feel sorry for the wyvern, but what's so pitiful? We've clearly formed such a close bond. All right, Heir, we're going quite far today. As I straddled the saddle on Heir's back, I pointed in the direction of Vulcan. Yakiniku awaits me. Section. I think riding a wyvern is more comfortable than a horse. Since you're not connected to the ground, the vibrations don't transfer to your body. Plus, being able to fly through the air is pleasant. At first I thought it'd be scary if I fell, but Cassandra told me, "You haven't trained enough to die from just a fall. If you were to die from that much, I'd kill you myself." That made me less afraid of falling. Cassandra is far more terrifying than falling. Without the fear, wyverns are incredibly convenient for travel. You can go anywhere quickly. The downside is that, while inferior dragons, they're still dragons, so they're very conspicuous. Since Vulcan is technically an enemy nation, I couldn't just land too close to its cities. So I had Heir land on a mountain near the capital city of Thrachia, and I headed to Thrachia on foot from there. Thanks to Kiri's magic, I share a master-servant bond with Heir, so it will come immediately when I call. It won't just go off somewhere. Though whenever I summon it, it always has a sad look. It must have felt lonely being alone. Anyway, I left the mountain and reached the main road, then walked to Thrachia from there. It seemed about as large as Berset and Dorsen. There were many unadorned, simple buildings, fitting for a nation that values fortitude and practicality, as Sheila had told me. Compared to Dorsen, the clothes worn by the people walking around also tended to be simple in design, with few people dressed flashily. In that sense, it was similar to Falloon. Well, our country is just rural. Walking down the large street in this foreign city, there were all sorts of unique shops selling unusual things, so it was enjoyable just strolling around. But my goal was yakiniku. I wanted to eat at the most delicious place if possible. A restaurant, this would be my first time entering a city eatery, so I felt a bit tense. But with enough money, anything is possible. Money rules the world. Oh no. I had forgotten to bring money. I don't normally carry money since I can't get food anywhere in my own territory anyway, so there's no chance to spend it. So it's not my fault. It's the fault of all the Falloon people who refuse to sell me food. Well, this is troubling. Going all the way back to Falloon for money would be too much hassle. I felt hesitant to borrow money from someone. Or rather, does a king who has come to another country even exist borrowing money from ordinary citizens? Hey you there. I'm the king who came from Falloon, but could you lend me some money that I'll pay back later? Who would believe such a story? Even a con man would probably say something more skillful. No, I do intend to pay it back. Anyway, since Falloon is an enemy nation of Vulcan, if I approach someone like that, I can only see a future where I'm surrounded by soldiers. Realizing the desperate situation, I dropped my shoulders and walked down the street, when the scent of what seemed to be yakiniku wafted from shops here and there. The savory aroma of grilled meat mixed with the sweet scent of the sauce's unique flavor, whetting my appetite. Maybe I should just eat and run without paying. For a moment, that thought crossed my mind. Since it's an enemy nation anyway, it wouldn't be a problem to do something a little bad. Rather, it would deal minor economic damage to Dorsen while filling my belly with yakiniku, so it's all benefits. I'm confident in my feet, so I could get away. I simulated it in my head. In times like these, it's an iron rule to assume the worst scenario. I eat the yakiniku and escape nonchalantly. The Dorsen people surround me on all sides, but I boldly blow them away, carving a bloody path. Fearing my momentum, no one can lay a hand on me. However, someone notices. Isn't that the Falloon King Mars? They say, because if they've been to the Falloon arena, it wouldn't be strange for them to know my face. Then the shop attendant would shout, "Dine and dash, that's Falloon's King Mars. The king himself tried to run without paying." No, I can't dine and dash. It could give the enemy I may have to fight an opening. If I got taunted on the battlefield as the dine and dash king of Falloon, or something, it wouldn't be good. My allies' morale would plummet to the depths. I guess I have no choice but to procure money. Of the things I'm wearing that I could pawn, there's only the ring that inflicts poison and the gravity arm ring, but who would buy such cursed items? There might be demand for them as assassination tools, but I was hesitant about people dying from items I wore. Even if I could sell them, if word got out that I sold them, Flo and Cassandra would kill me. Why don't I, the king, have any decent precious metals on me? I think ordinary citizens probably have more valuables. What is a king, really? As I trudged along pondering the value of being a king, I suddenly felt eyes on me. Not murderous intent, but a strong gaze. Multiple ones, too. Could it be my true identity was exposed to the people of Vulcan? I tried to come in plain clothes, and the only things I'm wearing are cursed accessories. I'm carrying a sword, but I might not even be seen as a noble, let alone a king. How did they know? Did I show my face too much at the arena? I didn't want any trouble in a crowded area, so I entered a side alley. I quickened my pace to a more open spot ahead. Every country has its desolate places. Eventually, I could no longer see any passers-by. This area, maybe. When I turned around, there were 7 young men there. They looked to be around 20 years old or so. They all had swords on them. "We perceive you to be King Mars of Falloon, is that correct?" The silver-haired youth asked sternly. He had 2 swords on his back like Sheila. With the same silver hair, he might be a relative of hers. However, from this situation, it's more natural to think they're Vulcan knights who came to capture me. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. No one would be foolish enough to answer, "Yes, that's me here." Then did you come here as Zeros? Why would you think that? We saw you at the Falloon arena. battling as zeros against the hundreds rankers. So they had seen my face at the arena after all. Was taking off my helmet and exposing my face to the audience a mistake? But if I didn't, there were quite a few people who thought Mars and zeros were different people. It's complicated, so I wish they'd unify it as Mars, but in the public eye, my open face is the Falloon King Mars, while my disguised face is the leader of the 100, zeros. Appearance-wise, when my face is exposed I'm Mars, and when I'm in the black armor I'm zeros. I did use them separately before becoming king, but now that everyone knows both my faces, I don't think there's much meaning in it. What kind of disguised face do you expose in public anyway? But what should I do? These 7 youths are skilled. They haven't taken stances yet, but they have no openings even naturally. Their physiques are solid too, clearly well-trained. It's rare to find people who seem this capable besides the 100 members. I really don't want to get hurt. I channeled magic power into the magic crest engraved on my body. It's a convenient ability that can instantly teleport armor to me. However, it's an item that experiments on me found to be excruciatingly painful to engrave, so its use on humans was called off. I wish kings wouldn't do experiments like that. When the crest activated, my body was enveloped in white light, and in an instant I was clad in black armor. With this, I don't have to worry about injuries. If I draw my favored black sword, I'll be fully prepared. Oh, so you did come as zeros. For some reason, the youth seemed excited to see me in armor. What's going on? Zeros. We have been awaiting your arrival. The silver-haired youth was trembling with elation. Who are you people? These people scare me. They were raring to fight, but that momentum is gone now. Yes, we are members of the 100 Vulcan branch. The 100's Vulcan branch, what is that supposed to be? We understand. The rules of the 100 are absolute. The headquarters in Falloon had to publicize it when they took over the country, but we have been strictly observing them all this time. Therefore, the headquarters in Falloon is unaware of our branch's existence. The scattered 100 branches in other regions are likely the same. That is how absolute the rules are. The youths began reciting in unison. Rule 1. You must not speak of the 100. Rule 2. You absolutely must not speak of the 100. Rule 3. You must not consume anything other than monster raw meat. Rule 4. Strength is everything. Rule 5. Those who join the 100 must always fight. Rule 6. Duels must always be one-on-one. Rule 7. Rule 6 does not apply to the great leader zeros. The youths chanted rules I vaguely recalled with resolute expressions, as if reciting a sacred scripture. The content is appallingly stupid, though, and I'm the only one exempt from Rule 6. That's way too unfair. Now that I think about it, a long time ago after I joined the 100, Agma and the others arbitrarily made up rules like that. Rules 1 and 2 have become mere formalities now. And some of the original 100 members said something like, "We're going on a journey to spread these wonderful teachings," and went off somewhere. I had completely forgotten about their existence. So those idiots actually succeeded in spreading the 100 to other countries. Why would they create such a stupid organization in other nations too? I can't believe it. I wish they'd consider inconveniencing others a little. There are many things I want to say, but the youths were gazing at me with sparkling eyes. So, what business do you have with me? Since they see me as a great being, I asked with as much dignity as I could muster. Yes, at last, the time has come for Vulcan to be led by the great leader Zeros as well, and we tremble with joy. Let how, this is an enemy nation, you know. Tremble with joy all you want, but don't drag me into it. I don't want to deal with troublesome matters, so I need to make reality clear to them. Falloon is far from Vulcan, the time is not yet ripe. I said something that sounded about right for the time being. We understand, the time is not yet ripe. However, did not Zeros come to Vulcan to prepare for that time? I just came here to eat some yakiniku. Are you not people of Vulcan? Why would you try to side with Falloon? Are you trying to betray your country? I wish they'd feel a twinge of conscience. The same thing happened in Falloon long ago, but why do these people so easily try to betray their countries? Work more diligently for your nation. As a fellow king, I feel sorry for Vulcan's ruler. Ah, I see. You are testing whether we truly understand the ideals of the 100. The ideals of the 100. What are those? Certainly, Zero's open identity is King Mars of Falloon. However, that is merely a temporary guise. Please don't arbitrarily decide that my main job is just a temporary guise. King Mar's true identity is zeros. In other words, we understand that your true aim is world conquest through the 100. The blonde youth next to the silver-haired one raised his voice proudly. My head is spinning. Am I the leader of an evil organization or something? Truly Zeros is a fearsome being. You must consider rule by nations to be a thing of the past. Falloon's invasion of other countries is merely the opening act, the true objective being world conquest through the 100's teachings, something no one would ever realize. Those with antiquated minds could never comprehend it. No, I can't comprehend either. It seems the world is about to be destroyed. At first, we too suffered, whether to choose Vulcan or Falloon. Choose Vulcan then. That's your own country, right? However, such things were trivial. When we heard stories of the 100's elites defeating large armies, we were overjoyed. This is the path we aim for. Strength is everything. We didn't care about countries. The 100 is our place. The blue-haired youth clenched his fist and argued forcefully. The idea of not caring about one's country is terrifying. Are they terrorists? But I'm starting to understand their story. Probably these guys are younger sons of nobles without a place in their families, so they harbor resentment against the country and consider dangerous ideas. Agma was like that originally too, so what should I do? Honestly, since it's another country's matter, I don't really care. Zeros, we have a request. The youths all knelt down together. Please give us the honor of fighting you. Just once, we want to experience your power firsthand. If that'll satisfy them, fine. I forgot to bring money anyway, so I have nothing else to do. Very well, I'll take you on, come at me. I drew my black sword, I want to finish this quickly. We apologize, Zeros. But since it would attract attention here, please allow us to guide you to the place where we normally train. They're being sensible, these guys, for having it somewhere out of public view. Section. The place the youths led me through inconspicuous roads was a magnificent mansion on the outskirts of town. With its blackish exterior and high walls, it had an intimidating appearance. What is this place? One of our bases. Upon entering the grounds, the mansion's servants welcomed the youths respectfully. Looking closely, the servants had injuries on their faces and arms and looked quite rough. And when they saw me, they started trembling. That black armor, could it be Zeros? How do even the servants know about me? Please don't worry, everyone here belongs to the 100. There's no risk of the secret leaking. The silver-haired youth smiled at me. The servants too are in the 100. What is this place hell? Even Falloon doesn't have places like that. Vulcan is a nation of valor and martial prowess. The 100's teachings are well suited here. Believers in strength can be found anywhere. But following those teachings won't lead to happiness, I think. So where are we going? Yes, there's a training ground underneath this mansion, so we'd like you to face us there. The servant slid part of the wall, revealing a suspicious staircase. This way, please. Following their lead, I descended the stairs. After going down a ways, the walls turned to bare rock. It seems there's a large cavern underneath this mansion that they use for training. I thought it would be dark, but it was brightly illuminated by torchlight. It's spacious. The ceiling is high enough, and there's plenty of room. Near the rock walls, swords and armor were haphazardly placed about. It evokes the ancient ruins the 100 used as their base before moving to the arena. The place is certainly adequate, and there's no worry about being seen by others. We'll prepare ourselves, so please wait a moment. The youths began donning the armor that was lying about. Putting on armor is quite troublesome, but they're practiced at it. They must train here frequently. Thank you for waiting. The youths' preparations were soon complete. They cut quite the figures. So will you all come at me together? I wanted to finish this quickly and return home soon. No, we'll request one-on-one bouts. We know our strength is lacking, but we have our pride. I see, then come at me, show me your strength. I drew my black sword. The first was the silver-haired youth. Apparently he's the top-ranked in Vulcan's 100. A skilled dual wielder, he was indeed strong. Using two swords at once is inherently difficult. Attacking with one sword while trying to attack with the other throws off your balance. He overcomes this weakness by firmly using his body's axis, moving in a spinning manner. After attacking with his right sword, instead of his left coming from the front, it comes from behind his back. In other words, he carries the momentum from his first strike into the next attack, but technically, this is quite difficult. Come to think of it, I've never properly fought Sheila despite her also using dual swords. His moves were ever-changing, with many strikes, so it was almost like watching acrobatics as he mixed in sword techniques too. But he was too light. I deflected his feinting right sword strike with a powerful slash, then planted my foot on his low-trajectory left sword, holding my blade at his throat. Ew! The 6 other observing youths and many servants exclaimed in amazement. Your speed is flawless, but you lack power. And feinting is pointless, it only creates openings. Focus on chaining full power strikes instead. Since he's so revered, I tried saying something cool. Thank you. The defeated silver-haired youth looked satisfied. Next up was the red-haired youth. A large physique, he specialized in the greatsword. He reminded me of Dante from Dulce's 5 Heavens, but even stronger. His moves were few, but each strike, infused with strength and magic power, could be called a fatal attack. An ordinary warrior couldn't even withstand the first blow. However, compared to the 100's top rankers, he still has room to improve. I stopped his head-on attack by meeting it with force, forcibly pushing his blade back and lightly touching my black sword to his forehead. You have considerable power. Focus your training on expanding that strength further. I gave him some advice that sounded profound. But how? I've been training diligently, but can't seem to get much stronger. The red-haired youth seemed a bit stuck. Use the bracelet of gravity. I showed him the bracelet on my arms. Those bracelets that even criminals wear. Not just the red-haired youth, but all the observers looked shocked too. Yes, I wear bracelet giving 5 times normal gravity. Of course, you aren't at that level yet, so find some double gravity bracelet to start. F5 times. You were fighting us under 5 times gravity this whole time. Good reaction. The 100 members used to be amazed like that too, back then. Nowadays it's just, Your Majesty, when will you switch to 10 times weights? I don't wear these bracelet because I want to, you know. By the way, only Cassandra has 10 times weights right now, and Frau is still developing mine. I'd really like her to stop that development immediately. In that manner, I faced all 7 of them. They also incorporated flame swords, combining fire magic, ice swords with ice magic, each having their own unique skills. Apparently, their families have sword techniques passed down for generations that they all inherit. Seems they weren't younger sons without places after all. Oh well. Finally, I took on all the eager servant fighters together. They all had decent skills. Even as I defeated them, they thanked me. Thank you, we admire you. I'm so happy, so I felt I did a good deed. After all the bouts finished, the silver-haired youth said, Zeros, thank you for instructing us today. We've prepared a humble celebration, so please join us for a meal if you would. A meal, does that mean yakiniku? Section. Please eat up, Zeros. It's not as good as Falloon, but this meat was gathered by our desperate efforts. Yeah, I knew it. I had a little, just a little expectation. Really just a little. Arrayed on the table was the familiar grotesque purple raw meat. Of course, it's monster meat. Oh right, they have that rule. Rule 3. Consume nothing but raw monster meat. So I guess this mansion never had anything but raw monster meat prepared from the start. They should just eat that stuff themselves. It's normal hospitality to serve guests your local specialty cuisine. Don't you guys have any common sense? I heard there's a Vulcan specialty called yakiniku. Since I really didn't want to eat monster meat after coming all this way, I tried hinting that I wanted yakiniku instead. An embarrassing fact. That the so-called specialty of the martial nation of Vulcan is just thinly sliced and grilled meat, a dish for the weak. The silver-haired youth said apologetically. But I came all this way wanting to eat that dish for the weak. Absolutely not. Meat should only be from monsters. And only raw, nothing else is acceptable. There were initially some in Vulcan's 100 who ate monster meat grilled like yakiniku, but their strength clearly did not increase at the same rate. The 100's rules are absolute. The blonde youth argued forcefully. When the 100 takes control of Vulcan, we plan to abolish dishes like yakiniku and have all citizens eat only monster meat. The red-haired youth said something disturbing. Are they planning to turn Vulcan into a demonic nation? At least eat some tasty food for meals, yeah. Listening to them, their assertions seem even more extreme than Falloon's 100. Will this country really be okay? By the way, about how many members does the 100 have now? Are there a decent number among the commoners too? Yes, the ideology of the 100 has been spreading, especially among the young men of the nation. There is no distinction between nobles and commoners in this. This is because the teaching of might is everything disregards social status. While we are nobles, we are willing to acknowledge anyone who possesses strength, no matter who they are. Of course, we make sure to work hard every day to ensure that we remain at the top. So, in other words, the city is crawling with undercover members of the 100. Let's just go home. If there are that many people watching everything, there's no way I can sit down and enjoy yakiniku and Vulcan, even if I have the money to pay for it. If anything, eating it might even get me labeled as a traitor. I see. I've learned everything I needed to know. Now, I can return to Falloon without any lingering doubts. At some point, my queen, Sheila, may return here too, so I'll leave her in your care when the time comes. In some ways, the situation here was worse than in Falloon. This place was no good. I'd have to look to another country to satisfy my craving for delicious meat dishes. Still, Sheila had seemed a bit down lately, so I had been thinking of letting her visit her home in Vulcan sometime soon. The distance wasn't too great if I used a wyvern, and if there were enough members of the 100 here, it might even be relatively safe. At the very least, I wanted her to have some yakiniku and cheer up a bit. Are you already leaving? The young men looked disappointed. I have many things that need my attention. Things like finding a good place for meat in another country. One word of advice. Keep the 100's existence as secret as possible, and make sure to follow the king's orders. With those parting words, I bid farewell to the members of the Vulcan branch of the 100. What an awful organization to have embedded itself in a nation like this. I couldn't help but feel sorry for the king of Vulcan. I hoped these people would keep the 100's activities under wraps, listen to their king, and work hard to lead decent lives. After leaving Thrachia, I called upon Heir in a secluded spot and returned to Falloon. What a completely wasted day. I accomplished absolutely nothing. Chapter 2, The Heir of the Twin Blades. I was born as the eldest son of Garai, inheritor of the Twin Blades. The Twin Blades is one of the 7-star blades that the Kingdom of Vulcan prides itself on, and a pillar of the nation. It was determined that I would become that pillar in the future, to inherit the Twin Blades and become one of the 7-star blades. That was my dream since childhood, as well as my duty. I never disliked it. Rather, I took pride in it. I worked hard for it, and I believe I had a certain talent for it. I was the eldest son, but I had one older sister. She was beautiful, kind, and strong. My admirable sister whom I adored. Since she was a woman, my sister didn't need sword training, but she seemed to enjoy wielding a blade from a young age. I liked watching my sister practice swordsmanship. The trail her sword left was more beautiful than even our father's. However, as I grew up, I came to realize that trail was a sign of her talent. I began sword training at a very young age. Supposedly to get me accustomed early, my father personally taught me the twin blades technique. Mastering the twin blades, which requires wielding 2 swords simultaneously, demands great skill. I remember struggling to move the 2 short wooden swords as instructed. On the other hand, since my sister wasn't the heir, our father never directly taught her the twin blade skills. While she received basic sword instruction, it was more like playing around. However, just from watching our father, my sister learned how to use the twin blades. Moreover, by observing me being taught by our father, she completely mastered the twin blades technique, despite me being unable to at all despite receiving direct tutelage. It went beyond merely mimicking our father, evolving into her own original sword skills worthy of inheriting the twin blades name. She was truly a genius. Our father lamented my sister's sword prowess, muttering, "If only you were a boy." Yet he still earnestly tried to pass the twin blades down to me. I really hated that. What did her being a girl have to do with anything? Why couldn't that genius inherit instead of burying her talents just because she's a woman, while I, a mediocre person, had to carry on the family legacy? Those feelings made me become sullen and defiant towards our father and sister. Pained by this, my sister eventually left home. I regretted my actions, but more than that, I realized I felt relieved. Finally, I don't have to be compared to her anymore. Recognizing my own pettiness, I threw myself fanatically into sword training. but all I learned was the limit of my own talents. Unable to accept that, I pushed myself into even more intense training regimens. I started going on warrior pilgrimages to hunt monsters, and I purposely sought out monsters far too powerful for my level. Looking back, I had become reckless and self-destructive. My limit soon arrived. Failing to know my place, I recklessly challenged the powerful great basilisk monster and was utterly defeated. I thought I would die. But I also thought, so be it. No one needs a talentless twin blades wielder anyway. If I died, maybe my sister could inherit instead. However, at that moment, one man appeared, carrying a sword over his right shoulder and dressed shabbily like a vagrant adventurer. "Don't bite off more than you can chew, kid." Saying just that, the man boldly confronted the great basilisk. His swordsmanship had no technique or form, simply overpowering through brute force. Yet he was strong, more beast than man, wielding that sword. The man thrust his blade into the massive lizard's throat, dyeing his body crimson with its spraying blood. Not just that, he sliced open its throat to chest and began tearing out and devouring the flesh. Section, "Why are you eating that stuff?" I cried out instinctively. Even children know that monster meat is poisonous. Why? Because I want to get stronger, that's why. The man distorted his face, chewing the meat distastefully. Get stronger? You can get stronger by eating monster meat. Yeah, that's how we got strong. The man was alone. There was no one else around. You want to get stronger too? Ignoring my question, the man asked me that instead. I do. I wanted to grow strong, to have confidence in myself, to become a man my family could be proud of when I inherited it. For power, can you discard everything else? Are you prepared for that? The man glared sternly at me, as if judging my resolve. For power, I don't need anything else. I wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice my life. I had no doubts. I wanted that power. I see. Then I'll give you power. From today, you are one of the 100. Obey the teachings of our leader Zeros. Engrave this in your heart. Power is all. Those words pierced deeply into my heart. That's right, exactly. Power is all that matters. What does twin blades or inheriting the legacy matter? As long as I have power, that's enough. From that day, I learned what it meant to be one of the 100 under that man's guidance. He called himself Million. From Million, I was drilled thoroughly on how to fight monsters, butcher their meat, how to eat it, everything. At first I vomited and had diarrhea constantly, but beyond that was a light. Little by little, I surpassed my former limits. Million never taught me any technical skills, we just constantly fought actual life-or-death battles without any holding back. At first there was fear, but once I overcame that fear, there was only the exhilaration of being alive. Power is all that matters, nothing else is needed. I must have trained under Million for about a year. Once he saw that I had become a full-fledged member of the 100, he set off on another journey. I lived to spread the 100 to the world, to eventually turn 100 into 1,000,000 hundreds. That is our purpose. It seems Million isn't just one person. All those who set out from Falloon, the birthplace of the 100, to preach apparently call themselves Million. From now on, you will spread the 100 throughout Vulcan. Carefully assess each person and firmly take root. Eventually, our great leader Zeros himself will come to this land as well. Until then, accumulate your power. After Million left, I carefully began recruiting those close to me into the 100. Vulcan is a nation that values martial prowess. Demonstrating power was enough to immediately pique many people's interest. However, that alone was insufficient. I had to assess whether they truly craved power, if they were willing to discard everything for it, if they were prepared to risk their lives. I scrutinized it all. Eventually, I gained 6 comrades. Like me, they had been bound by fate to inherit family legacies and had doubts about it. The 7 of us who were supposed to shoulder this nation's future. Section. Zeros was truly an amazing man, wasn't he? The silver-haired youth heart, who was both the head of the Vulcan branch of the 100, as well as the heir to the 7-star blade twin blades, had misty eyes. Yes, he reached the highest level in mind, technique, and body. He accurately pointed out what was lacking in us. Though I was surprised to learn he used prisoner restraint bracelet for physical training. I suppose it means to use anything useful. A genius idea. The blonde youth Igor, the Vulcan branch's second in command and heir to the mighty blade, mused with folded arms. However, Zeros said he could know anything he wanted to know. What did he mean by that? The red-haired Fabio, heir to the flame blade, asked the other 6. It's obvious, isn't it? He came to assess how deeply the 100 had taken root in Vulcan. Otherwise, there's no way the enemy nation's king would boldly stroll down the capital's main street in broad daylight. And as he intended, we were flushed out. He's a fearsome man, everything was calculated. Hart stated firmly, and the others nodded in agreement. So he came to confirm the 100's military strength in Vulcan, then. Yes, my sister Sheila, Zero's wife, was hinted that she would return to Vulcan. That must be when the time is ripe. Hart was Sheila's biological younger brother. When the time comes, we will bring Vulcan under the 100's control. For that, we currently need to lay low and accumulate strength. That's why Zero's instructed us to obey the king's words for now. We need to play the role of the king's loyal retainers. And as he also said, keep the 100 secret as much as possible. We need to act on that too. The 7 youths looked at each other and silently nodded. Chapter 3, The Marv Holy Nation. Your Majesty, the Marv Church has announced a new doctrine. Gamarez reported with a tense expression in the throne room. He used to have a typical villain's face with fleshy cheeks, but after I entrusted him with domestic affairs, he has become thin and transformed into a benevolent-looking man. In fact, he's an excellent politician, and it's thanks to Gamarez that the muscle-brained Falloon is able to function properly. I don't necessarily need to hear reports in this particular place, but since I'm supposed to act like a king, I try to sit on the throne whenever I have free time. The Marv Church mentioned in this report is the largest religion on the Ares continent. The healing magic used by the priests is basically granted by the Marv god, and most countries have the Marv Church as their state religion. Falloon also formally has the Marv Church as its state religion. I'm not particularly devout myself. My life has never been blessed enough to believe in the existence of gods, even now. The 3 points of the new doctrine are the prohibition of eating monster meat, the prohibition of large-scale use of monsters, and the protection of noble status. All of those are common-sense issues. Most countries wouldn't have a problem with them. But in Falloon, not a single one is being observed. Sadly, there is no such thing as common sense in this country. Still, the content seems to be aimed directly at Falloon. Does the Marv Church hold a grudge against our country? I don't have much interest in the Marv Church, nor do I recall persecuting them. Your Majesty, are you aware that our country has been without a Marv bishop for a long time? A bishop? Come to think of it, there used to be one. I recalled a fat old man who acted arrogantly as God's representative during national events. Indeed, there isn't one now. What happened to the previous bishop? If I recall correctly, you were quite close with him. The fat priest must have been close enough to Gamarez to be called part of the Gamarez faction. Yes, I was indeed close with the bishop. However, the fact that I was close with him back then means that he was involved in corruption and wrongdoing. Gamarez trailed off. Ah, I see. Well, anyone who associated with Gamarez back then was bound to be no good. Did you kill him along with the other nobles when I seized the throne? I don't remember at all, but it wouldn't be surprising if I did. After all, the 100s were killing indiscriminately. Those uneducated brutes couldn't tell the difference between nobles and bishops. No, the bishop wasn't in the castle at that time, so he was unharmed. However, since he had amassed wealth through corruption, I later confiscated all his assets and banished him. If he did something like that, it's no wonder the Marv Church doesn't have a good impression of Falloon. So that's the reason. No, we reported the corruption to the Marv Holy Nations as well, so it's not like our country was solely at fault. However, they haven't sent a replacement bishop. No matter how much the bishop was at fault, there probably aren't many who would want to come to a country where the previous one was stripped naked and banished. Well, we have no need for mere formalities like a Marv bishop in our country. I dislike ceremonies and such troublesome matters, and there haven't been any particular problems due to the bishop's absence. As expected of you, Your Majesty, that ruthless attitude of eliminating waste is what makes you a true king. Gamarez knelt down. Wait, the way he says it makes it sound like I'm just being stingy. So, how shall we respond to the Marv Church's new doctrine? I think it's fine to accept it. The content is reasonable. To begin with, I never wanted to eat monster meat. Unless a war breaks out, we have no need to use a monster army. The remaining nobles in Falloon, Cadonia, and Dorson are like family to us. I don't see any problems, do I? But perhaps I should discuss it with Nicol and Carmilla first. Since I've entrusted the countries to those two, I need to explain properly to avoid confusion. Religious matters are delicate issues. As for the prohibition of monster meat, Nicol doesn't eat it, and Carmilla only reluctantly ate it, so I'm sure they'll both agree. If I alone agree to the new doctrine, the hundreds might vehemently protest. Cassandra would probably inflict domestic violence on me. However, if Nicol and Carmilla agree, the responsibility would be dispersed. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll discuss it with Nicol and Carmilla before deciding on a response. Understood, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Following my instructions, Gemaras hurriedly left. Since we couldn't leave Cadonia and Dorson without rulers, we ended up holding a conference with Nicol and Carmilla through magic. By the magic user's sorcery, Nicol and Carmilla's figures were projected onto the walls of the conference room, and their voices could be heard from there. Quite convenient. In addition to Gemaras and Ruida attending, Gemaras is a facilitator, and Ruida is a priest giving advice. Frau was also sitting next to me for some reason. Well, she's the queen, so it's fine for her to be here, but I don't recall inviting her. First, Gemaras gave an overview of the Marv Church's new doctrine. The content was as I had heard before. Nicol and Carmilla had probably already heard about it too. After listening to Gemaras, Nicol asked with a serious expression. In other words, the next target is the Marv Holy Nations. How did he arrive at that conclusion from what was just explained? They have quite the nerve, picking a fight with Falloon. Those servants of God are acting rather arrogant. Carmilla said with a mocking laugh, holding a fan to her mouth. Huh, you too, even though you hated monster meat so much. If we accept this doctrine, you won't have to eat that disgusting meat anymore. Are you too opposed to the new doctrine? The other side is the largest religious organization on the Ares continent, you know. Since I've entrusted you with the countries, I wish you'd take this a bit more seriously. In a way, this could be a good opportunity for Falloon to become a decent country. I see, so you wanted to confirm if we were prepared to make enemies of the Marv Holy Nations, brother. Nicol, who was still rather childish when he went to Cadonia, has grown more stately and kingly. With his black hair and eyes, he resembles me as brothers would, but he used to look more delicate. He now has a child with his wife, Queen Rubis. The now mature-looking Nicol was saying something I didn't quite understand. What's this about being prepared to make enemies of the Marv Holy Nations? I didn't have any such thoughts. To be sure, the citizens may become unsettled, but did you really think we looked like such weaklings who would falter at that level? Carmilla said, her purple hair cascading over her ample bosom as she remained alluring. Despite having a child, her beauty has only been polished further. Sure, she's beautiful, but does that mean you're also keen on picking a fight with the Marv Church? Wait, the peace and well-being of the people are a king's duty. You mustn't take that lightly. I reprimanded the two with as much dignity as I could muster. I've been a king longer than either of them. I need to take the lead here. We understand, brother. There's no need to test us so much. Nicol said with a wry smile. Test what? Monster meat is the very foundation of Falloon. Without it, Cadonia and Dorson cannot sustain themselves. No matter how disgusting and poisonous it may be, we cannot simply abandon it now. Carmilla twisted her lips in distaste, but it seems she's still accepting of the meat. For monster meat to be the foundation, just how wretched a country is Falloon? I want to live eating more delicious food. As Lady Carmilla says, the hundreds exist because of monster meat, and Falloon exists because of the hundreds. The hundreds led by you, brother, are the very foundation supporting this country. It's because of the hundreds that Falloon, with its small military force, was able to advance to the center. The Marv Holy Nations must dislike that, so they're trying to weaken Falloon's military strength by cutting off our monster meat supply. Our monster army must also seem quite formidable to them. Iris and Vulcan are likely behind this, working to weaken us. What a troubling effort they've made. It seems Nicol considers monster meat more important than I imagined. Indeed, our current military power relies heavily on the hundreds. Thanks to them, we can get by with fewer soldiers. Plus, since they're eager to go to war, I can send them into battle without feeling guilty. If monster meat is prohibited, how would the hundreds react? They'd probably go berserk. They might even start a civil war. Agma and Cassandra would probably side with them too. Thinking about it, that's not very tasty. There's another issue. Nikal continued, what else is there? The protection of noble status. Gemares nodded happily at the words of Nikal. His grandson from a different mother, Nikal's mother, was Gemares' daughter. The protection of noble status? But there are hardly any nobles left, mainly because you all persecuted them so much. So what issue could there be now? While we've banished most of the nobles, if we accept the new doctrine, there's a high chance they'll demand the restoration of their status. Even if the individuals themselves have passed away, their relatives may act as proxies and demand the return of their lands and assets. The Marv Church will likely support them in this. Iris and Vulcan will also back the former nobles. In that case, domestic unrest would be unavoidable. Since the new doctrine uses vague phrasing like protection of noble status, it's legally problematic. What exactly does protection of noble status mean? To what extent should their status be restored? Can we base it on our domestic laws and precedents? Or must we follow the Marv Church's instructions? It will be a massive headache. It's completely unacceptable. At most, we could perhaps accept the part about prohibiting the use of monsters. I had never considered that. The nobles' wealth, they've probably squandered most of it already. There is revenue from the arena, but I don't want to hand it over to those guys. It certainly could be a troublesome issue. Well, I'm sure my elder brother has already realized all of this. I didn't think I needed to explain something so obvious, but I felt I should voice it to ensure we're all on the same page. Brother, I actually had no idea about any of that. Nikal says that, but there are also issues with the large-scale prohibition on using monsters. Carmilla gently brushed aside the hair hanging over her chest. Her bewitching gesture made one almost regret having lost her to Dorson. One reason Falloon has gained support from the people is that there is no conscription. This is because of the organization called the Hundreds, but in a large-scale war, the numbers would simply be insufficient. And yet, untrained soldiers would be more of a hindrance than an asset to Falloon, if not other countries. Using monsters militarily is a way to supplement this shortage of forces going forward. Other countries would use them too if they could, which is why they want to prohibit it out of jealousy. What nonsense. Protecting the status of nobles is far less important. It's a problem that could be solved by exterminating every last one of them. Carmilla looked at Nikal with a challenging gaze. The former Mad Princess is surprisingly level-headed, despite her idea of extermination being as outrageous as ever. Admittedly, the current environment in Falloon allows warmongers to fight while allowing peaceful civilians to focus on their work, an ideal setup. A monster army could help maintain that. More importantly, it would provide an effective way to deal with the nuisance monsters from the demonic forest. Carmilla raises a difficult point. Resolving everything by force is unwise. A monster army would not be so easily accepted by the people. As the ruler of a nation, you must also explore more gentle solutions. Nikal looked perplexed. Wait a moment, you two. Regardless, we are in agreement that accepting the new Marv doctrine is out of the question, are we not? Gemares intervened to mediate the brewing conflict between the two. Of course, grandfather. There is no one in our country who would accept such a thing. Even a 5-year-old child could understand that. Perhaps I am below the level of a 5-year-old. The main issue is how to respond. That is why I asked initially. Is the next target the Marv religious nation? For an ordinary country, they would be untouchable, but for you, brother, such common sense may not apply. However, even if you understand that, let me say this, please refrain from massacring everyone. The citizens would surely be unsettled. Nikal pleaded with me. Massacring? What do you take me for? I'm a reasonable pacifist. I had never even considered attacking the Marv religious nation. Oh my, Nikal is ever the lady. My husband's path of conquest is already stained with blood, yet you still fear something so trivial. The Marv religion will only leave troubles for later. We might as well thoroughly crush them now. I did not give you permission to decorate my path with blood. Is she serious? Does she really intend to pick a fight with the gods? Just as I was about to stop her, Frau, who had been sitting quietly next to me like a docile porcelain doll, tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Crush them. She had been silent the whole time, only to say that as her first words. Is that why she attended this meeting? Well, I suppose she likely has no faith in gods and sees them as a nuisance to be eliminated. You think so too, dear sister. Carmilla looked delighted. This is bad. At this rate, I'll go down in history as the evil emperor who destroyed the Marv religion. I don't want that. Is there no one here who can stop this besides Nicole? Scanning the room, my eyes fell on Ruida. She was seated at the end, seemingly unsure if she should interject in the discussion among the esteemed figures present. Her complexion was as blue as her hair. Hardly surprising, given the talk of destroying the very organization she belonged to. Ruida, what do you think about this new doctrine? What do you think would happen if we were to crush this so-called new teaching? For the sake of Falloon and Marv's future, I addressed Ruida. Since the doctrine was clearly made with Falloon in mind, I believe there would be appropriate penalties. Most likely, Your Majesty would be excommunicated. Ruida's assessment was rather pessimistic. She likely wants to help the church, but is simply being honest. Excommunication, eh? It wouldn't really trouble me, though. And what problem would there be if I were excommunicated? I believe Marv rituals would no longer be performed in Falloon. The clergy's assistance would not be available for weddings, funerals, and so on. While it may not trouble Your Majesty, it would inconvenience the people. Moreover, having the king excommunicated could unsettle the populace. Then it seems we have no choice but to destroy them. Carmilla's expression became that of a vicious beast. Please wait, Carmilla. Destroying the church would surely unsettle the people far more than excommunication. We would also earn the enmity of Marv believers worldwide, making governance difficult. Nicole made a sensible point. As expected of Falloon's lone voice of reason, it reassures me as his brother. Then, what would Nicole suggest we do? Good Nicole, propose a peaceful solution. The current Pope of Marv is a moderate, so there is a way to persuade him to change his stance through machinations. First, we should attempt to buy out his close aides and bishops to establish a pro-Falloon majority faction. For those unmoved by money, threats could prove effective. We should thoroughly investigate them, make it known that we are aware of their family composition and whereabouts. Once they realize the extent of information we hold, they may be more amenable to our requests. What is he saying? I looked around, but most others present were nodding deeply in agreement. For instance, we could send gifts on the birthdays of their children or grandchildren, implying our knowledge of their existence, location, and detailed information. They cannot protest such ostensible celebration gestures. The risk is low. If they still refuse our requests after that, we simply have to make examples of their loved ones meeting misfortune. I see. A tactic useful for dealing with subordinates too. Carmilla was taking notes, quite unusually. I wish she would note down more wholesome things, like recipes for delicious meat dishes to serve me. Additionally, as a deterrent, we could utterly destroy the region under the jurisdiction of a pro-doctrine influential bishop. Of course, in that case, no evidence must be left behind, and not a single person or building spared, all razed to the ground. Seeing their devout followers sacrificed would be highly effective psychological pressure for any bishop who values their followers. The more upright the bishop, the better this tactic would work. More would then side with us, minimizing casualties instead of outright massacring. It feels like I'm listening to the thought process of an intelligent criminal. Nicole's expression hasn't changed at all. He's clearly serious with this proposal. It's a pragmatic yet unsavory solution. Now that I think about it, this is the grandson of the corrupt former Chancellor Gamaras. No wonder his mind goes in this direction. I'm starting to feel uneasy about how he governs Cadonia. Gamaras himself seems to approve of Nicole's plan, nodding vigorously. You were that kind of guy too, huh? Carmilla was making a sour face. She's probably put off by the underhanded methods. I can empathize with that feeling. It's not bad, but a bit too tame, no. Wouldn't it be better to simply battle them head-on and crush their will to resist? No, she just prefers more direct means. This is bad. Leaving it to them will only lead to trouble. Presenting war and crime as the only two choices against a religion, their thinking is flawed. I have no choice but to take the lead myself. The most peaceful solution is through dialogue. According to Nicole, the current pope is a moderate, so reasoning with him shouldn't be impossible. There's no need for direct action. The risk is too high if exposed and could needlessly unsettle the people. I will go and speak with him directly. With whom? Guimarães asked quizzically, probably surprised I'd opt for dialogue. How vexing. I am a pacifist. War is the absolute worst solution in my view. Well, admittedly, I have resolved issues through combat until now. Who else? The Pope of the Marv religious nation. You wish to speak directly with the Pope? About what? Even Nicol was taken aback. This entire situation is an unfortunate misunderstanding between our nation and the Marv nation. By having them send us a new bishop, we can deepen our mutual understanding. Inviting a bishop at this stage. Carmilla looked perplexed. Inviting a Marv bishop to Falloon. Ah, I see, like with Carmilla you mean. After a moment's thought, Nicol seemed to understand. Like Carmilla, what do you mean? Well, it is true that Carmilla came to Falloon as an enemy at first, and then became a member of our country. In a way, she is a symbol of reconciliation. Like me? Ah, I get it now. Carmilla herself also seemed satisfied. Good, I was able to gain the understanding of the two of them. A new bishop. Ruida, who should be the most delighted, still had an anxious look on her face. Yes, we'll have that bishop take a look at the actual situation in Falloon, and then have them make a judgment. However, Your Majesty, if I may say so, the upper ranks of the Marv Church are all ungracious nobles, and I don't think they'll make a good judgment about Falloon. Ruida, who is supposed to be a member of the clergy, does not seem to think highly of the upper ranks of the Marv Church. She must have had some unpleasant experiences. In any organization, the upper ranks tend to be corrupt. I'll take care of that part, so there's no problem. Since it will be the Bishop of Falloon, I'll find someone promising. Will it really go that smoothly? Ruida is doubtful about the success of this endeavor. Well, it's better than war or crime, isn't it? And how will you go about it? You'll have to pass through the kingdom of Iris to get to the Marv Holy Nation. Guimarães, the pragmatist, was concerned about the details. It's quite a distance to the Marv Holy Nation. You have to go through the kingdom of Dorson and cross the kingdom of Iris to get there. We'll use wyverns. That way, there shouldn't be any problem passing through Iris. I see, then there's no problem. Guimarães also seemed convinced. That's right, if you go directly, brother, it will be resolved. As expected of you, brother. Nicol praised him wholeheartedly. That's right, a peaceful resolution is best. As expected of my husband. To think you would take such action, I am impressed. Carmilla also seemed delighted. She must have fallen for me all over again. I'm going too. Finally, Frau declared that she would accompany them. Well, it's fine. It may look more sincere if the king and queen go together. As long as Frau behaves herself, she's like a cute little doll. Arthur has also grown up, so there shouldn't be any problem leaving him with Cassandra or Sheila. I'm glad. Everyone agreed to negotiation. Peace is indeed the best. After the meeting with Mars, Nicol had one of her subordinate mages establish communication with Carmilla in the kingdom of Dorson. Lady Carmilla, did you understand my brother's true intentions? Nicol wanted to talk to Carmilla to confirm that they were on the same page and had no misunderstandings about Mars' intentions. Neither of them could admit out loud that they had failed to grasp his true intentions in that meeting. Of course, Lord Nicol, I am Mars' wife, after all. I realized it immediately. Carmilla smiled bewitchingly, while lightly fanning herself with a folding fan. He intends to bring the bishop dispatched to Falloon onto our side and elevate them as the new pope, just like he did with me. Mars had made the former enemy Carmilla his wife, and effectively placed her at the top of the former enemy nation of Dorson. They both understood that he was now trying to do the same with the Marv Church, the largest religion on the Ares continent. It was an audacious scheme, but of course Mars had no such intentions whatsoever. That's right. Come to think of it, my brother isn't dominating other nations solely through force. He took over Cadonia by having me marry the former Cadonian Princess Rubis. In Dorson, he made the son he had with you Lady Carmilla, Leon, the king. He's properly maintaining the bloodlines. The bloodline doesn't matter for the Marv Holy Nation, but he intends to bring in the proper person to Falloon, and thus take over the Marv Church itself. A truly frightening conception. It would never have occurred to me. Indeed, so that man intends to dominate the Ares continent through religion as well. Speaking of which, did you know? There is currently a promising candidate for the next Holy Maiden in the Marv Holy Nation. Carmilla's smile deepened. The Saint Holy Maiden. Yes, that would certainly be an impeccable choice. My husband is acting with full knowledge. This meeting was held to drive home the point that we should not act on our own accord. He is a fearsome man. Certainly. As for the new doctrine, I was worried and considering taking some action myself, so I'm glad I didn't do anything unnecessary. Nicol had intended to support Mars by requesting that the leadership of the Marv Holy Nation allow him to conduct activities to gain a majority influence. Yes, I too was proceeding with the selection of personnel to take control of the Marv Holy Nation. But it seems he had seen through even that. Carmilla disliked the new doctrine of the Marv Church and was about to take forceful measures by forming a unit centered around her former assassin subordinate, Shirley. Rather than forming friendly relations or conquering through force, my brother intends to swallow the Marv Church religion itself. His perspective is different from ours. Nicol and Carmilla looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't a laugh of amusement, but rather a laugh of disbelief at how far ahead their lord was looking, a we can't help but laugh kind of laugh. The day after the meeting, I was riding on the Wyvern Heir. Behind me, Frau had her arms wrapped around my waist. The Wyverns were primarily handled by a newly formed unit called the Dragoons. To become a Dragoon, a certain level of aptitude was required, and Kiri selected candidates from among the soldiers. The selected individuals had to build a trusting relationship with the Wyverns by directly feeding them and caring for them on a daily basis, and earn the Wyverns' recognition. The Dragoons avoided major cities and populated areas as much as possible, moving discreetly to avoid causing a commotion if spotted. They made a few rest stops along the way and arrived in the Marv Holy Nation in about half a day. It would have taken over 5 days by land, so this was a considerable time savings. The Wyvern Corps would surely prove very useful. The Marv Holy Nation was a city that had grown around a central temple with a long history and beautiful white buildings. We landed the Wyverns right in the middle of the plaza at the very center. Why? It was a change of perspective. The Marv Church had a shallow understanding of monsters. Monsters are scary. Monsters are enemies of humans. Monsters are evil. These preconceived notions were deeply rooted. While mostly not incorrect, if we could prove that monsters can be useful when properly trained, perhaps the people of the Marv Holy Nation would come to understand the utilization of monsters. Wyverns, being a lesser dragon species, look cool from a distance compared to other monsters. The citizens of the Marv Holy Nation would surely find them more approachable. I did put some thought into this. This was a kind of demonstration before speaking with the Pope. Well-trained wyverns wouldn't randomly attack people. However, a dragon, what's it doing here? A monster has invaded the holy grounds of Lord Marv. Run! Call the Holy Knights. Seeing the wyverns suddenly descend, the residents let out screams and fled. Well, it can't be helped. Pioneers in any field are seldom understood at first. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Asked June, the captain of the Dragoon unit. I don't want the wyverns attacked. Move away from the city for now and stand by. Understood. Call us when you are ready to return. June saluted and took the other dragoons up into the air. The Wyvern Heir that Frau and I had ridden also followed them. I had given June a magic bell, so when I ring the corresponding bell, he would immediately realize and come to pick us up. Let's go. I called out to Agma, Aaron, Bari, Bill, and Bruno, who I had brought along as escorts as well as dragoons. Frau was walking beside me. Her expression was unchanged as always, but she seemed to be looking at the cityscape with interest. As soon as we started heading towards the temple, we were immediately surrounded by what seemed to be the Holy Knights. These knights wore magnificent silver armor with intricate patterns. Who are you people? The knight who seemed to be the captain demanded sternly. I am Mars, the king of Falloon. I wish to meet with the Pope of the Marv Church. The king of Falloon, you say? The one rumored to be the demon king. The knights drew their swords, taking up combat stances. Hey, it's too rude to call me the demon king right to my face. How insolent to address our Majesty as the demon king. Do not equate our king with such a being. Agma and the others stepped forward, menacing the knights. Well, protesting the demon king part seems to be missing the point. Seize them. Undaunted by the intimidation, the knights charged at us all at once. But don't kill them, all right. I reminded Agma and the others just in case. We'd have to negotiate with them later, so it would be unwise to earn their resentment. Got it. Agma cheerfully responded. He probably saw it as a welcome handicap. Come on, you're holy knights serving the gods are watching from the heavens, put in more effort. What happened to the vaunted healing spells? Quickly heal up and get back on your feet. I'll deal you even more damage right after. Hey, is that all the divine protection from your god Marv amounts to? That god of yours must be pretty lame. Agma and the others swiftly pummeled the 10 or so knights with their bare hands. They were beating down the 30 or so reinforcement knights that arrived, not even bothering to draw their swords. While the mild-mannered Bruno held back, the other 4 were quite unsavory. Aaron, in particular, having an inferiority complex against such elites, was ruthlessly tormenting the knights. He would stomp on the sides of down knights, breaking their ribs, or wait for them to heal before knocking them out again with a punch. It was very distasteful behavior. Some knights were crying from the humiliation, but he mercilessly kicked their faces. Did I make the wrong choice in who to bring? It seems they're earning more resentment than if they had killed them. I held my head at their atrocious conduct, but Frau looked almost amused. After all the reinforcement holy knights had fallen and stopped moving, some importantly dressed clerics came rushing over. The clerics frowned at the plight of the holy knights, then said, "Are you the king of Falloon? The Pope has agreed to meet you. So please come this way." Chapter 4, The Pope. Pope Marv was holding his head in his hands. In his 60s, he had white hair, a long white beard, and an appearance older than his age. I never expected the king of Falloon to come directly. It was fine to announce the new doctrine, but this move was unexpected. Or rather, who could have foreseen an uninvited guest riding a dragon directly into the heart of the Marv holy nation? This was clearly an act of intimidation. I can destroy the Marv holy nation anytime. The king of Falloon was not afraid of any gods. He had received reports that the holy knights he was relying on were being beaten one by the king of Falloon's subordinates. I had heard the Falloon knights were strong, but I never imagined they would be this powerful. It may be true that the king of Falloon is as strong as a demon lord. It was not realistic to ask for help from Iris, Vulcan, or Kiel now. But if he left things as they were, the authority of the Marv Church would fall. There's no choice, I'll have to meet him. The Pope called his aide and told him he would meet with the king of Falloon. However, he also ordered that they bring him as slowly as possible. He knew the other parties demand the retraction of the new doctrine, but he could not comply with such a thing. To immediately retract something he had decided was unacceptable. The Marv Church had to be an infallible existence. The Pope ordered another aide. Summon all the holy knights. Also, gather as many priests who can use spells as possible, to be prepared for the worst. His plan was to prepare during the meeting and attack the king of Falloon. No matter how strong the king was, he was outnumbered. The effect of miracles performed collectively by the gods was immense, so they should have a good chance of victory. After a while, a noisy sound could be heard from outside. It seemed the king of Falloon had arrived. The door opened, and an ordinary-looking young nobleman entered the room. A burly blonde knight who appeared to be a guard followed behind him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, your holiness. I am Mars, the king of Falloon." The young man introducing himself as Mars greeted with a smile. He had a gentle, likable appearance. He did not seem as ferocious or violent as the Demon King he was called. Is he really the king of Falloon? The Pope was taken aback, but the knight behind Mars was staring at him in a rather rude manner. As boorish as the man seemed, the Pope did not want to provoke him carelessly. This encounter must also be by the guidance of the Marv god. May his blessings be upon you now. What business brings you here today, Lord Mars? Without further ado, the Pope got to the point. "I have come to hear your holiness's thoughts on the new doctrine." Mars answered cheerfully, "As I thought. But what is there to say? The content is as stated." No, your holiness has newly added things not recorded in the Marv scriptures before. Is this not a historic event even for the Marv Church? Or did your holiness receive a revelation from the Marv god himself? The Pope was at a loss for words. It was true that the new doctrine did not originate from the scriptures, but he could not falsely claim to have received a revelation from the Marv god either. The king of Falloon seemed unexpectedly articulate. It is simply to incorporate the proper way of being human into the doctrine. It is only natural, but in recent years, there have been those who do not seem to uphold it, so I have codified it. With a clang, the head of a copper statue of the first pope, placed in the room, came off. The knight Mars brought with him had punched the statue. Sorry, I just didn't like the face on this statue, so. The knight picked up the statue's head, grinning broadly. To be able to destroy a copper statue with his bare hands showed immense strength. The aides in the room looked pale. Hey Agma, that's rude. Mars scolded the knight, who was apparently named Agma. Sorry, your holiness. There are many ruffians in my country who don't listen to what I say. I see. What an obvious lie. You must have ordered him to do it. Such a transparent intimidation tactic, huh? Come to think of it, I heard he brought 5 subordinates, but where are the other 4? And where is his infamous wife, the Thunder Empress? I had heard Lord Mars came with his wife and 5 attendants, but where are the others? Are they waiting outside the room? And where is your infamous wife, the Thunder Empress? Yes, I have ordered them to wait quietly outside, Mars answered. The moment he did, a tremendous noise could be heard from outside the room, roars, screams, sounds of destruction. In short, it sounded like an all-out brawl had begun. The Pope had a very bad feeling, but Mars continued speaking as if he did not hear the noise at all. So, Your Holiness, you said the proper way of being human, but eating monster meat or using monsters or abolishing the nobility is not at all wrong as a human being. In fact, I was able to escape starvation by eating monster meat when someone tried to poison my food, and I could not eat anything else. And it was that monster meat that gave me the strength to become king. Conversely, if there had been no monster meat, I would have died, and the nation of Falloon would have remained under the tyranny of the nobles, with the people suffering. Considering that, eating monster meat is by no means an evil act. So if we limit it to, say, once a day. Mars's voice trailed off as he tried to suggest limiting monster meat consumption. Frau had sensed his intent and sealed his voice from afar. The Pope looked perplexed. After a while, once Mars could speak again, he moved on to the next topic, resigning himself to not being able to negotiate portion control. As for using monsters, it's fine as long as it benefits the people, isn't it? The Marv scriptures even describe the Marv god employing monsters, do they not? In fact, I rode a wyvern here today. A journey that would normally take 5 days only took me half a day. This is great progress for humanity. Rather than despising monsters as evil, it is important to utilize them for human benefit. As for the nobility, does the Marv Church not preach that there should be no class distinctions among people? That is why the commoners are more fervent believers in the Marv faith than the nobles. Do you not think a new doctrine that grants privileges only to nobles deviates from the Marv Church's principles? I have governed for the happiness of the vast majority of commoners rather than a handful of nobles. To further advance those policies, I wish to spread the Marv teachings throughout Falloon. While arguing against the new doctrine, Mars also emphasized introducing the Marv faith to Falloon. This was part of his prior discussions with Gamaras and logically sound, something the Marv Church could accept. However, the Pope was no longer in a position to consider that. The commotion outside would not subside. In fact, the noise was only growing louder. Agonized screams and curses could be clearly heard. Oh God, help us. God's out visiting his mistress right now. Do you even know where you are? The closest place to heaven. I'll send you there right now. You'll go to hell for this. We've already fallen to hell. Falloon itself is this world's hell. And so on, unbearable to listen to. The sound of explosions could also be heard, likely caused by the Thunder Empress Frau's magic. Frau, renowned as a magical prodigy from childhood, must have been brought to counter the miracles used by the Marv priests. The sounds of destruction were incessant. Everything placed in this church, from mere chairs to culturally precious artifacts, was being smashed to pieces, a chilling thought for the holy grounds of the Marv faith. Lord Mars, I understand what you are saying, but the noise outside is quite distracting. I can't seem to focus. Noisy? Hey Agma, is it really that loud out there? Mars feigned innocence as he asked Agma. Who knows? In Falloon, that level of commotion is an everyday occurrence, so it doesn't seem loud to me. There you have it, Your Holiness. Pay it no mind, let us continue our discussion. Mars smiled and tried to resume the conversation. But then a knock came at the door, and a member of the Marv Church entered, his face ashen. He whispered something to the Pope's aide. After hearing it, the aide's face also turned pale, and he quietly leaned in to tell the Pope, "Your Holiness, the holy knights and priests we had gathered in the sanctuary have been subdued by the Thunder Empress and Falloon's knights. I understand, leave me." This was the worst situation. Mars had read their intentions and had the Thunder Empress and his subordinates make the first move. In other words, Mars and his group could now kill the Pope's group at any time. Damn it, putting on that gentle face while making calculated moves behind the scenes. The Demon King of Falloon lives up to his name. Lord Mars, I understand what you wish to say. Allow me to ask directly, what is your desire? What the Pope could do now was to handle this situation as diplomatically as possible. If he provoked them carelessly, his head might end up separated from his body like a statue. Our wishes are for you to announce that there will be no penalties regarding the new doctrine, and to send a new bishop to our country. Not abolishing the new doctrine, but removing penalties, was just barely within the range of concessions the Pope could make. The King of Falloon had presented a realistic proposal. I understand about the penalties. However, what do you mean by a new bishop? I believe there was a lack of mutual understanding that led to these misunderstandings. That's why I would like a bishop to be stationed in Falloon, so we can maintain close communication and deepen our mutual understanding. I see. Indeed, because Falloon didn't have a court bishop, it had been difficult for the Marv Church to obtain information about Falloon. As a result, they had established new doctrine with the backing of Iris, Vulcan, and the magic state of Keel, which led to this terrible situation. If they had had a little more information about Falloon, this situation might well have been avoided. To begin with, it seemed rather excessive to judge the King of Falloon standing before them as a demon lord. If Mars were truly a demon lord, they would have all been killed long ago. This kind of exchange wouldn't even be necessary. Even the rampaging Falloon knights hadn't gone as far as killing anyone. Very well, we shall select a bishop for Falloon later. The Pope intended to send someone he could trust to Falloon. No, Your Holiness. If possible, I would like to select the bishop myself. What? In Falloon's culture, people without real ability are not valued. No matter how virtuous a bishop might be, if they lack power, for example, if they're not good at healing magic, they might feel out of place and things might not go well. That's why I would like to assess their capabilities myself. Ah, well, that's... The people the Pope had in mind as candidates for Falloon's bishop were indeed skilled in negotiations, but they truly weren't very capable with healing magic. To begin with, high-ranking bishops only needed to be able to perform ceremonies. Their magical ability wasn't usually questioned. But, Lord Mars, bishops don't need to be powerful in healing magic. Whether there is someone who meets your requirements, I would like to judge that with my own eyes. They're gathered at the cathedral now, aren't they? Those with magical prowess in this country. So he had seen through that far. The Pope took a deep breath before standing up. Very well, I shall guide you there. Chapter 5, The Holy Maiden. It seems the negotiations went well. Good. I was worried things might get out of hand when the crew I had waiting outside the room started getting restless. I had a bad feeling about this from the moment Frau said they're waiting outside. Stay put here, all right. Stay quiet, you got that. I stressed that because I sensed some powerful people had been gathered at the cathedral. They were probably planning to somehow deal with us, but since we came for peaceful talks, I didn't want any unnecessary conflicts. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. We go way back after all. Aaron replied with a smile. What's that supposed to mean? We go way back. I've never been able to get through to you lot. Yes, we fully understand what Your Majesty is saying. Bruno said, putting his hand on his chest and bowing his head. I didn't say anything that deep, though. What exactly did they understand? Then this way, Your Majesty. The Marv priestess guiding us opened the door to the room. With a tinge of unease, I went to meet the Pope. The meeting itself was quite difficult, too. Agma was destroying copper statues and acting like a street thug, and it was clear fighting had broken out outside, so I was sweating bullets. The loud, explosive sounds I recognized were probably Frau's lightning strikes. Did she have some grudge against the Marv people? Still, the fact that the Pope suddenly became amenable partway through was undoubtedly thanks to my desperate persuasion. It couldn't have been because he wanted me to hurry back since Frau and the others were out of control, probably. In the preliminary discussions with Gamara's back in Falloon, we had concluded that outright revoking the new doctrine was unacceptable. So the plan was to make the new doctrine more of an aspirational goal and nullify the penalties to gut its enforceability. The Pope didn't insist on revoking it either, and readily agreed to eliminating the penalties, which was a relief. So that's how we ended up at the cathedral to choose a new bishop for Falloon. The massive stone statue of the Marv god sits enthroned, with intricate decorations, paintings depicting scenes from the Holy Scriptures, and a magnificent stained glass window set into the ceiling. Rows of antique benches can accommodate thousands of worshippers. This is the most sacred place on the Ares continent, but now hundreds of holy knights lay sprawled all over. Quite a few of what looked like traditional furnishings were damaged. The scorch marks around were undoubtedly Frau's doing. Speaking of Frau, she was lounging on the shoulder of the Marv god statue. That's probably the first time in history someone has sat there. She has no sense of decency. Looking at her, she's clearly an evil witch. Thinking that's my wife makes my head hurt. In a corner of the cathedral, some Marv priests huddled together trembling, surrounded by Aaron and the others. The popes fell silent at the devastation before them. However, one young female priest stood firm, facing Aaron. "Your Majesty, I did as you commanded and stayed quiet," Aaron said with a sly grin as soon as we entered. "I want to ask what he means by stayed quiet. And who is this lady?" To be able to stand up to the likes of the uncouth Aaron shows considerable fortitude. She keeps nagging about, "Don't make a ruckus in this sacred cathedral, and let me heal the knights." I haven't laid a hand on her since she's not resisting. The young woman had an elegant, beautiful air about her. Flowing golden hair and determined blue eyes, with an almost divine charm that captivated onlookers. A different kind of appeal than the wicked women in our country. "Are you the king of Falloon? Please, allow me to heal them. Many knights have suffered grave injuries, even if not fatally. And your name is?" "Maria. Lady Maria, they were likely gathered these knights here to attack us. If I allow you to heal them, won't that put us in danger?" "Well, I could handle rabble like this easily enough. I swear on God's holy name, I will not allow such a thing." How can she make that assertion? Is she getting cocky just because she's cute? Still, I sense an exceptional magical power from her, apart from the others. "Very well, I shall permit you to heal them." I decided to see what she can do for now. "Thank you for your mercy, your Majesty." Then, Maria began chanting magic spells right there, yet the injured were nowhere near her. Wondering what she was up to, Agma and the others pointed their swords at her, but I stopped them. It wasn't an offensive spell dripping with hostility. After a long incantation, she completed the spell. Healing field. The magic enveloped the entire cathedral, taking effect. The knights who had been sprawled on the ground began standing up one by one, their injuries completely healed. Wow, as expected of the Holy Maiden. To heal all of us at once, just as rumored. This is a true miracle of God. The knights voiced praises for Maria one after another. "Holy Maiden, what's that?" Chapter 6. Procuring the Holy Maiden. Maria healed all the holy knights present in the cathedral, then announced in a clear voice, "Holy knights, I ask that you all temporarily vacate the cathedral. By the holy name of God, this is as I promised the king of Falloon." "But Lady Maria..." The knights looked at Maria with worried eyes. "Do not worry, I implore you." Maria's face was calm and exuded kindness. Seeing this, the knights left the cathedral, repeatedly looking back as if reluctant to leave. "Your Majesty, is this acceptable?" Maria turned towards me. She likely wanted to say she had fulfilled her promise. "Yes, it is." "So, what business brings you here?" Ask this, I recalled my purpose. Ah yes, I had come to find a bishop to bring to Falloon. However, what to do? I could not envision those trembling wretches intimidated by Aaron and the others serving as the bishop of Falloon. "That one will do." Sitting atop a statue's shoulder, Frau pointed at Maria. "By the way, could you come down from there? The people of the Marv Church are staring at you like you're a demon." In any case, Frau's nomination was not a bad choice. Maria's healing power was indeed astonishing. Her mental fortitude to not yield to Aaron's threats was also considerable. I turned towards the Pope. "Your Holiness, I would like to entrust the position of Bishop of Falloon to Lady Maria." "Why?" The Pope's face stiffened in shock. Maria looked surprised too. That's impossible. Maria is not in a position to become a bishop. Position? What position does she hold? Maria is one of the Holy Maiden candidates. Though common-born, she possesses great healing power. That power must be utilized for the Marv Church. Even as a Holy Maiden candidate, she cannot become a bishop. That is, to become a bishop, many other qualifications are needed. The Pope had a pained expression. Issues of status or finances, perhaps. It is not such matters. Beyond healing power, one must make various other contributions to the Church. Becoming a bishop is no simple matter. You speak truly, Your Holiness. I do not possess the qualifications to become a bishop. Being a Holy Maiden candidate is more than enough for me. Maria smiled faintly. Ridiculous. Compared to Maria, the magic power of those present pales drastically. The other clerics still cower in fear, and their character seems lacking too. I see. Then allow me to ask those present, is there anyone willing to come to Falloon and serve as its bishop? As you can see, they are an unruly bunch, and I desire personnel who can guide them to the right path through the Marv Church's teachings. This was no lie. If possible, I wanted them to try. Rather than musclehead ruffians who would pick fights at any opportunity, I wished for more ordinary subordinates. Hearing my words, Aaron glared at the clerics. Well, who among you noble folks will purify and set us straight? Speak up. I'd love to hear the Marv Church's precious teachings. The ideal street thug acting by Aaron, or rather, that was his true nature. Behind him, Frau began crackling sparks from her fingertips, adding further intimidation. A hellish environment. The clerics all shook their heads in unison. Well, of course, no matter what was said to such people, they would never become pure and righteous. Best to have hope for the next life. Problematic. It seems no one wishes to become the bishop of my country. What about you, Lady Maria? Would you be willing to come to Falloon, or do you too find such a barbaric country undesirable? I directed the question to Maria. No, for the purpose of spreading the Marv Church's teachings, I will go anywhere. However, as I mentioned before, I lack the qualifications to be a bishop. Maria did not seem overly averse to coming to Falloon. Your Holiness, might the qualifications for bishop be waived? We need someone to preach the Marv Church's teachings. But Maria is a Holy Maiden candidate. She is precious to the Marv Church. This statue's face is really getting on my nerves. Not receiving a favorable response from the Pope, Agma tapped one of the statues lining the cathedral. Wait, that is the statue of Saint Quantum. You must not damage it. The Pope's face changed color. Apparently an important statue. One more push, then. If you would dispatch Lady Maria to Falloon, I shall donate 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins. The Pope and his aides were shocked by the number of coins offered. Well, it was no small sum for a minor country like the Marv Church. As for the gold coins, we have the Wyverns bring them so we can give them to them immediately. As I had been advised by Gamaras that things could potentially be settled with money, I had made preparations in advance, though I had not expected to use it in such a manner akin to human trafficking. Under those circumstances, I have no choice. As an exception for the sake of goodwill between Falloon and the Marv Church, I shall grant Maria the provisional qualification of acting bishop. Acting bishop is it? Granting full bishop status must have been difficult. Lady Maria, is that acceptable? I confirmed with Maria. Why, yes, I gratefully accept. Maria reflexively answered. She may not have fully understood what was happening. And so, Maria ended up coming along to Falloon right away. The initial plan had been for the Marv Church to later dispatch a bishop to Falloon. However, given Maria's special circumstances, and to avoid any potential changes of heart from the Pope and others causing trouble later, I decided to take her with me. To be certain, I immediately donated the 3,000 gold coins to the Marv Church and formally exchanged documentation regarding this matter. As I had consulted Gamaras about the wording beforehand, everything proceeded smoothly. However, when it came time to return to Falloon, the question arose of how to transport Maria back. I had only brought enough wyverns for my group's numbers. I considered having Agma run back, but then Frau said, I'll go first, and used a teleportation spell to return to Falloon. While teleportation magic allows movement, it cannot be used freely, only to return somewhere. I wonder what Frau's purpose was in coming here. Did she just want to cause some mischief after so long? In any case, with one seat now vacant, I had Maria ride on the wyvern I was on. We're going to Falloon right now. Riding this dragon. Maria seemed surprised, but I did not want her changing her mind, nor did I wish to have to make another awkward trip to the Marv Church. Unaccustomed to wyverns, Maria clung to me yelling Kaya and Iya as we took flight, but we accomplished our objective and returned to Falloon. Section: Your Holiness. Why did you hand Lady Maria over to Falloon? After Maria was taken to Falloon, there was an uproar within the Marv Church. The holy knights surrounded the cathedral, confronting the Pope. I did not hand her over. I dispatched her as an acting bishop to Falloon. The Pope did not hide his displeasure at the knights' direct appeal. Acting bishop? Lady Maria is a strong Holy Maiden candidate, not someone to be made an acting bishop. While there were several Holy Maiden candidates, the captain of the Holy Knights believed Maria to be the true Holy Maiden. This seemed to be the consensus of the entire order. Most Holy Maiden candidates came from nobility and had little actual healing power. The Holy Maiden had become more of an empty title. However, Maria was a true gifted commoner. Maria volunteered to accompany the knights on dangerous missions, demonstrating her full healing prowess. She also actively served through healing, regardless of status, earning the support of the common folk. It was a wise decision by His Holiness to appoint the commoner Maria as acting bishop. The Holy Knights have no right to question it. The Pope's aides counter the knight captain. From the outset, the Holy Knights did not hold particularly high status within the Marv Church. To oppose the Pope's will was unacceptable. Wise, Lady Maria merely offered herself to Falloon to help us. And rumor has it, His Holiness accepted gold coins in exchange. How is selling the Holy Maiden to another country for gold coins wise? It is said she was screaming and crying as she was taken to Falloon. Maria had screamed because she was unaccustomed to flying wyverns, but from an outside view, it appeared she did not want to go to Falloon. Watch your words, Knight Captain. Maria volunteered of her own will to go to Falloon, which lacked a bishop. This matter was by Maria's own volition. There are still other Holy Maiden candidates besides her. Do you mean to favor this one candidate? The Pope raised his voice. While Maria's exceptionally rare healing abilities had earned her Holy Maiden candidacy, the truth was the Holy Maiden was decided by factional church politics, and the unsupported Maria had little chance. Rather, the church's upper echelons had found Maria, who enjoyed heavy support from the knights and commoners, somewhat burdensome. This affair had conveniences for them as well. Lady Maria is no mere candidate, she is the true Holy Maiden. The other candidates are merely ornaments, elevated due to status rather than ability. She is a once-in-a-century talent. To send her to the evil nation of Falloon is unforgivable. The Holy Knights held Maria in high regard, while their impression of Falloon couldn't have been worse. After all, they had been helplessly defeated by the Thunder Emperor and a small number of Falloon knights. This had severely wounded the pride of these highly esteemed Holy Knights. If she truly was a Holy Maiden, why didn't you risk your lives to protect Maria? To begin with, if the Holy Knight Order had been able to properly fight against the Falloon Knights, this wouldn't have happened. How dare you place all the blame on His Holiness? Can you still call yourselves Holy Knights? The Pope's aide pointed out the knights' incompetence. That is, the knight commander stumbled over his words, keenly aware of their inadequacy. However, this hesitation lasted only a moment. I understand. Then I shall go to Falloon and take Maria back. What nonsense are you speaking? Maria's departure to Falloon was officially decided, wasn't it? As Holy Knights, follow the Church's decisions. The Pope glared at the knight commander with irritation. Then I shall resign as a Holy Knight. I dedicate my life to the Holy Maiden. The knight commander met the Pope's gaze with eyes full of determination. I resign as well. Me too. I also resign. The movement to resign from the Holy Knights spread through the order like wildfire. Don't be foolish. Such selfish actions. Without waiting to hear the end of the Pope's words, the knight commander turned away. The Holy Knights followed suit, leaving the scene en masse. Days later, the Holy Knights departed from the Marv religious nation, seen off by citizens who supported their cause. Countries like Iris and Vulcan aligned themselves with the Holy Knights movement. Eventually, an expedition force against Falloon would be formed under the banner of reclaiming the Holy Maiden. Chapter 7. The Inner Self of the Holy Maiden. I am Maria, a candidate for sainthood who will one day become the first female commoner pope. My family home was next to a church, and from a young age, I mimicked the priest's healing acts that I observed. One day, I was playing knights with a friend using a sword I found at home. I accidentally struck my friend's arm, causing a severe bleeding injury. "Don't worry, it's okay. I can heal like the priests," I said casually and earnestly prayed to God. Amazingly, I succeeded in healing the injury. Since then, I have been praised by those around me as the reincarnation of a holy maiden. I became convinced that injuring my friend and healing them was God's trial. I had done nothing wrong. This was God's calling. I am a chosen human. From then on, I acted as a holy maiden, using my healing powers frequently. Everyone praised me, which felt wonderful. However, around age 12, my healing powers stopped growing. I had thought my powers would strengthen as I grew, but they stagnated. No matter how much I prayed, trained my body, or studied magic, I worried that without improving, people would stop praising me as a holy maiden destined for greatness. Then I heard a rumor that eating monster meat not only increases one's strength, but also their magic powers. In the country of Falloon, known for its formidably strong warriors and powerful mages, it was said, "Isn't it because they eat monster meat?" Though it was common knowledge that monster meat was poisonous, no sane person would try it. Except for me, the holy maiden chosen by God. It was a divine revelation. I immediately decided to eat monster meat. The issue was obtaining the meat, but fortunately, my parents were adventurers who hunted monsters for a living. They easily acquired meat, as monsters were seen as material stockpiles, with the meat being inedible waste, normally discarded. However, my parents tried to stop me. "Stop, that stuff is just poison. Do you really want to become a holy maiden that badly?" "Of course I do. I will become a holy maiden, rise to be the pope, and obtain wealth, status, and fame. If you won't give it to me, I'll go hunting myself." I grabbed a sword to go outside, and my parents relented, promising to bring monster meat. A few days later, they brought small monster meat, saying, "This amount shouldn't kill you." I'll never forget the taste of the first monster meat I ate. My entire body went numb, I lost consciousness, but I truly felt God's existence. In other words, I almost died. Thanks to my mother using a potion and my father desperately slapping my cheeks, I regained consciousness. I cast detoxification and healing spells on myself, barely clinging to life. My mother cried, "Please stop this." But this was God's trial. Stopping now would make my near-death meaningless. Once my strength returned, I learned poison-resistant spells, cut the meat into smaller pieces, and challenged the monster meat again. The second attempt went better, with just vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach pains. Since I improved at using healing spells for these symptoms, it was a great success overall. Though my parents were troubled by this. After about a month of this monster meat diet, I saw the effects. I could fully heal injuries that I previously could not. Emboldened, I gradually increased the amount of meat to steadily enhance my healing powers. To increase my reputation, I constantly healed people for free. People flocked from all around, thinking I would heal them for free. Sometimes someone would try to give a pittance, saying, "This isn't much, but please accept it." I would respond, "It's all right, use that money for your recovery." And they would easily back down, praising how kind, "You are the true holy maiden." How shallow people are. As the future pope, I must guide these foolish masses. However, since it was free, I shamelessly used them as practice for experimental spells, gaining good experience. After 2 years of this, I became the undisputed top holy maiden candidate. Of course, no other healer could match my profound compassion and powerful abilities. Incidentally, the surrounding churches neared bankruptcy as they collected donations for healing, but I healed for free, sharply reducing their income. The Marv Church finally could no longer ignore me and officially welcomed me as a holy maiden candidate to the holy country of Marv when I was 16. The Marv Church leadership, headed by the Pope, consisted of arrogant nobles with solely their nobility as their claim. The other holy maiden candidates lacked true healing power, just spoiled noble daughters doing no real work. But this only made me shine brighter. I diligently worked as a candidate, actively assisting the holy knights, rapidly boosting my popularity. Really, the other maiden candidates were perfect foils to showcase me. I only assisted the holy knights to procure monster meat, as leaving home made obtaining it difficult. By joining their monster hunts, I could secretly acquire the meat, while pretending to bestow God's mercy upon the monsters over their corpses. The knights were touched by my profound compassion. Despite such dedicated efforts, my status did not rise much. While supported by the knights and commoners, the leadership saw me as an insolent commoner. Worse, a new doctrine was announced. That clearly aimed to counter the rapid rise of Falloon. It prohibited eating monster meat. I had kept my monster meat diet secret to avoid disgrace, but if revealed, it could fatally undermine my candidacy as a holy maiden. It also concerned the protection of nobility status, which I intended to overturn on my path to the top. Thinking I must do something, the Falloon King Mars suddenly confronted the Marv Church. A man who starts eating monster meat really is different, brazenly descending to the Holy Land riding a dragon, showing no fear of God. To counter Mars, the church gathered powerful clergy, including me, in the cathedral, likely intending for us to collectively use a divine miracle. I had no intention of praying, however, but the brilliant Mars clearly anticipated the church's plan. The Thunder Emperor Frau and knights from Falloon subdued the cathedral's holy knight guards before they could deploy the miracle, swiftly taking control. Despite outnumbered hundreds to just 5, the numerous holy knights were powerless against them. Frau's magic was especially formidable. Upon entering, she unleashed a lightning strike as a greeting, paralyzing everyone in the cathedral, including me. That instantly halved our forces. Frau continued casting spells without hesitation amid the cathedral's priceless cultural artifacts as the Falloon knights rampaged. The assembled priests trembled in fear. What magnificent power! This is the strength of eating monster meat. Yet I could not openly say such things and had to maintain my holy maiden demeanor. Please stop. This is a sacred place venerating the Marv god. I beg you, cease these vile acts. The Falloon knights seemed disinclined to not harm clergy, so I felt saying that much was safe. HMPH, sacred this or that, I don't care. If your god is so great, why won't he help you? A short Falloon knight threatened me, an absolutely valid point. The god likely does not lend aid because the clergy besides me lack purity and righteousness, though I cannot say that. God cannot intervene in trivial matters. However, that does not permit rampaging here. Please allow me to heal the injured holy knights. I implore you. The holy knights are my supporters, so it would be troublesome if they were too badly injured. Here I was, locked in a staring contest with a small Falloon knight, when Lord Mars arrived, bringing the Pope and others with him. Speaking of Lord Mars, while he's feared as the Mad King, he's also known for valuing ability above all else. I decided this was my chance to get closer to him by showing off a bit. I demonstrated my highest level healing magic healing field. It worked perfectly, successfully healing all the injured holy knights lying in the cathedral. As planned, or rather, while Lady Frau was the one who specifically said, "She's the one," and chose me, Lord Mars seemed to take a liking to me as well. "Your Holiness, I would like Maria to be Falloon's bishop." That's what he requested of the Pope. Bishop, that position would be the first step toward becoming Pope. However, the Pope showed reluctance. I also chimed in like a proper holy maiden. "Your Holiness is correct. I don't have the qualifications to become a bishop. Being selected as a holy maiden candidate is more than enough." Though internally, I thought even a bishop's position wasn't enough. Afterward, thanks to Lord Mars throwing around money and force, I was appointed as acting bishop and given the position of Falloon's bishop. Everything was going according to plan. In Falloon, I would eat even more powerful monster meat, gain more power and Falloon's backing, and build an unshakable position within the church. We're going to Falloon right now? On that dragon. No, I'm not good with heights. Wait, NOOO. Chapter 8, The Holy Maiden of Falloon. Before I knew it, I was in Falloon. It seems to be a dragon, or more accurately, a monster called a Wyvern. Riding this allows you to reach your destination in an instant. It's not that I lost consciousness, and so it just felt like I arrived instantly. Such a thing is unthinkable for a holy maiden like me. If the future tradition of the Holy Maiden Maria mentions Maria lost consciousness while riding a wyvern, that would be unacceptable. The capital city of Falloon was a lively place. There was an arena, huge monster exhibition tents, and various shops lined up around them. It looked truly enjoyable. Very different from the stern, no, austere and humble Marv nation. However, the castle itself had a sturdy but plain construction. As Lord Mars said, it will be destroyed anyway, so no point making it luxurious. I was given a room inside the castle as my residence. It was the room used by the previous bishop, and the interior was surprisingly nice, far better than the room I used in Marv. I was also assigned an attendant, a devout Marv woman around my age named Annie. Attendant, what a nice ring to it. Until now, there were many who adored me, but I could not treat them as attendants. But this time, I have my very own dedicated attendant, a subordinate to do whatever I wish. No, as a holy maiden I cannot treat her crudely, but just having someone under me makes my heart leap. She immediately helped me change clothes and brought me meals. I did say, "No need, I can change by myself and fetch my own meals." "But this is my duty." She declined with a smile. "Yes, that's it, that's what I've been waiting for. I'm now one of the nobility. I've finally made it this far." However, Annie's meal did not contain that. "Annie, it seems there is no meat in this meal." There is Falloon's new famous meat dish right here." Annie pointed at some nicely grilled meat. "No, not that. I mean Falloon's true, famous monster meat. Monster meat shouldn't look so appetizing. It should have a ghastly appearance that makes you feel a crisis of life and a distinct smell. Lady Maria, monster meat is definitely not Falloon's specialty. Only a few somewhat disturbed people like the 100 eat it." Is that so? I heard a rumor that all Falloon citizens were forced to eat monster meat. Or rather, I chose to believe that. Since it's such a wonderful food, I think everyone should eat it. Lady Maria, that is prejudice. His Majesty is not that kind of person. He is very kind to his people. He lowered taxes, abolished conscription, developed the demonic beast forest, making Falloon a very livable and prosperous nation. Oh, it seems the king has a rather high approval rating from his citizens. I see. I'm sorry, I was ignorant. No, you needn't apologize. Annie bowed deeply as if to apologize for her impoliteness. Nice, I like this dynamic. This master-servant relationship, where I hold life and death over her, is delightful. That said, one of my objectives for coming to Falloon was to consume high-quality monster meat regularly, so not being able to eat it is inconvenient. But Annie, one reason I came to Falloon was to judge the merits of eating monster meat. I cannot make that judgment without actually eating it. So could you perhaps have monster meat served at mealtimes? You had such a reason. But I think it's best Lady Maria doesn't eat that poison. In any case, I cannot decide this myself, so let me confirm with my superiors. Annie didn't seem fully convinced. Yes, I shall also request it directly from His Majesty. Hearing it directly from me will likely expedite it. Section. The next day, I had an opportunity to meet King Mars in the audience chamber, so I immediately brought up the monster meat matter. Your Majesty, I would like to try eating monster meat. Would that be all right? King Mars made a puzzled expression. Why, that stuff is poison. An odd remark coming from the progenitor, who eats that very poison. While the new doctrine decided against penal provisions, the fact is it became an issue for the Marv faith. I need to eat the monster meat myself to judge its truth or falsehood. No, you don't. An immediate rejection. That is poison, not something a proper person eats. Only those obsessed with strength risk their lives eating that worthless thing. If you want a decent life, don't touch it. You're a holy maiden candidate. No need to tarnish your record eating monster meat. This king speaks very reasonably, contrary to rumors, and his words seem deeply felt. It's true that pursuing the first female pope makes my claim to a decent life quite dubious. My record matters not. What's important is learning the truth as the Marv acting bishop. Please allow me to have monster meat too. As for my record, it's too late. I've been secretly eating monster meat until now. I want to eat it openly from now on, under the pretense of this Falloon investigation. Are you serious? No need to investigate. Monster meat is no good. People should live eating normal food instead of that foul stuff. On that point, the new Marv doctrine is correct. Why is King Mars sympathetic to the Marv side? That doctrine was clearly aimed at Falloon. There are people in this world who want to eat but cannot. Maria, Do you not realize how privileged an environment you live in? King Mar's words took on a heated tone. Why is this progenitor of monster cuisine so vehemently against monster meat? Your Majesty. Then one of the ladies beside the king spoke up. The fiery redhead wearing a white mask. If I recall correctly, the third queen named Cassandra. What's wrong with monster meat? Eek, scary, an overwhelming sense of menace, even though not directed at me. No, not particularly. The king folded immediately. Could Cassandra be the true power in Falloon? Very well. Maria, I shall have monster meat served at your meals too, but do be careful. I appreciate your consideration, Your Majesty. At any rate, it seems I can eat monster meat. One of my objectives is achieved. And there is one favor I want to ask of you. What would that be, Your Majesty? I wish to borrow your healing power. Of course, of course. No wonder the prospective Holy Maiden's power would be coveted after I came to Falloon. Likely he wants me to make some church visits, heal the commoners, score some ruler points. Though if I did that, it would only raise my reputation, not the king's. Yes, I'd be glad to be of any help I can. I responded with a Holy Maiden smile. Section, that brought me to the arena. Oh, I'm so grateful the Holy Maiden candidate came to a place like this. Injuries keep piling up and I can barely keep up lately. Minor wounds I can heal easily, but major ones are quite difficult. The woman named Ruida who welcomed me. She appears to be the dedicated priestess for the 100. Before my eyes, intense battles raged in the arena, stoking the audience's fervor. I'm using my healing powers in a place like this. Doesn't seem very befitting of a holy maiden, with money being gambled too. As I pondered this, one match ended and the winner and loser both approached our area, both terribly wounded. Or rather, the loser's shoulder was cleaved off. Wouldn't that be a fatal injury? Well then, try healing the loser. What is Ruida saying? This wound can't be healed so easily. Bring him to a church and they'd likely start preparing the funeral rites. I understand now, I get it. Ruida must be jealous of me. Afraid of being replaced in her duties, she's deliberately giving me an impossible task. These kinds of harassment were common back in the Marv Holy Nation too. Each time, I overcame them and gained fame. Looks like I need to show off what I can do here. All right, I'll do it. Gathering my resolve, I offered a prayer to God, a high-level healing spell. The injured were enveloped in light, and their wounds visibly began to close. After a short while, the wounds had completely disappeared. How about that, my power? Amazing, right? Ruida should repent and praise me now. Oh, not bad for a Holy Maiden candidate, pretty good. They're not very impressed. Are they just putting up a tough front? Thanks, young lady. Here, take this. The person I healed didn't seem particularly amazed either. Just handed me a single small gold coin. It felt as casual as buying a drink. There was no sense of reverence at all. This reaction was quite different from what I had imagined. And when I looked closely, I saw that Ruida was casually healing the victor who had suffered nearly fatal injuries while chatting. How can she use recovery magic while talking? Could it be that this person is at a much higher level compared to even the priests of the Marv Holy Nation? As I stood there dumbfounded, cheers erupted as another match ended. Then a dead body was brought in. Chapter 9, The Holy Maiden's Ambition. Before me lay someone who was completely covered in blood, with a pale bluish complexion and no pulse. In other words, a dead body. What exactly am I supposed to do with this? Since they're already dead, healing would be impossible. Surely you're not telling me to use a resurrection spell? I've never actually used a resurrection spell before, you know. While healers are taught resurrection magic, it requires tremendous healing ability and experience, so hardly anyone can actually use it. In the Marv faith, death is considered natural, so we're not really supposed to use it except under extraordinary circumstances. For gladiator fights viewed as gambling entertainment, the dead are basically just left as is. Let them rot. So what should I do about this? I should probably purify them with sacred flames? Yes, that must be it. No doubt about it, I quickly began praying to the gods. O gods, cleanse this soul with your great FL. Hey, what do you think you're doing? As I started the sacred flame incantation, Ruida looked alarmed and stopped me. What? I was just trying to purify the dead body with flames. Dead body? Well, I guess it does look like that, but in 100, that would be classified as an injured person. Injured? But their heart has stopped. If someone with no heartbeat is considered injured, then what exactly constitutes being declared dead? Well, yeah, but as long as their head isn't severed, they can be revived with resurrection magic if they just died. So it counts as injured. I know it sounds weird when I say it out loud. Whatever, I'll do it. Ruida then began casting a resurrection spell. While resurrection magic is supposed to be an extraordinary miracle that hardly anyone can use, Ruida's casting seemed like practiced routine without any sense of tension. Though I doubted they would actually revive, as the prayer progressed, the dead person's face regained color, and their entire body became infused with life again. Wow, isn't Ruida incredible? I think she has more healing power than me. Compared to me, maybe she should be the Holy Maiden instead. At that moment, I started to lose confidence in becoming the Holy Maiden for the first time. However, right after completing the spell, she yelled, "There, what are you still lying around for after all that trouble? Get up and pay up." Ruida kicked the revived person square in the head. The kicked person opened their eyes, gave a wry smile as they stood up, took a gold coin from their pocket, and handed it to Ruida saying, "My bad, sis. Yeah, she doesn't really seem cut out to be a Holy Maiden. I guess I'm the only one really suited to be the Holy Maiden with the right mind, technique, and appearance. By appearance, I mean outward looks. Ruida's looks are good, but her mind is messed up." Just like that, the confidence I had momentarily lost came right back. And so I spent the whole day assisting with healing at the arena. Though I was flustered at first, I eventually became numb to it and could cast healing spells fluidly. While I had some reservations, this healing work has a major benefit. Money. I received over 10 small gold coins that day. An amount a commoner would take a month to earn, I made in just one day. Easy money. Ruida made over twice as much as me, including 1 gold coin. She's rolling in dough. Looking closer, her gear and accessories seem quite high-end too. It's definitely better to work for a proper payment than half-heartedly heal the impoverished masses bit by bit. The final match at the arena even had King Mars himself competing. But what was that, exactly? I can see why he's rumored to be a demon lord. Though the people of 100 are a monstrous bunch themselves, King Mars easily scattered them. He's not someone mere humans should be fighting. My final task was using a healing field spell to quickly treat everyone King Mars had knocked around. Finishing that hectic day, as soon as I returned to the castle, Annie brought me dinner. This time, she seemed to have prepared some monster meat for me. The meat was from a beginner-level monster called a killer rabbit and was quite small in size. As Annie watched me with a worried look, I ate it in one bite. Not very toxic at all. Annie, please get me something a bit stronger tomorrow. Eh? Annie looked surprised when I made that request. It was probably an unusually bold request for a beginner. But I came to Falloon to gain power, so continuing with this weak meat wouldn't do any good. Lady Maria, is your body okay? Yes, this level is no problem. So next time, could I get a larger portion of meat from a somewhat stronger monster? Ah, so Holy Maidens have resistance against monster meat toxins, huh? Annie looked a bit exasperated. Of course not, poison is poison. It took me an incredibly long time to build up tolerance to it. But the story of Maria was unfazed by monster meat toxins does sound like it could become one of the miracles attributed to me, so I'll just go with that. Section, she could eat monster meat without issue. I was dumbfounded when Gamaras relayed the report from Maria's maidservant about her eating monster meat. Yes, as befitting a Holy Maiden candidate, I'd say. No, the keen eye of Lord Mars to have recognized that quality in her is equally impressive. Gamaras didn't seem too suspicious about the report. As one of the few people around me who hasn't eaten monster meat, he probably doesn't grasp how potent the toxins are. I don't think monster meat toxins are something that can just be shrugged off with divine protection. That said, killer rabbit meat isn't deathly toxic. Maria apparently asked for meat from even stronger monsters. Give her blood bear meat. Blood bears are mid-level monsters with highly toxic meat, enough to easily kill an ordinary human. Even in 100, it takes around a year to build enough resistance to eat it. Understood. Gamaras didn't object and just followed my order. And the next day, she ate blood bear meat too. Yes, she said it was just right. Gamaras still doesn't seem suspicious, but this is fishy. Even for a Holy Maiden candidate, that toxin resistance is way too high. In Falloon, thousands eat monster meat, but not a single one has ever shown high resistance right from the start, without exception. They all start by getting used to killer rabbit meat first. That was true for me, Frau, Agma, and other skilled individuals. Even my master Cassandra apparently started with weaker monsters, though not killer rabbits specifically. Yet the idea that Maria alone could eat blood bear meat right off the bat is unthinkable. If that's divine blessing, it's way too much favoritism. Which makes me doubt her Holy Maiden abilities too. What if she's not able to eat monster meat because she's a Holy Maiden candidate, but became a candidate by virtue of eating monster meat? So I summoned Maria to my private room. Maria, you were eating monster meat even before coming to Falloon, weren't you? Yes, I was. Maria readily admitted with her clear, innocent-looking eyes. The reason I came to Falloon was to eat stronger monster meat, increase my healing powers, and definitively become the Holy Maiden. Oh, and to have your majesty back me up, so I could use power, force, and money to aim for the next pope's seat. What an outrageous thing for her to say. Her appearance is pure and lovely, but on the inside she's greedier than Carmilla. I see, but what's in it for Falloon if you become the Holy Maiden or Pope? The Marv Church will fully support Falloon. Support, huh? It'd be better if they just left us alone. I'm satisfied with the status quo, got rid of penance in the new doctrine, so I really don't need any support. As I pondered silently, Maria seemed a bit flustered and continued. Of course your majesty realizes the Marv Church's support alone isn't enough value. You can unify the Ares continent through military might alone. No, I haven't considered anything like that. I have no intention of unifying it. However, your majesty, true unification of the Ares continent requires control not just militarily and economically, but also religiously. Swaying the hearts of the ignorant masses requires a religious approach. The ignorant masses? Did she just call the common people ignorant masses? That's not all. If you make me pope and have me unify Iris under the Marv Church's rule, I can have it pledge allegiance to Falloon. As you know, Iris was originally part of the same nation as the Marv Church before separating on religious grounds. I'm from Iris and have many sympathizers there. If I become pope, reunification will be easy. Then, under Falloon's control, I can contribute to your majesty's unification of the Ares continent. What's this feeling? I think I just casually heard some evil future dreams. She talks about having sympathizers in Iris, but aren't those basically potential terrorists? Despite being a Holy Maiden candidate, she's aiming not just for Pope, but even for the throne of Iris? Just how greedy is this woman? Why are you aiming for the throne of Iris? Isn't it natural to aim high when born human? Surely your majesty understands. After all, you harbor the unprecedented ambition of unifying the Ares continent. If I may be so bold, your majesty and I are kindred spirits, both pursuing impossible dreams. Won't you pursue these dreams together with me? I thought she'd be more subtle about her dark ambitions, but it turns out she sees me as the same type as her. My head's spinning from her excessive enthusiasm. I've never even thought about unifying the Ares continent, and I've never had any impossible dreams. If anything, my dream was just to live freely as a mercenary. I understand. I'll think about it. I'm just completely done with this. I just want her to leave the room already. Do you still doubt me, your majesty? Perhaps sensing my poor reception, Maria pressed even closer. If you prefer, I'm willing to be your unofficial queen. That way, the child between your majesty and me could become the future ruler of Iris. Ah, but officially, please make it appear as a virgin birth. I do have my reputation as a holy maiden to maintain. Please, won't you just leave? Arc 2, Kill Mars Kill. Chapter 10, Mars Assassination Plot. The new doctrine of the Marv Church was announced to have no penalties, effectively rendering it a mere formality. Furthermore, Maria, renowned as a candidate for the next Holy Maiden, was appointed as the acting bishop of Falloon. In response, the countries of Iris and Vulcan vehemently protested to the Marv Holy Nation, but the Church Nation firmly stated, "From now on, we have no intention of being involved with Falloon at all." In terms of power dynamics, the Marv Holy Nation was superior to Iris and Vulcan, and neither country could protest further. However, Iris and Vulcan could not simply sit idly by. They feared that if they did nothing, Falloon's momentum would invite an invasion. So the kings of the two countries, along with the sage Madu of the Keel Mage country, convened through magical communication. I underestimated Falloon. I never thought they would audaciously infiltrate the Marv Holy Nation, threaten the Pope, kidnap the Holy Maiden, and make her their own bishop. The King of Iris furrowed his brow deeply. With golden hair, azure eyes, and a dignified face, he enjoyed strong support from his citizens. However, this time there was a sense of remorse for having been outwitted by Falloon. To bypass Vulcan and Iris and directly invade the Marv Holy Nation. On top of that, they came riding wyverns. If they can control such powerful monsters, we cannot simply leave them be. The King of Vulcan spat out angrily. With a sturdy, stately physique and a stern kingly face, his emanating rage made for an even more intimidating aura. So, what do you two intend to do? Surely you didn't convene this meeting just to complain. The biting remark came from the sage Madu of the Keel Mage country. His projected image was completely obscured by a full-body robe, leaving his appearance a mystery. In fact, the sage Madu has been active as a great mage for nearly 100 years and is known as an enigmatic figure. Of course not sage Madu. The King of Iris glared intensely at Madu's image. We can no longer rely on the Marv Holy Nation. In the aftermath of the Holy Maiden's kidnapping, key members of the Holy Knights also left that country. Either way, their military forces are now useless to us. We can house the Holy Knights in our country, but our forces are still not prepared to directly confront Falloon. Yet we cannot do nothing. Indeed, my country and Iris also suffered great losses in the recent Dorson incident. Recovery will take time. Moreover, if possible, I would prefer not to engage Falloon head-on. Their 100 hosts forces with unimaginable power. Combined, our forces may prevail, but the casualties would be catastrophic. The King of Vulcan wore a grim expression, as if revealing his inner thoughts. Then let me ask directly about your intent. In response, Madu took a cold attitude, disdaining unnecessary words. Very well. The King of Iris sighed. This king preferred an affected manner in all matters and seemed dissatisfied with Madu's bluntness. We are considering using shadow operatives to kidnap or assassinate King Mars or one of his kin. The shadow refers to organizations specializing in espionage and assassination. Essentially underground groups, the shadow existed in nearly every country. Without them, a nation would fall behind in intelligence wars and risk having its key figures easily assassinated. Oh, a tinge of interest colored Madu's voice. King Mars, renowned as the strongest warrior, how do you intend to do that? His words carried a somewhat provocative tone. We have already infiltrated Falloon with shadow operatives from our countries. And we have learned something: Falloon and Cadonia have no shadow organizations. Those two countries were initially vassal states of Dorson, uninvolved in the central power struggles and having no need for the shadow. Surprisingly, even after expanding centrally, they never established such capabilities. The Falloon king likely sees no need for petty intelligence operations. He may intend to unite the Ares continent through sheer force alone. And that presents our opportunity. The King of Iris spread his arms dramatically, ingrained with theatrical gestures befitting a monarch's speech. The King of Vulcan eyed him skeptically. The two countries were originally enemies and far from allies. Falloon is unprepared against the shadow. In fact, our reconnaissance there has proceeded smoothly. We have gathered ample intelligence. As long as we do not infiltrate the castle itself, assassination is far from impossible. If our countries combine forces with Keel. As long as you do not infiltrate the castle. What do you mean? The Falloon castle is a magical abyss. To make a move there is to invite disaster. But outside the castle there is no danger. That is where we strike. I see. Matu nodded in understanding. The castle of Falloon was protected by nigh-impenetrable magical barriers, too formidable even for the Keel Mage country. My country has no shadow operatives. We have no need for them. The Keel Mage country was a nation of mages. The country itself was a confidential existence. Ordinary people could not even enter or leave. If they did infiltrate, unless their magical power was exceptional, their identities would be immediately exposed. As such, the shadow operatives of Iris and Vulcan could never infiltrate Kiel. I understand. However, we need the cooperation of mages. By combining our forces, we may secure victory over Falloon without direct confrontation, avoiding needless sacrifice. We just need the sage Madu's assistance. This was not an unfavorable proposition for Madu. In open warfare, Kiel's likely adversaries would be Frau's mage corps and Kiri's monster army under its command. While confident of victory in a magical battle, the monster army remained a formidable threat. The King of Iris highlighted Falloon's intelligence weaknesses, but against magic, they were quite capable. Madu's mages dispatched to gather information never returned, likely eliminated by Frau's hand. He never imagined that simply avoiding magic would enable successful reconnaissance outside the castle, a hallmark of Falloon's rapidly expanding nation having inconsistencies. What exactly do you expect from my country's mages? Teleportation magic. For kidnapping or assassination, the shadow alone cannot succeed. Even without its own shadow operatives, Falloon hosts too many skilled individuals, making physical infiltration difficult. We want to teleport the target elsewhere using magic. Once relocated, we can handle the rest. I see. It certainly sounded feasible. Does the King of Vulcan also agree? While the loquacious King of Iris took the lead, Madu addressed the silent King of Vulcan. Of course, warfare is not solely about frontal assaults. If we can strike from the shadows, all the better. Though renowned as a valiant general, the King of Vulcan looked slightly displeased, but seemed intent on avoiding outright war with Falloon as monarch. Very well, I will arrange 2 mages capable of teleportation, one for the departure point, one for the destination. But do not expect too much, as they cannot function as shadow operatives themselves. We are mages, not thieves. Teleportation magic did not allow free travel anywhere. At minimum, the destination required a receiving magic circle, with a caster also necessary at the departure point. If Sage Madu cooperates, the chances of success are quite high. We can then rendezvous with the shadow operatives in Falloon. The King of Iris showed a bright expression for the first time. By the way, who is the target? King Mars himself, his consorts, or their children? Madu considered that targeting King Mars himself would be difficult. We will leave such details to the shadow operatives. It is best to entrust judgments like that to those on the ground. I am, after all, a king who understands such matters. The King of Iris praised himself. I wonder about that. Madu felt a slight unease at those words. Certainly, the King of Iris spoke correctly. Those unfamiliar with the situation should not issue reckless orders. However, to completely defer target selection to the field operatives seemed an excessive abdication of responsibility. As it turned out, Madu's misgivings would become reality. Section. The woman appeared at first glance to be an ordinary traveling adventurer. Her features were neat but unremarkable. She seemed to be in her late teens. Dressed in simple, well-worn clothing and scuffed boots evocative of long journeys. Anyone would likely assume she was a foreigner come to Falloon to see the fight arenas or gamble. Many indeed visited Falloon for arena spectating or gambling. The woman blended seamlessly into the city streets. However, a closer look revealed her unusually skilled footwork, perhaps from ingrained habit walking without a sound. Her gaze was not vacant, but deliberately sweeping her surroundings with clear awareness. Before long, the woman entered a modest inn. Its dilapidated appearance suggested few visitors, but the interior was surprisingly well-maintained. No vacancies, gruffly stated the balding innkeeper, not even glancing at the woman and showing absolutely no hospitality. Is that so? The woman did not seem fazed. By the way, is the innkeeper from Falloon? At those words, the innkeeper finally looked at the woman. No, I was born in Cadonia. What a coincidence. I also came from Cadonia. Of course, I was born there too. As fellow countrymen, could you perhaps arrange a room for me? What part of Cadonia are you from? Nalmi village. What's your name? Violetta. If it's Nalmi village, that's right next to the village I was born in. All right, Violetta, you can use the room at the far end of the second floor. You'll have to share, but it's spacious so it shouldn't be a problem. There is already another guest. Another guest? I'll have to be mindful then. Violetta made a light-hearted comment before heading upstairs as instructed. She then gently knocked on the door to the room at the end of the hall. Who is it? A short, stern voice came from inside the room. The innkeeper told me to room with you all, so please bear with me. At those words, the door slowly opened. The person who emerged was a rather nondescript man with an elongated face lacking any particular features. However, his eyes had that familiar darkness specific to this line of work. Come in, you're the last guest. It seems we have quite the gathering. As Violetta smoothly entered the room, the door was immediately closed behind her. The room was spacious, but the windows were shut, making it dim despite it being daytime. Even so, she could immediately tell there were 5 other person inside. Some were lying on beds, others sitting on the floor, but they all shared a tense demeanor. Is this everyone? Yeah. The man who had let her in answered. Shall we introduce ourselves? No problem. Falloon is rather lax in that regard. There's little chance of us being overheard. That's good. My name is Violetta. For this job at least. Unlike you all, I'm just a hired hand, so I'll do my best to be helpful. By saying, for this job, she indicated it was just an alias for this mission. And what were you told you were being hired for? A rotund man sitting on the floor asked. He had a round, affable face that suited a merchant's attire. Kidnapping, I'm told. To be changed to killing, depending on the target. And the target is the Falloon royals, that's all. You dared take that on. A man lying on the bed sat up. He had distinctively narrowed eyes. The pay was good. The masters certainly pay top coin. And as I said, I'm just an assistant, so I'm hoping things don't get too crazy. Has there ever been a sane job in this line of work? The elongated-faced man, who had let her in, laughed self-deprecatingly. I suppose not. Violetta shrugged her shoulders, slightly easing the tension in the room. Anyway, may I have your colleagues introduced, at least for the duration of this? I'm Al from Iris. The elongated-faced man introduced himself. I'm Beggy, same as Al from Iris. The rotund man sitting on the floor introduced himself. Garma, I'm from Vulcan. The narrow-eyed man who had been lying on the bed introduced himself. Dens. Came here with Garma. A burly man sitting on the bed introduced himself. Zeta, I'm inexperienced with things like this. I plan to keep a low profile until my turn comes. The man named Zeta was standing in the corner of the room. He wore a hooded robe, not an uncommon outfit, but one that made him look like a mage. Violetta couldn't help but furrow her brow, wondering if there wasn't some better way to go about things. Zeta was likely dispatched by the Keel Magic Nation. Al and Beggy were shadows from Iris, while Garma and Dens were shadows from Vulcan. So, which of the Falloon royals are we targeting? The queen, the children. King Mar's children are all very young, perfect for a kidnapping. Violetta surmised they would be kidnapping one of the children, as that seemed the most straightforward. No, King Mars himself. Al answered haltingly, shadows crossing his nondescript face. It was clear he was not too enthusiastic about this. Are you insane? The mad king of Falloon? The demon more fearsome than devils who runs rampant in the arena filled with mighty warriors? Are these orders from your country? Violetta had gathered information since taking this job. This was not a world where one could blindly trust outside information. As a result, she had no doubts about the might of Mars, also called Zeros, the king of Falloon. He was likely the man who had spilled the most blood and built the tallest piles of corpses over the past 100 years. And they were to kidnap him? It didn't seem like a sound judgment. Violetta, I understand your concerns. However, this is not an order from our country. We were simply told, the target is up to you by our country. In other words, they washed their hands of it. If we had been given a specific target, we could have assessed the feasibility and reported back. But when told, whether it's King Mars himself, or the Queen, or one of their children and forbidden from saying, we can't do any of those, it's as if we're admitting we're incompetent underlings. An absolutely vexing way to give orders. I'm sure the higher-ups think they're being clever. Al's face twisted. If they were going to hold the field operatives responsible for such judgments, what was even the point of the higher-ups' existence? There was a stifling sense of resentment. So the 5 of us discussed who the target should be while killing time before you arrived, and we concluded that King Mars was the most viable option. It was Beggy who answered. The rotund, affable-looking Beggy seemed the type to make a good merchant. And why's that? Violetta glared at Beggy. Well then, let me ask you this, Violetta. Who do you think we should target? Prince Arthur, the firstborn. He's likely to inherit Falloon. If we take him, the greatest powers of Falloon, Mars, and the Thunder Emperor will have to calm down at least a little no. That does make sense, we all thought the same. Beggy showed an amused expression. You all did. The higher-ups, our predecessors, everyone thought Arthur was the prime target to reign in Falloon. So Iris had already tried that. Well, yeah. And how did that go? No idea. No idea. The day after the plan was put into motion, all of Iris' shadows in Falloon went missing. On top of that, all our collaborators within Falloon vanished too, so we have no clue what happened or how the plan failed. Thanks to that, we had to rebuild our shadow organization in Falloon from scratch. That's why we're short-handed. Especially lacking woman power, hence hiring you, Violetta. Violetta was a freelance thief who would take any job as long as she was paid, with a reputation for discretion. So those who went missing were never found. Violetta couldn't help but lower her voice. Oh no, they were found. Al answered. They resurfaced at the Iris Royal Palace, all turned into undead, suddenly appearing in the middle of the night to indiscriminately attack the people there. This incident was covered up so the details never leaked out, but it was apparently a hellish tragedy. Just hearing about it makes your skin crawl. And get this, the Falloon people didn't know about this either. We probed, but even their top officials seemed unaware. Meaning the one behind this incident was the Thunder Emperor Frau, the Mad Mage who was Mars' principal wife, with numerous inhumane tales of conducting human experiments for the sake of magic. Right, that crazed witch did it all by herself. That's why Frau and her son Arthur are out. We'd at least like to choose how we die. Plus, they never leave the castle, so we can't get to them. This mission specifies we must operate outside the castle. Not that we could do anything inside either. It was a harrowing tale. No matter the enemy, turning former comrades into undead to attack, that was inhuman. Even for those in the shadowy underworld constantly brushing up against death, it sent chills. Well then, what about Leon, son of the second wife Carmilla? He's nominally the king of Dorson. If we kidnap him, it would shake Dorson's legitimacy. It wouldn't be a Falloon job per se, but would that be an issue? At least it's outside the Falloon castle. Violetta looked around at the 5 men as she proposed this. That's no good either. Garma answered, squinting his already narrowed eyes. The slender, somewhat neurotic-looking Garma seemed the type to pass as a scholar or researcher. We already tried that one. Vulcan did. Kidnap and brainwash the kid, and we'd have the perfect chance to take over Dorson. Or so our higher-ups thought. It didn't work. Better than Arthur at least. Better. They just got caught normally, tortured, and executed. Better than becoming undead, right? Apparently Carmilla personally tormented and killed each of them. The Mad Princess. Violetta muttered Carmilla's epithet. Even before marrying into Falloon, she had an infamous reputation. Well, she's milder than the Thunder Emperor at least. But that princess has a bunch of twisted subordinates. Ex-thieves, ex-assassins, ex-mercenaries, ex-adventurers, and the like people well-versed in the underworld. And with the power struggle, things were chaotic, but Dorson isn't without its shadows either. In a way, Dorson is even harder to operate in than Falloon. Any kidnapping or assassination plans, and you're unlikely to succeed. I get it, Leon's out too. Violetta lightly raised both hands in a gesturing of conceding. Well then, what about the third wife's newborn child? Al and the others exchanged glances. How much do you know about the third queen? The one who asked probingly was Den's. A large, solidly built physique with a blunt, taciturn face. He looked like a typical urban laborer. I've heard she's an outrageous woman who barehandedly fought her way through that ridiculous queen candidate selection event. The story goes that she crushed magic with her bare hands. But she's probably better than dealing with the Thunder Emperor or the Mad Princess, right? Hearing that, Den sighed deeply. The truth is, we haven't been able to directly confirm the third queen or her daughter. Haven't confirmed? What do you mean? There's not a single shadow operative who has directly seen them. They have terrifyingly good instincts, and no matter how far away we try to observe from, they notice. And anyone who gets noticed never makes it back alive. My partner and I once tried to catch a glimpse of Queen Cassandra from outside the castle. After much difficulty, the moment my partner finally confirmed her figure from a distance, his head went flying off. With my strength leaving me, I hurriedly fled back. She's seriously dangerous. What is that? Is she even human? Or some legendary monster that turns onlookers to stone? Who knows? But there's also talk that since she shares the same name as the sword saint who went missing over 10 years ago, they might be the same person. But with so little information, it's unclear. The sword saint, you mean the red demon Cassandra? The battle-crazed warrior, said to have single-handedly destroyed an entire country. Until Falloon's rise, she was undoubtedly considered the most dangerous person on the Ares continent. She might be an even worse threat than the Thunder Emperor or the Mad Princess. There's even a chance she could be stronger than King Mars. We can't lay a hand on her. Dens shook his head. If the third queen is out, then there's the fourth Princess Sheila. Supposedly she doesn't have any children, but she'd be better than the Thunder Emperor, Mad Princess, or Sword Saint, right? How about her? Violetta persisted. She really didn't want to target King Mars. She had seen him fight in the arena before. His strength was inhuman. He was not an opponent they could handle. You do know who Sheila is, don't you? The former S-rank adventurer, the dual swords Sheila? After Dragon Slayer Siegmund left, she was called the strongest adventurer. Unlike the Thunder Emperor and the others, she may not be a demon, but her strength is proven. And she hardly ever leaves the castle grounds these days. It would be difficult to target her. Al said with exasperation. The Thunder Emperor, the Mad Princess, the Sword Saint, and the Twin Blades. Violetta looked up to the heavens. Even though she already knew, actually discussing it made the situation seem hopelessly bleak. The reward was good, but she wondered if she should back out now. Did King Mars really gather the top 4 most dangerous women in the world as his wives? As expected of the Mad King, even his taste in women is crazy. I wish he'd just settle down with a normal woman. Violetta flopped down hard onto the bed. In reality, Mars's taste in women was quite ordinary. All of Mars's marriages had been decided by those around him without his input, but of course, no one knew that. I get that the queens are a no-go, but then why is the target King Mars? He's the most dangerous man around by far, isn't he? Because he leaves the castle grounds, answered the gloomy voice of the mage Zeta. Fundamentally, Falloon is an undefended nation, and shadow operatives like you are free to run amok outside the castle. But within Falloon Castle itself, powerful barriers are maintained by Frau and her subordinate mages. Even my master Madu would have difficulty breaching them. It's harder to break the barrier. So we can't get any information on what's happening inside. Illegally entering would be detected instantly. It wouldn't be too difficult to gather information by infiltrating as staff through proper channels, but the slightest suspicious move would give us away. Either way, operating inside the castle is difficult. However, King Mars frequently ventures outside the castle alone and doesn't seem to notice us monitoring him. Perhaps he's overconfident in his own martial prowess, but he's the most unguarded. So we concluded that if we're going to strike, it has to be at King Mars. The strongest is unguarded precisely because of his strength. It's an oft-told myth and historical anecdote of the strongest warrior losing his life due to carelessness. Not an unbelievable story. That's not all. It seems King Mars is also slow to react unless he senses killing intent from us. He won't lift a hand against us just for monitoring him around town, but anyone who attempts assassination gets instantly counterattacked. Apparently, King Mars has been targeted by assassins since childhood, so he's abnormally sensitive only to malicious intent. But if we don't have those intentions, it's not too difficult to approach him. In fact, he frequently interacts casually with ordinary citizens. I see, so what's the plan with this King Mars? Abduction? Assassination? Both, answered the lanky owl, who seemed to be the group's leader with his unassuming appearance. Our role is to delay King Mars when he's outside the castle. During that time, Zeta will cast a teleportation spell. Teleportation spell? Where are you sending him? To an ancient ruin. One that was recently discovered, and even we don't know the location of. A joint team from our nations of Iris, Vulcan, and the Keel Magic Nation is supposed to be entering there as well. They'll construct a magic circle at the deepest part to summon King Mars. I don't know what kind of ruin it is, but a monster like him might find a way to return. We'll destroy the entrance, and collapse portions of the passageways too, so he can never get out again. Wait, then what about the team that goes in? They won't be able to get out either. They know what they're signing up for. Violetta. The portly Beggy gently smiled. It's not just the ruin team. We're putting our lives on the line too. That's how much value this mission holds. If we leave things as they are, not only our country but the entire continent of Ares will be conquered by the Falloon. This evil empire, that must be avoided. This is not just for Vulcan and Iris, this is for the world. The narrow-eyed Garma said, seemed almost excited. We're enemies originally. Normally we just do shady jobs we can't show on the surface, even if it's for our countries. But this time is different. We get to be heroes. Heroes who defeat the demon lord. Of course, not the glamorous fairy tale kind, but still, we can risk our lives believing in our own justice. That's enough for us. The burly Dens gently placed a hand on Violetta's shoulder. That weight carried the anguish of working as a shadow operative and the hope placed in this mission. Violetta could understand that feeling. Working undercover means only seeing the ugly sides of nations and people. There is no righteousness there. Even without justice, they have to work for their nation's interests. Not just physically, but mentally and spiritually grinding down, crushing the hearts of many. But this time, their enemy is the evil king of Falloon bent on world conquest. Just recently, he personally invaded the Marv Holy Nation and abducted Maria, the foremost Holy Maiden candidate. Currently, Maria is being forced into hard labor as a healer in the arena, even forcibly made to eat monster meat. An unconscionable act, defying even the gods themselves, truly a demon lord. Yeah, I get it, you guys are a bunch of idiots. Violetta snorted derisively. But well, I don't dislike idiots like that. On that day, the hearts of the 6 from different nations became one. Chapter 11. Mars Assassination Plot 2. Lately, it has become a habit of mine to take walks outside the castle. When I stay inside the castle, Cassandra is in a foul mood. Frau tries to use me as a test subject for her new magic experiments, and Maria fills my head with delirious fantasies that give me headaches. Cassandra has been irritated because she can't seem to keep a maid assigned to Hilda for long. She demands a certain level of strength from the maids, even though their only task is to care for the child, so it's no wonder none of them last. And she takes out her frustration on me, which is troublesome. Frau's magic experiments have been nightmarish too. I've been forced to participate in her bizarre experiments recently and have suffered terribly. What do those two think I am? Even the carriage horses get treated with more courtesy. That's why I don't want to stay in the castle anymore. Of my wives, Sheila is relatively sane, but lately she's become like Cassandra's disciple, undergoing hellish special training. At this rate, I won't last, she says desperately. I can only meet her at night to avoid getting dragged into the special training if I carelessly call out to her during the day. But what does she mean by, I won't last? Does monster meat doesn't suit with her body? Poor thing. As for my walks around the town, it seems the commoners are finally recognizing my true face, and some of them greet me as I pass by. Though I still can't get them to serve me meat dishes, as always. There are some shady characters around, but since I don't sense any killing intent, I basically just ignore them. Having been a target since childhood, I can tell whether someone intends to kill me or not. Cassandra apparently attacks instantly if she senses any suspicious glances, but I'd like to live a little more magnanimously. I walk through the town, waving back at the people who call out, "Your Majesty," and wave at me. It's a sight I could never have imagined before meeting Cassandra. No, actually, the period after meeting her may have been the most painful time of my life. In any case, Falloon has been developing year by year since I became king. It's something I take pride in, the peace I've finally attained. If only my next appointment wasn't a match at the arena, it would be even better. As I pondered this while walking my usual route, someone suddenly leapt out from an alleyway. "Please help me." It was a young woman, not a striking beauty, but quite cute. What happened? Some men suddenly broke into my house and are burglarizing it. Well, what a brazen robbery. This used to be a slum area, and while it has improved recently, the public safety is still poor. Lead the way. I'll apprehend them right away. This way. Saying that, she took my hand. How long has it been since an ordinary woman held my hand? It feels rather nice, this sort of thing. Section. The place she led me to was a large stone residential building in shades of gray. It did indeed look rather prosperous. Hurrying inside since there were supposedly burglars, I found only a single large room. It was rather dim, with furniture cluttered about and many large pillars, making it difficult to see if anyone was there. What is this? Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a large magic circle drawn on the floor. That magic circle began to glow. I heard the sound of an incantation from behind a pillar. A mage was hiding there. I was confident I could withstand most offensive spells, but I felt a twinge of unease. When in doubt, cut it down. This was one of Cassandra's teachings. As I reached for the sword at my hip, the girl who had led me here hugged me from behind. "I'm scared," she said, wrapping her slender arms around me, preventing me from drawing my sword. Damn, how cute. This delicate, damsel-in-distress feeling is something my powerful wives sorely lack. I wanted to shake her off, but I didn't want to treat her roughly either. So I carried her on my back and forcibly advanced toward the mage. The girl seemed surprised, but I needed her to bear with me. If it had been an unsavory man, I would have thrown him off without hesitation. At this level, I should be able to easily defeat the mage, or even two. Or so I thought, but 4 men suddenly leapt at me all at once. Had they been hiding behind the furniture and pillars? I hadn't sensed any killing intent from them. The men each clung to my arms and legs. With the girl firmly clinging to my back, my movements were restricted. This is quite the predicament, isn't it? I need to act quickly before the spell is completed. From the incantation, it didn't seem to be an offensive spell, which means the spell's effect was unknown to me. I lifted up the 2 men clinging to my arms and slammed them together in front of me with force. An unpleasant, dull sensation like broken bones traveled through my arms. They may have died. However, the men's grip on my arms didn't loosen. An unsettling tenacity. With no choice, I forcibly moved my right leg, slamming the man clinging to it against a pillar. Gua! The narrow-eyed man coughed up blood, but still didn't let go. Clicking my tongue, I raised my left leg high and slammed the portly man clinging to it onto the floor. Gumph! After letting out a pained groan, I felt the man's body go limp, but his hand still didn't release my leg. Not good. At this rate, the spell will be completed. I twisted my body to remove the gravity bracers. Instantly, my body felt lighter. Still with 5 bodies clinging to me, I dashed toward the mage hidden behind the pillar. I sensed the magic power intensifying. The spell was about to activate. Using the man clinging to my right arm, I swung his body with full force and slammed it into the mage's head. The gloomy-faced mage's neck bent at an unnatural angle. Simultaneously, the world seemed to distort and become viscous. Section Al-Begi Garma Dens Zeta. In the room from which Mars had vanished, Violetta muttered in a fading voice as she stood dazed. The men who hadn't released their grip on Mars until the end did not stir. Even with his neck broken, Zeta had managed to complete the incantation. It was an audacious, some might say reckless, plan. To lure Mars into that house and then try to subdue him barehanded without any weapons. However, if Mars had seen their weapons, he would have undoubtedly counterattacked with full force. Their calculation that he wouldn't retaliate as fiercely against unarmed opponents had been correct. Indeed, his resistance hadn't been overly intense. And yet, the mightiest man on the Ares continent had still managed to slay them all with his bare hands. Violetta, trained as a thief, was versed in hand-to-hand combat. That's how she had managed to grapple Mars skillfully enough to restrict his movement. But even so, for him to move with such force, especially at the very end, was inhuman. Truly befitting of the Demon Lord title. Everyone has such serene expressions. The men who had lived in the underworld wore looks of satisfaction, as if they had accomplished something. They had likely perished from a single blow by Mars, yet they never released their grip. A commendable determination. I wonder if I can die like that too. Violetta couldn't help but mutter that sentimental thought. She had always carried out her work dispassionately, but the sight of Al and the others' final moments stirred something within her. Living in the underworld as she did, she would likely never meet a proper end. But she wished that, when she did stake her life, it would be on a job worthy of that sacrifice. Violetta headed for the door. The bodies of Al and the others would be disposed of by the remaining shadows, Iris and Vulcan. That was the fate of those in the shadows. She opened the door just enough to slip out without being seen from inside. And there, Violetta saw something unbelievable. Section. Just moments ago, I had been inside that dimly lit residence, but now I found myself in a large chamber surrounded by patterned stone walls. It seemed the spell that mage had been casting was a teleportation magic. I had seen Frau use it many times before. Teleporting oneself is not too difficult, but teleporting others is supposedly much harder, which is likely why they had prepared that magic circle. These distinctive stone walls looked familiar. They were often used in ancient ruins, so this must be somewhere inside an ancient ruin. Inside the chamber, 6 battered individuals lay collapsed, all heavily equipped with armor, swords, and the like. With mages and priests among them, they were likely adventurers. They all looked to be on their last breath. What on earth had happened? A warrior-type man in armor let out a feeble groan. He seemed to still be alive, at least. What happened? Pull yourself together. Where is this place? I wanted to know our location first. Dying could come later. The man gave a wry smile. This is an underground ancient ruin, still unknown to most people. We had managed to reach the deepest part. But the monsters nesting here and the golems guarding the ruin proved too formidable, leaving us like this. Golems, artificial monsters made of stone, often placed to guard ancient ruins, were indeed fearsome foes. So they were adventurers who had taken on an overly difficult request, I see. Let me tell you something good. The cave that was the only entrance has been destroyed. The pathways leading here have also been carefully blocked off. The man grimaced in pain. They destroyed the entrance? Why would they do that? No one will be able to get out of here anymore. Not that we would have been able to make it back in any case. He gave a meaningless smile. Wait, so these people came all the way to the depths of this ancient ruin just to set up a teleportation magic circle to send me here. I guess those people hiding in that residence really were after me. And that girl who led me there was an accomplice. No, that's wrong. She was cute. That can't be right. Maybe she just got caught up in this. Now then, an ancient ruin. They destroyed the entrance cave, so escaping on my own will be troublesome. Well, if I leave it alone, eventually. While thinking this, a white light flashed before my eyes. It was a familiar light. Section. The man understood he was going to die. Still, he was satisfied. He had lived for the nation of Iris until now. If he could die for Iris, that would be his greatest wish. Moreover, those who stormed the ruins with him weren't just people from Iris. There were swordsmen from Dorson, mages from Kiel Magic Nation, and priests from the Marv Holy Nation. Over 10 members in total. Their objective was to seal the evil king Mars of Falloon in these ruins. The journey was harsher than imagined. The countless monsters dwelling in the ruins couldn't have been defeated by Iris warriors alone. The Dorson swordsmen dispatched them one after another with brilliant swordsmanship. The golems immune to swords were defeated thanks to support from Kiel's mages. The dragon waiting at the end nearly wiped them out several times, but the Marv priest's divine healing and protection helped them recover each time. This priest, enraged at Falloon's kidnapping of the Holy Maiden, had joined this mission against their country's wishes. Though born in different countries, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say their souls were bound as comrades walking a path of no return. Still, only half of the original members, 5 people, made it to this room in the deepest part. Moreover, the mage used their last strength to create a barrier before dying. He was the brother of the mage tasked with casting the teleportation spell in Falloon. My brother must be doing his best, so I can't lose either. He had said that with such a serious face. Is anyone still alive, you stubborn lot? Though he called out with slight hope, only empty echoes returned from the stone walls. Everyone's gone, huh? Though brief, they were true comrades. He wished they could have returned to the surface and shared drinks together. His vision blurred involuntarily. But he couldn't die yet. The man still had a role to play. The role of saying, serve you right to that damn demon king of Falloon. He made it in time for the scheduled moment. Now it depended on how well the shadows in Falloon could perform. Usually, the shadow operatives did unsavory work like investigating not just enemies, but also their own people, making them unlikable characters. But their determination to serve their country shouldn't lose to anyone. Their opponent was Mars, the Mad King of Falloon. Setting up teleportation magic against him would be extremely difficult, but they had to bet on it. It shouldn't have been much time, but to the dying man, It felt like an eternity before the magic circle drawn on the floor began to glow. Seems things went well on their end too. Eventually, the magic circle emitted a blindingly white light, and from its center appeared a man. What's this? He looks like a normal noble kid. This is the Mad King of Falloon. Though the man felt anticlimactic, he tried to gather himself to speak, but could only groan, us. Noticing this sound, the King of Falloon approached. What's wrong? Hold on, where is this? HMPH, you're quite composed, King of Falloon. I'll make you taste despair now. The man mustered his strength and explained to Mars what situation he was in. Hearing this, Mars didn't react as the man had expected. He showed a thoughtful expression, standing still in the room. What's this? Has he given up, or does he just not want to show his disgrace before us? Desperately holding onto his fading consciousness to at least see Mars break down, the man waited. Then, without much delay, another white light appeared in the center of the room. What's that? I wasn't told about this. From the white light emerged a white woman who looked like a porcelain doll. Who is she? You're early. Mars called out to the woman. I was watching. The white woman said in a monotone voice. I see, so you were watching. To Mars, who looked somewhat embarrassed, the white woman stated matter-of-factly. Shall we go home? What? Yeah, let's go home. Mars took the white woman's small hand. What do you mean go home? Who is that woman? How did she know about this place? The man didn't know, but Falloon had a secret. Or rather, known only to an extremely select few, Frau, the white woman, was connected to Mars through a covenant mark. This effect allowed Frau to unilaterally share Mars's vision and teleport near him at any time. This fact was kept completely secret from other countries by Mars's order, citing it as embarrassing. Mars and Frau were enveloped in white light again. Don't mess with me. This can't be happening. The man used his last strength to reach toward that light. Mars and Frau were facing the opposite direction and shouldn't have noticed, or so it should have been. Frau suddenly turned back toward the man. A face as lifeless as a doll's, it moved ever so slightly, just barely. To the man, that face appeared to be smirking. This became his final memory. Section. Hey, are you all right? What Violetta saw when she came out of the gray house was King Mars, who she had been clinging to his back just moments ago. Next to him stood a beautiful, small white woman who looked like an expertly crafted doll, the Thunder Emperor Frau. Huh. A shiver ran through her body. What are you doing back here? Thinking of her fallen comrades, Violetta couldn't help but cry out. Chapter 12. Mars Assassination Plot 3. The place we returned from the ancient ruins was in front of a gray residential house. Frau's magic was becoming more refined day by day. Until recently, she could only use the teleportation magic on herself, but now she could teleport together with someone else. Of course, I was the test subject for that magic experiment. It was a terrible experiment. There were many times I was teleported to completely different locations. When I was thrown into the depths of the monster forest, I thought I was going to die. However, I couldn't make someone else the subject of such an inhumane experiment, so I stuck with it until it succeeded. As soon as we returned, the door of the house in front opened soundlessly, and a girl slid out. Hey, are you all right? I gently called out to the girl, who was probably just being used. Eh. The girl flinched in surprise. What are you doing back here? She must have been worried about me. Her face was pale. Well, that was nothing. It's hard for me to say that Frau helped me. A man wants to look cool. But... The girl clasped her hands together as if in prayer and collapsed to the ground. She must be thanking God for my safety. What's your name? When I asked her name, she trembled as if an electric current ran through her. Violetta. Violetta, huh, that's a nice name. Can I call you Via? Yes. Well then, Via, how much did you know about what happened this time? How much? I didn't know anything at all. I was just threatened. It seemed Via was just dragged into this, as I expected. I see, that's a disaster. Via, do you have anywhere to go back to? Since she was being used by those people, she might be a girl without a place to stay. Somewhere to go back to. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can come to Falloon Castle. I'll hire you. Via looked me in the eye. It was an intense gaze. Yes, please hire me. I would very much appreciate it. That was a strong response. She must have been living an unsavory life and wished to have a decent job. Even someone like me could save one person's life. I'm really glad. especially since many people died right in front of me today. It's fortunate to end the day by doing something good. And so, Vaya came to work at Falloon Castle. Section: if you don't have anywhere to go, you can come to Falloon Castle. I'll hire you. When he said that, I thought of Al and the others. The 5 of them who were my comrades, if only for a short time. At this rate, those who risked their lives for the mission would not be avenged. Yes, please hire me, I would very much appreciate it. I impulsively said that. Normally I would have run away, but I too was a member of that team. I couldn't just slink away meekly. Even if I couldn't kill King Mars, by entering the castle I might get a chance to get close to the princess or prince and kidnap them. At the very least, I had to make some trouble for Falloon before I was satisfied. I was curious about Frau, who was silently watching me, but I followed the 2 of them into the castle all the same. We happen to be short on female staff in this castle. Even the Holy Maiden candidate Maria has arrived. I'd like you to help tend to the princess and children. Ah, thank you very much. Being an attendant for the wife and children was more than I could have hoped for. For a man to entrust the care of his family to a woman he had just met that day showed a serious lack of caution. The Mad King of Falloon was more negligent than expected. As instructed, I headed to see the head maid who oversees the other maids in the castle. It wasn't a particularly large castle. The room I was told to go to wasn't far away. However, as I walked down the hallway, a man stood blocking my path. You are. Short blonde hair and a face covered in scars. It was Agma, the #1 ranked in the 100. Yo, are you the new woman who entered the castle on the king's recommendation? Yes. What did Agma want with me? At the very least, I didn't know him. So you caught the king's eye, huh? That must mean. Mean what exactly? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you. The moment I tried to respond, Agma suddenly struck at me. I instinctively crouched down to avoid his fist, then leapt back to create some distance. What was that about, attacking me out of nowhere? Hess, I knew you'd do something like that. Agma smiled happily. Crap, that was a test to see my abilities. The movements I just made were not something an ordinary maid could do. He was testing me. No, that was just. It was impossible to run from the strongest man of the 100. I had to try to talk my way out of this somehow. I know your objective, more or less. Agma grinned defiantly. That ruggedly masculine expression was almost charming. Could it be that he knew I was one of the enemy? You really wanted to join the 100, didn't you? Pardon, what was this scarred blonde guy talking about? You were confident in your abilities, so you didn't want to start from the bottom ranks. That's why you went straight to the king to get scouted, right? No, that's not. Don't bother hiding it. Otherwise, how do you explain those moves just now? Don't tell me you're just some ordinary maid. My eyes don't miss things like that. Agma blocked my path of escape by placing his hand on the wall behind me. There was no way for me to get away in this position. Since Agma was so perceptive, I couldn't come up with any other excuse. I had no choice but to go along with his assumption. Yes, actually I did approach the king directly in the hopes of being scouted for the 100, but I was given the role of a maid instead. I suppose he thought the 100 would be too much for me to handle. So this maid work is enough for me. That's not it at all. Agma raised his voice. Gender and age don't matter when it comes to getting stronger. The only thing needed for the 100 is the will to become stronger. And your movements were quite skilled. You're still young, you've got potential. Why yes. If I tried to deny it, it felt like he might kill me. This man was terribly intimidating, befitting the 100's #1 rank. The pressure coming off his body alone felt crushing. Leave it to me, I'll whip you into shape for sure. Saying that, Agma firmly grasped my arm. It felt like being squeezed by iron, with no chance of breaking free. But the king told me to work as a maid. I know about that, Frau told me. Frau told him? Why? You're going to be a personal maid attending to Lady Cassandra. The maids serving her never last long, but you'll be different. I'm sure you can handle it. Cassandra, the red demon sword saint? Why did I have to attend to such a dangerous person? I was practically dragged away by the forceful Agma. Section. So you're my new maid, are you? That woman was not human. She was something wearing human skin. This was the private room of Cassandra, the 3rd queen of Falloon. Yet it was sparsely decorated and dreary, with winged white lizards slowly flying about at the edges of my vision. What were those things? However, now was not the time to be wondering about that. The title of Sword Saint, the strongest of humans, but before this crimson-haired demon, even that title felt inadequate. I had thought I slipped through countless terrors, but it seemed I was mistaken. True terror was right here. She was cradling a newborn baby, but I didn't feel the slightest urge to harm it. If I harbored such ill intentions for even an instant, my life would surely end. My instincts as one from the underworld were warning me, run away, you'll die. Why yes, I somehow managed to squeeze out a response. Saying the wrong thing would get me killed. Agma tells me you're prepared to eat monster flesh. I never said anything like that, nor was I prepared for such a thing. I am. I straightened my back as I answered. I couldn't say no, it would mean death. Oh. Cassandra laughed. While a person's laughter is usually meant to put others at ease, Cassandra's laughter was different. It gave an inexplicable sense of dread, as if one were staring into the open maw of a dragon. Then let's have you try some right away. A small plate was placed on the table in front of me. The one who brought it was a silver-haired woman with 2 swords on her back. Sheila, the former S-rank adventurer known as the Dual Swords. Why was someone of her caliber acting as a server? Her every movement showed her as a highly skilled warrior, but before Cassandra, even that prowess seemed to pale. On the plate, as one would expect, was a foul-smelling purplish raw meat. Eat it, show me your resolve. I glanced at Cassandra. Her pale blue eyes were fixed on me. The slightest hesitation would likely cost me my life. Picking up the small plate to buy a little time, I steeled my resolve in that moment and tossed the raw meat into my mouth. Disgusting. The foul stench pierced into my nose, the poisonous sensation on my tongue, my throat trying to reject it, as if saying, spit that out. This wasn't a matter of wanting to eat it or not, it simply wasn't meant for human consumption. However, as a woman involved in the underworld, I had built up a certain tolerance to poisons. I somehow suppressed my gastric juices and forcibly swallowed the meat. Tears streamed endlessly from my eyes, but there was nothing I could do about it. Even after getting it into my stomach, I had the illusion that the meat was thrashing about inside my belly as if it had a will of its own. Well, not bad for your first time eating it. It seemed Cassandra was satisfied with how I ate. Very well, I'll make you my maid. But I don't want to be that. You seem to have decent physical abilities judging by your build, but it's too soon for me to train you directly. Train together with the hundreds first. I'll instruct you myself after that. Why is this conversation happening? No, I don't want such a grueling future. However, the words that came out of my mouth contradicted that will. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. And so it was decided that I would become Cassandra's maid and a member of the hundreds. I must be the most unluckiest person in the world right now. Section. Come to think of it, I wonder where Vaya is. While keeping Arthur company in Frau's room, I suddenly remembered that girl. We hired her at the castle a little while ago, but I haven't seen her at all. With Cassandra. Frau muttered in response. I see, with Cassandra, she must be working hard. After giving birth to Hilda, Cassandra was seething with a murderous aura like a bear fresh out of childbirth. Honestly, even I didn't want to approach her. We had a hard time finding a maid to attend to her, so Sheila had been filling in, but it seems Vaya is doing it now. I didn't know Frau was concerned about Vaya, but I suppose she can be fairly caring too. Vaya had an unfortunate upbringing, so I hope she's doing well here in the castle. Section. The assassination plan failed. At the reopened Trination conference between Iris, Vulcan, and the Keel Mage country, the King of Iris spoke with a tinge of frustration in his voice, with a slightly theatrical flair. I've heard. Apparently the operation itself succeeded, but the King of Falloon they were supposed to have trapped in the ruins nonchalantly made his return. What is the meaning of this? The King of Vulcan gazed at Madhu with an unpleasant look, expecting the great sage to know something. We confirmed the teleportation magic was a success up to that point, but that's as far as we know. The disciple who cast the teleportation magic and the one who drew the magic circle deep in the ruins are both dead. Even I cannot perceive into the depths of those ancient ruins. However, I can imagine what happened. Imagine. The King of Iris made a puzzled expression. Most likely it was Frau's doing. I was aware that Frau could use teleportation magic. It seems she has learned to use it not just on herself, but on others too. The question is how she pinpointed the king of Falloon's location, but it's best to assume those two share some kind of magical connection. A magical connection. Now it was the king of Vulcan's turn to furrow his brow. For example, the Covenant crest magic. The caster can synchronize their 5 senses with the one bearing this crest, allowing them to teleport to their side at any time. Simply put, it's like using a human in place of a familiar. Synchronize 5 senses. But if you did that, wouldn't everything the king of Falloon was doing be completely exposed to the Thunder Emperor? To be in a state where all your actions and deeds are known to another person, a normal human couldn't endure that, could they? If my dalliances with other consorts were seen by my wife, I'd go insane. Is such a thing really possible? Imagining all his personal conduct being visible to his wife, the king of Iris shuddered at the thought. The Covenant crest itself is a forbidden magic used for monitoring those you've subjugated. As skilled as Frau may be, I can't imagine her using such magic on her own husband. However, it's possible she employed a similar kind of magic. I would think so. Living under constant surveillance by one's wife, especially as a king, would be maddening. The idea of her using this contract crest on her husband is unthinkable. The king of Iris laughed thinly. Indeed. To use one's own husband, the king no less, in place of a familiar is simply inconceivable. The king of Vulcan shook his head. In reality, Frau had indeed used the contract crest on Mars himself, but even the great Madu could not fathom the king of Falloon being subjected to such a harsh condition. In any case, it seems kidnapping the king of Falloon will be difficult. As if details didn't matter, the king of Vulcan concluded. Most likely, and in this incident I lost 2 of my top disciples. A grievous loss. Unusually, Madu spoke in a dejected voice, perhaps regretting that he should have gone himself. However, if Madu had acted and been detected by Falloon, the consequences could have been catastrophic. My nations suffered losses too. Not a single Falloon shadow agent can be contacted. The royal palace remains on high alert, fearing the Thunder Emperor's retaliation. This cannot continue. The king of Iris held his head. The losses are the same across nations. Vulcan too has lost skilled swordsmen and shadow agents, but lamenting what is lost will not bring them back. We must decide what to do from here. The king of Vulcan, known for his rashness, pressed the other 2 for their next move. You seem quite spirited, king of Vulcan. Falloon is undoubtedly a formidable foe. Do you have a chance of victory? The king of Iris mocked the king of Vulcan, who had not engaged Falloon directly. HMPH, Vulcan's military might is steadily increasing. The successors of the 7-star blades, destined to lead the next generation, have sworn absolute loyalty to me. Each is an exceptionally powerful warrior, a match even for the hundreds. Until recently, the 7-star blades of Vulcan had been divided between royalists and anti-royalists. But now that their descendants had pledged allegiance to the king, the nation was unifying. As a result, the king of Vulcan could focus his forces against Falloon. You seem quite confident, king of Vulcan, but I advise against underestimating the hundreds. Having lost one of the 3 commanders, the king of Iris struck a cautious tone. Then what will you do, king of Iris? Will you leave Falloon be? We have no choice but to fight Falloon. It is the only way to honor those we have lost, but thorough preparations must be made first. Though looking weary, the king of Iris showed his resolve to fight. I suppose we have no alternative. My nation will also prepare to join the fray this time. Falloon is too dangerous to be left unchecked. Madu agreed. Very well, then battle it shall be. How much time do Iris and the Keel Mage country require for preparations? Enthused by the prospect of battle, the king of Vulcan's face was flushed. This simple-minded man had always favored straightforward solutions. 1 year. We cannot afford more time than that. Though somewhat dismissive of the belligerent king of Vulcan, the king of Iris set the time frame at 1 year. My nation will also ready itself within 1 year. Falloon's forces grow by the day. Matu concurred with the king of Iris. Then, in 1 year's time, our 3 nations shall unite to defeat Falloon. The king of Vulcan declared powerfully. Little did he know, those words had sealed his own fate. Chapter 13, The Holy Maiden's Daily Life. Lady Maria, were you really okay with today's monster meat? Annie asked me apprehensively. Today I partook of the meat of a rather high-ranked monster, so her words expressed concern for my well-being. Indeed, my condition has deteriorated terribly. I've been continuously casting healing spells on myself, but the dizziness, stomach pains, and nausea won't subside. My face is likely a sickly blue or white hue. This meat seems to have come from quite the formidable foe. While Annie's worry is understandable, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The nature of healing magic makes it difficult to train unless there are actually injured people. Unlike swords or attack magic, you can't practice it recklessly. However, by eating monster meat and compromising my health, I inconvenience no one. I can practice healing magic to my heart's content. Unlike frivolously risking some other person's life, my own life is at stake, so I can be truly serious about it. By raising my magic power through monster meat and then healing the resulting afflictions with recovery magic, I've been able to hone my healing skills. In fact, I even feel a sense of climbing the path towards true sainthood. Yes, I also feel a greater appreciation for being alive. You see, this is a positive thing. After an hour of continual prayer for divine miracles, my body finally recovered. I made you worry, Annie. But this is nothing out of the ordinary. It's a necessity for truly understanding the nation of Falloon. I addressed Annie, who had fretted by my side the whole time. Truthfully, she was a nuisance, but by extending kindness even to these socially inept people, my standing as a compassionate person rises, so I'll forgive her. But Lady Maria, shouldn't monster meat be unnecessary for understanding Falloon? I think you've eaten more than enough. Foo-foo, this child understands nothing. Monster meat is wonderful. The foolish masses fail to grasp its wonders, but by continually consuming it, anyone can raise their power though risking their life to some degree. Put another way, once one realizes this, anyone can become strong. However, if you stop eating the meat after gaining power, there's the risk of being easily surpassed by someone who starts eating it later. As a saint, I cannot allow that. I must always remain the supreme being. Thus, continuing to eat monster meat is a saint's duty, and consuming the highest-ranked meats possible is essential for one chosen by the divine. In fact, Ruida, who began eating monster meat before me, has become quite powerful. Her recovery magic skills, honed in the arena's battlefield, are likely the world's best. Currently, she surpasses me. However, Ruida doesn't seem very enthusiastic about eating monster meat and opts for the least toxic varieties possible. Her awareness is dreadfully low. Just because she has some healing ability, she's become complacent. She's gone a big head just because she has a pretty face and is popular in the arena. Well, fine. The more complacent Ruida becomes, the easier it will be for me to surpass her. So my current goal is to knock Ruida down a peg and undisputedly claim the top spot among priests. For that end, I'll spare no effort. Section. As usual, I stood in the center of the arena, having thoroughly thrashed today's batch of challengers, as is my duty as king. The arena was lively. Not with excitement over my victory, that was a bit earlier. Now the audience was riled up by Maria's entrance. Ever since the arena's healers became Ruida and Maria has become quite enthusiastic about using recovery magic. Previously, the injured would make their own way to Ruida's medical facility. But recently, once the outcome was decided, Maria would make a solemn entrance, resplendent in an ornate white priestly robe. And she would perform an elegant dance while casting her recovery magic. Hey, does dancing while casting increase the effectiveness of recovery magic? I asked Ruida, who was quickly patching up the other injured. No, I've never heard of that. Ruida gave a wry smile. Then why is she dancing? Just a hobby, I'd imagine. While we chatted, Maria continued her graceful dance, chanting her recovery magic in a beautiful voice. Great Marv, cast your merciful gaze upon us. Bring light to souls embraced by darkness. The ancient words of prayer scatter like flower petals dancing on the wind, playing a mystic melody. Stardust shines, the magic of illuminated hearts. Universal harmony guided by ancient oracles, a miracle filled with love. A prayer deeper than darkness, shining brighter than the stars. A poem of stars continuing towards the future. Is she reciting some sort of poem? Ruida, is recovery magic usually like that? I thought the incantations were shorter and simpler. Recovery magic isn't technically magic. It's a prayer offered to the divine. So some variation is possible. But I've never heard a prayer that long and embarrassing before. Even as she spoke, Ruida continued briskly healing the injured one by one with shortened, simplified recovery magic incantations, the efficient work of a true professional. Meanwhile, the person Maria attempted to heal was Juza, who had sustained the day's most grievous injuries and lost consciousness. Since he was half dead, the time required was understandable. But why was she twirling and dancing around the poor man while chanting the incantation like a song? I've never heard a recovery spell so rhythmic and poetic in its expression before. Her dance became increasingly dynamic as her recovery magic, song, built momentum. The audience even started singing along. This isn't recovery magic anymore, is it? Maria wore rings and earrings embedded with magic stones that reacted to her magic power, causing them to glow brilliantly white. Is she trying to start her own festival solo? Does that glowing from the magic stones relate to the recovery magic? I asked Ruida again. No, she's just wasting magic power unnecessarily. The jewels Ruida wore were ordinary and didn't glow at all. You don't wear magic stones as accessories. How annoying would it be if they glowed every time I used magic power? Good point, it would be quite inconvenient if they glowed like that. While I found her performance excessive, the audience was enraptured. Lady Maria, you're amazing. My soul feels healed. I'm going to die for a bit, so please revive me. They were utterly captivated. They don't know the true nature of this woman. Then again, it's no surprise she's so revered by those ominous terrorists. She has an uncanny ability to captivate people's hearts. Maria's singing, dancing, glowing recovery magic finally reached its climax as the near-dead Juza became enveloped in a brilliant white light. Is he getting purified? The arena's top rankers can hardly be called upstanding. Can they really survive bathed in such a pure light? Don't worry. That light isn't actually necessary, so it's harmless to the healing process. What a colossal waste. This recovery magic has so much unnecessary fluff. From within the light, Juza regained consciousness and rose to his feet. Well, of course he would after receiving recovery magic's blessing. But coming after that showy performance, it seemed like an outrageous miracle had occurred. No, actually, wouldn't it have been better for the injured man if she just healed him quickly instead of wasting time with the dancing and such? Regardless, her staging is impressive. No wonder the Pope was reluctant to recognize her as a saint. Her recovery magic reeks of ambition now. I hope she's not aiming to take over Falloon. Maria gently extended her hand to Juza with a pure, tender smile. Juza shyly took her hand and slowly stood up, his face bearing an innocent expression like a newborn seeing its mother for the first time. Is he okay? He's not brainwashed, is he? Say, Ruida. What kind of person is Maria? Well, of all the people I've seen, she's the most spirited. She's so eager to stand out in the arena, doing things like that performance. But when someone can go that far, it's almost refreshing, isn't it? Ruida seemed to have a relatively positive opinion of Maria. When you put it that way, I suppose so. To be so insistent on standing out, not caring how it looks, most people would be too embarrassed. Incidentally, Maria's reputation in the 100 wasn't bad either, according to Agma. A lot of people say they'd rather die than receive such a flashy recovery magic. After being defeated, the first thing they see upon waking is themselves bathed in light with all eyes on them. It's humiliating. Thanks to her, everyone fights even more desperately now to avoid that. We have Lady Maria to thank, as expected of someone chosen by your majesty. Yeah, that recovery magic display is pretty embarrassing. If I get injured, you heal me instead. I told Ruida, but she replied, no way. If that happens, she'll insist on healing you herself, no matter what. If your majesty were to be injured, she'd overcome any obstacles to get to your side. That would be unpleasant. I should be careful not to get injured too. This might be another effect of the Holy Maiden. Section, how was I? Did I shine today? As soon as I returned to the castle, I asked Annie. I had her watch my performance, my healing magic from the arena stands. Having her check from an objective viewpoint helps me polish my performance, my prayers to God. You were amazing today too. Your dance was brilliant and beautiful. I've never seen anyone better at healing magic than Lady Maria. Annie clasped her hands in front and began explaining how wonderful I was today. Praise always feels pleasant to hear. However, Annie is slightly mistaken. Such healing magic doesn't exist. Normal healing magic is much plainer and duller. but just casting normal healing magic lacks impact. With so many spectators, it would be wasteful not to stand out. Not making my existence known would be the world's loss. So initially, I began chanting healing magic like singing. The reception was quite good. Well, that's natural. After all, I am the saint chosen by God, so of course I have a beautiful voice. While singing, no, while chanting healing magic, I thought to myself, my singing voice is like heavenly music. I kept improving the healing magic prayers to make them easier to sing and more captivating for the audience. Honestly, I ignore the healing effect. As long as wounds heal in the end, anything goes. Even if the person I'm casting on dies, I'm confident I can cover it up by showing a few tears. Thanks to such desperate efforts, my reputation kept improving, but something still felt lacking. Being in an arena, singing alone doesn't excite the crowd as much as the main 100 fighters' battles. That's unavoidable. After all, these spectators are human garbage who bet money on life-or-death battles. They couldn't possibly understand the artistic value of my singing. It would be easy to abandon such inferior humans, but I am destined to become the Pope of the Marv religion. I am a supreme being who can make the impossible possible. I must show even these filthy, pitiful lambs the path of God. So I decided to incorporate dance into healing magic to make God's grace obvious even to fools. Fortunately, Annie came from a frontier tribe that danced at festivals, so she could teach me various things about dancing. Surely this servant's life existed to teach me dancing. Why does Lady Maria want to learn dancing? Annie once asked me, when I answered to improve the healing magic's effect. She simply believed it. That's ridiculous. Obviously, dedicating time to prayer would be more effective than dancing. But since what I wanted from healing magic wasn't healing effects, but how much I could stand out, I needed to dance. So, after learning basic dancing from Annie, I developed it into something more elegant and successfully incorporated it into healing magic. After making it visually easier to understand, even those with monkey-level intelligence could comprehend my brilliance. But even that wasn't enough. There were people in the world with less than monkey intelligence, with only insect-level intellect, who were only interested in betting on matches. They're insects, not humans. At this point, I had no choice but to simply make things sparkle. So I used money earned from the arena to buy magic stones and wore them as accessories all over my body. When infused with magical power, the stones emit beautiful light, aiming for a fantastical effect combined with singing and dancing. This became hugely popular. Even those who showed no interest in singing or dancing were captivated by the mere sparkles. Finally, the entire arena became enthralled with me. It took some money and time, but thanks to this, my position in Fallon became solid. All that's left is to win over King Mars and obtain physical power for perfection. The day when the whole world becomes captivated by me must be near. I was thinking about such a wonderful future while listening to Annie's praise. Arc 3, All for the King. Chapter 14, The Allied Forces. Around a year had passed since Maria came to Falloon. Despite her modest appearance, she was an obsessive and ambitious candidate for sainthood, but she worked diligently as the acting bishop. She carried out the arena recovery duties we had requested and even took on the role of priestess for the expedition force to the demonic beast forest, earning a good reputation among the vassals. Above all, it seemed to make a good impression that she actively ate monster meat, though I had some doubts about that. She also stood out unnecessarily at the arena, leading the citizens to remark, "His Majesty has brought an excellent acting bishop." However, I thought it might be better to have her swap out with a more ordinary bishop. Her insatiable ambition was a bit frightening. Around that time, a problem arose regarding Maria. Not with her directly, but an external issue. The Holy Knight Order, which had left the Marv holy nations and was staying in Iris, declared a holy war to retrieve Maria. Taking advantage of this move, the nation of Iris issued a request for cooperation to rescue the Holy Maiden, the saint to the other nations. The ones who responded were the Kingdom of Vulcan and the Keel Magic Nation. However, the Marv holy nation to which Maria belonged issued a statement denying any relation to the Holy Knight Order's actions, likely having learned their lesson from the terrible treatment by Frau and Agma. Even those villains' misdeeds can be useful at times. Currently, the Holy Knight Order is waiting with the Iris army at a fortress near the border with the Dorsan nation for the armies of other nations to join them. But she's not really a saint, you know. I muttered at the council meeting with my chief vassals. No, since you chose her, your majesty, she must be a saint. There is no mistake in your majesty's eyes. Chrome, the captain of the Black Knight Order, praised me like that, but that wasn't really the issue. Well, I haven't been officially recognized by the church, and it's just the Holy Knight Order calling me a saint. I'm not really a saint. Maria also seemed perplexed, or at least pretended to be. Knowing her, she probably thought of course deep down. Whether or not she is a saint, the Iris side is denouncing Falloon, claiming that, after committing outrageous acts in the Marv holy nations, Falloon forcibly bought the saint from the Pope with money, put the screaming saint on a dragon, and took her away. Gamaras explained the Holy Knight Order's claims. That made it sound like I was some dodgy kidnapper. I don't remember doing such a thing. Screaming, that's... No, wait, some of that did happen. It's true that Aaron and the others committed outrageous acts, and we did pay money. Maria was also reluctant to ride the Wyvern, and I seem to recall her screaming and passing out as soon as we took off. Maria had started to deny screaming, but then, remembering the incident, her face flushed with embarrassment. Wait, does this mean I objectively look like an extreme villain? Well, whatever. Whether it's true or not, they're not going to listen to what we say anyway. What's done is done, let's look ahead. So the Holy Knight Order, Iris, the Kingdom of Vulcan, and the Keel Magic Nation, that's shaping up to be quite a force. Along with adventurers, mercenaries, and militiamen as volunteers, it's estimated they'll mobilize around 50,000 troops. The enemy troop number presented by Gamaras caused a stir in the room. No matter how strong the hundreds were, they had limits. There were extremely few at Agma and Yamato's level who could fight like that. 50,000, that's a lot. What's Carmilla saying? I had left Dorsan to Carmilla. How was she handling this? She's concentrated troops on the border and requested our aid. She's wary of the Keel Magic Nation's mage corps and wants Lady Frau to come. The Keel Magic Nation, as the nation founded by the legendary mage Madu, their magical prowess couldn't be dismissed. I didn't think we'd lose in sheer force, but we'd be at a disadvantage in a magical battle. Frau, can you win against the Keel Magic Nation's mages? I called out to Frau, who was standing by. Listening to that, the odds seemed slim. No matter how many dangerous-seeming mages gathered in Falloon, the numbers hadn't increased much. Obviously, there were far more upstanding mages in the world than the kind with personality issues like Frau and Kiri. If there were lots of those types around, it'd be the end of the world. I'd prefer it if normal mages came to Falloon too, if I could. So I didn't think we could take on the strongest mages of Ares head-on and win. Since we couldn't win, it might be better to just hand over this self-proclaimed saint. Now that I'd made the new doctrine a mere formality, did we really need her in Falloon? In fact, it might be better to let them take this dangerous element off our hands sooner. However, Frau answered unusually clearly. I'll do my best. Did she have a chance of winning? But Matu was said to be the strongest mage, surely not an easy opponent. I'll bring Kiri too. I see she'd use the monster core. Now that their numbers had increased, they would add to our forces. I had planned to use the monster core against the 50,000 troops, but if they could handle the Keel Magic Nation's forces, that worked too. Got it. I'll leave the Keel Magic Nation's mage core to you, Frau, and Kiri. Frau nodded slightly, and Kiri, who was present with the chief vassals, made her black eyes glitter excitedly. Leave it to me, your majesty. I'll show those who disregarded my research. Well, yours is more like a personal grudge, but whatever. Kiri was originally from the Keel Magic Nation, but was exiled after repeatedly failing in her research to subjugate monsters with magic, with the rampaging monsters causing massive damage to the nation. The only reasons she could continue her research in Falloon were for unsavory purposes like stably supplying monster meat, exhibiting monsters as spectacles, or military applications. In a normal nation, even I wouldn't have let her continue, it's too dangerous. I'll begin preparations for deployment right away. Kiri briskly exited the throne room. Somehow, Frau's presence was already gone too. The war was still a ways off, so weren't preparations a bit premature? Well, it wasn't bad to prepare early. So Vulcan, how's Sheila handling that? The fourth queen, Sheila, was from Vulcan and had proposed building friendly relations with her homeland ever since becoming a princess. Her family had served as one of the 7 sword stars of the aristocracy for generations. Yes, 3 of the 7 sword stars families are pro-Falloon, but the remaining 4 sided with the king against us, leading to this deployment. The king and those 4 families are the driving force behind the deployment. I'm sorry my influence was lacking. Sheila bowed her head apologetically. That's all right. Your family isn't participating this time, right? Yes. Seen as too close to Falloon, they were left behind along with the other 2 families. I'll leave Vulcan to you. I'll have some of the hundreds accompany you. You should be able to reach Vulcan without issue riding wyverns. You know what to do after that, right? I decided to have Sheila negotiate with her family to get the Vulcan forces to withdraw, taking advantage of having a Vulcan noble as my wife. We should make this diplomatic effort. However, even if it was her homeland, they were now the enemy nation, so I'd have to provide an escort. She might be the 4th wife, but she is my official queen. Sheila opened her eyes wide in surprise, then narrowed them firmly. After a slight hesitation, she reopened them. Understood. On my twin blades, I swear I will succeed and show you. She sounded fired up, which was good. But I only meant it'd be nice if it works out, so no need to get that tense. For the hundreds escort, I'll go. Yamato spoke up. Lady Sheila's role is an important one. I'll handle the remaining personnel selections. While I didn't think Yamato would be particularly useful for diplomacy, he was one of the more level-headed hundreds members, so he'd do if he was the pick. I'd have preferred him on the front lines this time, but oh well. If Vulcan withdrew from the battle, it would be a bonus, but I shouldn't count on it. As for the main issue, the Holy Knight Order and Iris forces, there's no chance of them withdrawing if Maria just explains and resolves the misunderstanding, right? It would be difficult. Guimarães replied. Having already mobilized this many troops, it's unthinkable they'd end it without a fight. Even if we had Lady Maria try to persuade them, she'd only be captured, emboldening the enemy forces instead. The goal of rescuing the saint has already become a mere formality. The fighting won't stop until they gain some actual benefit. At the very least, Iris and Vulcan likely intend to divide and conquer Dorson. I wouldn't mind at all if they captured Maria. In fact, I'd happily offer her up tied with a ribbon. However, Dorson belonged to Leon. That child had the legitimate claim to rule. I couldn't let it go to anyone else. Then we'll have to fight. The military officials like Agma and Warren showed ferocious grins, not the slightest bit daunted by the 50,000-strong force. Please wait, Your Majesty. Maria spoke up. Among the Holy Knight Order and Iris forces, there are those I'm acquainted with. If possible, I'd like to avoid fighting at least those individuals. Ah, I see. She wanted to convey her safety to her personal followers within the Holy Knight Order and Iris to allow them to withdraw unharmed, to keep them as potential pawns for eventually taking over the Marv Church and Iris nations in the future. Very well. Chrome, you'll escort Maria and discreetly arrange meetings with those individuals. As you command. Chrome bowed. The Black Knights excel at these behind-the-scenes missions. They should handle it well. Now then, let's head to Dorson. We'll leave the Blue Knights to defend and deploy with all remaining forces. Still, our total forces remain unchanged since the Battle of Bricks. About 2,000, I'd say. Carmilla's Dorson army has around 10,000. Simple math, if Dorson handles the enemy force of 10,000, Falloon would face about 40,000, a difference of roughly 20 to 1. Rather tough. Should I join too? Cassandra quietly asked. She's likely speaking softly to save my face. No, please watch over the children. We can't take them to the battlefield, and it would be disastrous if they were targeted while we're away. A sword saint could probably handle 10,000 opponents, but Arthur and Hilda's safety comes first. Since Frau and I are Falloon's flag-bearer, we must deploy. Cassandra's best suited to stay behind. I see, that's too bad. I was looking forward to wielding my sword against an army after so long. Cassandra seems disappointed about missing the battle. Better she sits this one out, she might win single-handedly. Falloon partly exists through my personal prowess, so it'd be problematic if someone showed greater strength. The Sword Saint is truly our final trump card. Now Maria approached, speaking softly. When I meet with the believers, may I embellish the story somewhat. Embellish? How so? Like saying, His Majesty recognized me as the true saint and became an ardent supporter. Or, he repented his past misdeeds and plans to depose the current pope to make me the next one. She plans to embellish quite a bit. How thick-skinned is she? Well, such talk probably appeals better to Maria's fanatics who are nearly terrorists. Do as you like, it's a small price if it reduces the Holy Knights and Iris forces. Thank you. After we win, let's take over the Marv religious nation and Iris too. Why is everyone trying so hard to rescue someone like her? I'm starting to feel sorry for the Holy Knights and Iris people. Chapter 15. The Strongest Magician. Madu from the Keel Magic Nation had joined the Saint Retrieval Army with a troop of 500 magicians. Currently, they were awaiting the arrival of other armies, but to guard against surprise attacks from Falloon, Madu had enveloped the entire allied forces with a barrier and was focusing on maintaining it. In truth, Madu himself was not present with this army. Being quite elderly, he could not leave Keel, let alone his own room, and had merely dispatched a phantasmal double instead. However, he could still wield magic through this double, and even this single secret technique made Madu a formidable magician to be feared. Was this really the right decision? Madu had doubts. In a life spanning well over a century, the great sage hailed as the world's greatest had never actively wielded his power. Madu believed that magic should be used to bring happiness to humanity. Of course, there were times when he had no choice but to fight, but those were rare exceptions. Madu fought only when he judged humanity's future to be at stake, such as the appearance of catastrophic monsters or the Lanza Empire's southward invasion to unite the Ares continent by force. But what about this time? Falloon could become a threat to humanity. The buds of that danger are visible. That nation is centered around the hundreds, those who pursue only power. They have dangerous individuals like Frau and Carmilla under their wing and have annexed other countries. They likely command monsters too, it's far too perilous, but the people are not suffering. That was what troubled Madu. While Falloon was a nation that worshipped power, it did not force that ideology on its citizens. Rather, it drove out the nobles, reformed laws, lowered taxes, and seemed to be trying to build an equal nation where everyone could live comfortably. Was this truly evil? In fact, the true nature of Mars, Falloon's king, remained unseen. All Madu had heard were tales depicting him as evil and depraved, but he had not verified them himself. He had even heard rumors that Mars was simply an ordinary young noble. Perhaps he is someone we can reason with. Madu had considered that possibility. If Mars was good-natured, resolving the misunderstanding about him peacefully might be possible. However, Falloon's magic barrier was powerful, and being unable to move himself, Madu could not meet Mars. Likely, the Queen Frau was intentionally obstructing Madu. If Mars himself lacked such intentions, then Frau at least must harbor some malice. In the end, they would have to confront Falloon. And there was one more burden weighing on Madu's mind. It was about Kiri. The black-haired mage was one of Madu's descendants. Living for so long, he had sired many mages, but Kiri stood out among them, seen as someone who would one day lead Keel. However, she had severe character flaws, lacking conscience or guilt, slavishly devoted to her desires. She had caused many problems, leading Madu to banish her from Keel. Should I have punished her more severely? The doubt smoldered within Madu. Did I go easy on her because she was my descendant? Kiri's research into commanding monsters on a large scale was dangerous, and may have given Falloon great power. This guilt drove Madu to choose to fight Falloon. It would be a battle where many would die. Was there justice in this? The man called the Great Sage agonized over these thoughts even in the midst of the Iris camp. However, a disturbance in the nation's barrier. Madu sensed an anomaly not in the Allied forces' barrier, but Keel's own. Someone seemed to have tampered with the national boundary barrier. Had a banished magician returned without permission? That had happened before. But this breach was on a larger scale. Madu needed to confirm what was happening, but the combat-specialized magicians were with the expeditionary force, leaving only scholars behind in the country. As a remote phantasmal double, Madu could not observe his own nation, let alone his body's surroundings. Dijin, I will temporarily return my consciousness to our homeland. I'm counting on you here. Madhu instructed his senior disciple Dijin, who was in the same tent. Back home, what's happening? Dijin knew Madhu was a phantasm, but was surprised he would return his consciousness from this battlefield to the supposed safety of their homeland. I don't know, there's a disturbance in the barrier. I'm uneasy leaving only those unsuited for battle back home. Understood, please summon us to transfer back if anything happens. The Kiel Magic Army campsite had a transfer magic circle installed, allowing them to return home at any time. Kiel had a dedicated transfer magic facility called the Gate, with fixed sending and receiving magic circles constantly enabling transfer spells. This was one of Kiel's proudest achievements. Mages could come and go through this gate. Indeed. With a nod, Madhu's phantasmal body halted, and he returned his consciousness to the homeland. The next instant, Madhu regained consciousness in the center of his room's magic circle, revitalizing his withered body with magic power. He was far beyond a normal human's lifespan, but used various magic arts to keep himself alive. However, his flesh was long past its prime, forcibly animated by magic. Is anyone there? Madhu called out telepathically to his disciples. Kiel's base was not a castle, but a massive, ever-expanding magic tower structure. He summoned the disciples supposedly inside, but received no response. What is the meaning of this? It's unthinkable for no one to be in the magic tower. Madhu then tried to activate his Farsight spell, but failed to construct it properly. Jamming, a curse. They're specifically disrupting telepathy and Farsight. There was a magic seal called magic sealing, often used as a trap in ancient ruins, but it could not cover such a wide area. However, by focusing on remote magic like telepathy and Farsight, widespread disruption was possible. On battlefields, it was often used to interfere with enemy forces under the name jamming. So they breached the barrier and activated large-scale jamming at the same time. Madhu reactivated his phantasmal magic and called out to the nearby Dijin. Our homeland is under jamming. I cannot confirm the situation within our territory. What? Dijin tried contacting their homeland telepathically as well, but received no response. Indeed, there are no replies. Leave behind only the minimum force needed to maintain the barrier and return home immediately. I will also return my consciousness there. After instructing Dijin, Madhu dispelled his phantasmal magic. Regaining consciousness back home, Madhu examined his room. A windowless, doorless chamber housing many precious magic tomes, this was a hidden room within the magic tower, unlikely to be easily discovered, but also preventing him from observing the outside. So Madhu dismissed the phantasm he had sent to the allied forces and reconstructed it in his room. The phantasmal form of an elderly robed magician with a deep hood appeared, Madhu's double. The phantasm phased through the wall and floated outside to survey their territory, only to witness monsters running rampant, not just one or two, but hundreds of various kinds. The mages tried resisting, but being scholars rather than battle specialists sent with the expedition, they were severely outnumbered. Falloon, they targeted our undermanned homeland. Though he had intended to attack, Madhu found himself completely exposed instead. But along with his anger, he immediately began chanting a spell, targeting about 5 monsters he could see. Bakuhei 0. With this ancient incantation, the spell activated and the targeted monsters exploded. The mages who witnessed this spell realized Madhu had returned and cried out, "Master Madhu, the monsters suddenly appeared. What is the meaning of this?" "I don't know. For now, evacuate to the magic tower. Those dispatched to the allied forces will also return shortly." After responding to the mages, Madhu joined the battle against the monsters. First, he materialized 5 gems in his palm transferred from his room. He scattered them on the ground and chanted a spell. With the gems as nuclei, massive earth humanoids emerged from underground. Golems larger than ordinary size, about as tall as 2 houses stacked. The golems spread out as if it were protecting the magic tower and struck down the monsters that attacked it. Their blows were swift, not suited to their huge bodies, and the monsters that took them seriously were crushed to the point of losing their original shape. While the golems bought time, Madhu began chanting a new spell. "O darkness of the abyss, answer my call. Spirit of shadows, lead my foes to the nether realm." After the long incantation, a magic circle appeared floating beneath Madu. Overlapping and rapidly expanding, it soon covered the entire surface of the Magic Nation's city. Pierce! With Madu's final mutter, countless gigantic black needles burst from the ground within the circle, skewering every monster inside. Even monsters with great vitality like earth dragons were precisely pierced through their hearts and killed. The end, is it? Madu surveyed the vast number of monster carcasses strewn below him as he hovered in the air, pondering how to dispose of them. However, wait, even for Falloon to have subjugated this many seems excessive. Moreover, these monsters did not seem subjugated at all, but rather appeared to be acting on sheer instinct. Madu had thought these monsters belonged to Falloon's monster army, but now doubts crept into his mind. Kiel Magic Country was a paradise for mages that Madu had single-handedly built in a desolate wasteland shunned by both humans and monsters alike. It was no place monsters would simply gather. If so, then these monsters must have. A foreboding premonition struck Madu as he floated towards the gate. The fact that Djinn and the others had yet to return was also strange. As Madu neared the gate, he sensed a buildup of magical power. Reflexively reinforcing the barrier protecting himself, a spell struck him directly. The resounding boom echoed repeatedly, an explosion-type spell. Since Madu was just a mirage, a direct hit would not harm his true body. However, mirages capable of casting spells could not be so easily mass-produced. He had just reconstructed this one upon returning from Iris. In this critical situation, he needed to protect this mirage. A band of mages conducting large-scale jamming. There was no need to identify the attackers. Madu could easily surmise their identities. Likely Falloon's company of mages led by Frau. The spell just now was a coordinated barrage by multiple mages acting in unison, no simple feat requiring considerable skill. As the smoke from the spells cleared, the brick gate with its massive warehouse-like appearance came into view, and atop the gate stood the figure of a pale woman, an exquisitely crafted porcelain doll-like female. Frau. Undaunted by Madu's enraged shout, Frau instead lit the tip of her staff with a blue glow. Thunderbolt. The attack that earned Frau her Thunder Emperor moniker. As Madu hastily tried to redeploy his barrier, another concentrated volley of spells assailed him. Among the spreading cityscape below, numerous beams of magical light could be seen. So Falloon's mages are lurking within the city. Madu hesitated to unleash his spells on the houses, wary that his disciples may still be inside. My apprentices could still remain. The dark magic he used earlier could specifically target only monsters. There were no convenient spells to exclusively strike hidden foes while leaving allies unharmed. Some means of identification was always necessary, and with both enemies and allies being fellow mages, even Madu found it difficult to distinguish between them. As if mocking his hesitation, Frau's lightning struck Madu directly. Being a mirage, Madu himself took no damage, but the mirage itself was destabilized. How vexing! As Madu turned his attention back to Frau, more offensive spells erupted from the city below. This time, his barrier was already in place. A reflective barrier that repelled the incoming magic, shattering numerous houses as the spells ricocheted back. From the rubble, Madu spotted figures fleeing likely Falloon's mages. But some were disturbingly familiar faces. Could there be traitors among my very disciples? It was then that Madu realized Frau's malicious intent. Over the past year, or perhaps even longer, Frau's agents may have infiltrated Kiel as ordinary mages. This made it extremely difficult to identify the enemy. The magic tower itself may have already been compromised by Falloon's operatives, so the preparations were not ours alone. Madu's thoughts accurately grasped the depths of Frau's meticulous planning. In truth, years ago Frau had begun swaying Kiel's mages to her influence through proxies. Kiel Mage Kingdom, which is called a paradise for wizards, is not an immaculately clean country. Some of them have been involved in shady activities. Kiri, who as a former Kiel mage herself, investigated and exploited the weaknesses of those with shady pasts. Apart from that, among the new mages who have joined Kiel in the past few years, there are those who under Falloon influences. Even the expeditionary force stationed in Iris harbored traitors. This makes defeating Falloon impossible. I must first solidify our foothold, lest the magic country itself crumble. Reaching this grim realization in an instant, Madu made his decision. Full withdrawal from Iris. Top priority is retrieving Djinn and the others, ignore the city mages, defeat Frau. Befitting his reputation as the strongest mage, Madu divided his consciousness to simultaneously cast multiple spells. Maintaining the barrier against the city's barrage, he targeted Frau atop the gate. Born from the lightless night, blackest depths that steal the stars' shine. Darkfire of the underworld, reduce all to oblivion. Madu's invoked darkness magic devoured the incoming lightning, eroding spacetime itself as it engulfed Frau. But at the last moment, Frau's figure vanished. Teleportation, so she intended escape from the start. Though he could track her magical trail, Madu rushed towards the gate instead. The earlier battle was clearly just a stalling tactic. Kiel's prized teleportation system, the gate's entrance was destroyed, a massive hole torn into it, likely made for the monsters to pass through. So the monsters that appeared were indeed funneled into the country via the gate. Madu entered through that breach. What he saw was a massive magic circle surrounded by monsters lying in wait. And within the circle, a staggering number of bloody, overlapping corpses. The bodies of the allied mages who participated. As battle specialists, they should have been more than a match for mid-level monsters. But caught completely defenseless after teleporting, they were slaughtered helplessly. Among the bodies was Djinn, to whom Madu had entrusted command of the army. The gate-bound monsters avoided his earlier magic aimed solely at beasts, leaving them alive. Damn you! In a rage, Madu instantly conjured blades of wind to cut down the monsters encircling the magic circle. A few were shredded, but most detected the spell's activation and scattered evasively, not simply fleeing in disarray like typical monsters, but rationally separating to avoid being struck en masse. Telltale behavior of subjugated beasts. So this was the real objective. Likely the traitors, after breaching the gate's defenses, occupied it with the aid of that couple to summon a massive monster horde through Kiel's teleportation system, lying in wait for the returning mage battalion. A vile trap. While the strongest mage and wisest sage, Madu still walked the righteous path, no schemer or politician. He had never anticipated the gate being so maliciously exploited. Certainly, he had administrators overseeing it, but security consisted of only a few dragon knights and golems. Feeble defenses against such malice that were easily overwhelmed. Though it took time, as the evasive monsters dragged out the fight, Madu eventually slew them all within the gate. Commanded or not, he could not forgive their complicity in this atrocity. With the gate's monsters dispatched, Madu's thoughts turned to Kiri, who must have masterminded this scheme alongside Frau. A female mage recognizable by her feverishly burning, jet-black eyes, brilliant, yet devoting her talents solely to monster research, unflinchingly sacrificing lives for her work. Unquestionably unbalanced, yet not a fool. Realizing she could never defeat Madu, she was likely pulling the strings from a secure Falloon location. Merely exiling her was a mistake. I can no longer show mercy. To end this, I must personally eliminate her. As Madu silently vowed Kiri's demise, a telepathic voice reached him. Greetings, teacher. Still employing those ghastly magic arts, I see. The voice belonged to Kiri herself. To telepathically communicate without an established pass meant she was nearby, here within Kiel itself. So you've come to the magic country? Why, yes, of course. His Majesty tasked me with dealing with Kiel, after all. Commanding those adorable monsters is my duty, you see. Where are you? Quite nearby, in fact, very close indeed. Madu scanned his surroundings. His magical senses expanded his field of vision considerably, but her figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead of hiding, why not face me directly? Let us duel honorably. Whatever do you mean? I am right before you, teacher, but very well, I accept your challenge. Here I come. Reinforcing the barrier around himself, in preparation for whatever tactic she employed, Madu braced. And then, his consciousness faded. Section. Kiri looked down upon the withered corpse of the once formidable old mage before her, a bloody dagger clutched in her hand. It really was quite the ordeal tracking down this hidden chamber of yours. I was on tenterhooks the whole time, worried you'd discover me. Kiri addressed the lifeless body. After Frau's forces breached Kiel's defenses and initiated the jamming, Kiri led a separate squad to swiftly occupy the gate. Connecting it to the monster woods, she ushered the beasts into Kiel, aided by werewolves and instructions from insiders to infiltrate the magic tower itself. While subjugating it, she sought out Madu's secret sanctum, following the magical trail linking his mirages back to the true corporeal form. Though the gate monsters were lost, that bought enough time to finally locate the hidden chamber using that signature flare whenever Madu cast spells. With the sage no more, the path was clear. Now then, shall I use the gate to finish off the remaining mages in Iris as well? His Majesty's orders are absolute after all. Ah, and I must present these magic tomes here to Lady Frau. I'm sure she'll be delighted. A delighted smile crept across Kiri's face, pleased to have carried out the dark couple's will so faithfully. In the aftermath, when knights investigating the lost contact with Kiel's battalion visited their camp in Iris, not a soul could be found, only traces of bloodshed hinting at the unknown calamity that had befallen them. Chapter 16. In Vulcan, in the depths of the night, Gerai, who had been sleeping in his residence within his own territory, suddenly awoke. He had sensed that an intruder had infiltrated the premises. Gerai reached for the two swords that were propped up beside his bed. Adept at wielding two swords freely, Gerai was known by the epithet, the dual swords, his name echoing through neighboring countries. However, in recent years, his daughter Sheila had made a name for herself as an adventurer wielding dual swords, and had even become the fourth queen of Falloon. For Gerai, he was delighted that his beloved daughter had gained renown, but also regretted that he could not make Sheila his heir. Gerai had an inkling of who the intruder might be. As one of the 7-star swords that supported the core of the Vulcan nation, Gerai had been advocating for promoting friendship with Falloon. However, the king did not accept this. Instead, the king aligned with Iris and failed in an attempt to invade Dorson, which was in an alliance with Falloon. Furthermore, he had even joined the allied forces declaring the retrieval of the Holy Maiden, putting them at odds with Falloon. Within the country, the anti-Falloon faction was predominant, and Gerai, whose daughter had become a queen of Falloon, was seen as the leader of the anti-mainstream faction. He was shunned by the king as siding with Falloon. That was not all. In recent years, the next generation of 7-star swords, who had been steadily gaining power, had sworn absolute loyalty to the king and begun to suppress the anti-king faction. Leading them was none other than Gerai's son, Hart. Whenever Hart found anyone who was even slightly dissatisfied with the king, he meted out merciless punishment. In fact, there were also a few people within Vulcan who agreed with the Hundred's philosophy of might is right, although their numbers were small. Since Vulcan had a culture of valuing martial prowess, there was a foundation for sympathizing with the Hundred's ideals. Those 100 sympathizers were invariably exterminated by Hart and his cohorts. Thanks to this, the king of Vulcan placed absolute trust in Hart and his men, leaving the defense of the capital to them rather than to the active 7-star swords like Gerai and his peers. Lately, Hart had rarely spoken to Gerai, and Gerai felt a growing rift between himself and his son. It's likely an assassin from the king. That was what Gerai thought. The king and the 4 mainstream 7-star families had already departed Vulcan to join the allied forces, but in the meantime, Gerai had been ordered to remain in seclusion. He was suspected of possibly rebelling. If that was the case, it would not be surprising for assassins to be sent after him. Gerai had no intention of betraying the king. It was simply that after actually visiting Falloon and witnessing its power firsthand, he had realized the folly of making it an enemy and had merely advised promoting friendship with Falloon for the sake of the nation. Of course, there was also the consideration of Falloon being his daughter's marital home, but he did not intend to make any judgments that would not benefit the nation. I cannot die. Gerai headed towards the garden where he sensed the intruder's presence. If possible, he did not wish to make a big deal of it. He did not want his dispute with the king to become public. If he, who had become an in-law of Falloon, were to be executed by the king, it could potentially provide Falloon with a reason to attack Vulcan. For the sake of Vulcan, Gerai could not afford to be killed. Judging from the presence he sensed, the intruders numbered no more than 10. With such a small number, Gerai had no intention of being outdone. However, in the worst-case scenario, there was a possibility that the assassins were Hart and his men. While Garai did not yet think he would lose to his son, the young 7-star swords of the next generation had recently become unusually strong. It was uncertain how the battle would unfold if it came to that. Garai approached stealthily to close the distance without alerting the enemy. He already gripped drawn swords in both hands. However, one of the intruders was standing defenseless in an inconspicuous part of the garden. And then he called out, "Father." It was not Hart, the one standing there was Sheila. Section, what is the meaning of this, Sheila? Why are you here? Sheathing his swords, Garai asked Sheila. The multiple presences he had sensed were Sheila and members of the 100 who had accompanied her as escorts. Among them was Yamato, regarded as a high-ranking official of Falloon. The escorts, mindful of their surroundings and allowing the two some privacy, were currently keeping their distance, so there was no worry of their conversation being overheard. Sheila was clad in armor, as she had been during her adventuring days, with 2 swords sheathed on her back. I have been entrusted with Vulcan by His Majesty. Entrusted? What does that mean? The truth is, I am pregnant. Garai held his breath. Ordinarily, this would be a joyous occasion as it would be his first grandchild, but since it was Sheila's child, it would mean a prince or princess of Falloon. I had kept it a secret from those around me, but His Majesty must have realized it. For him to entrust me with Vulcan means that he intends for the child to inherit Vulcan. In fact, Leon, the son of the second Princess Carmilla, had become the king of Dorson at a young age, effectively making Dorson a territory of Falloon. Nikal, King Mars's brother, had also become the king of Cadonia through marriage. It was well known that King Mars was using blood ties to control other nations. Sheila, being aware of this, had concealed the fact of her pregnancy out of fear of being exploited, but when told she would be entrusted with Vulcan, she concluded that Mars had found out. However, Mars himself had no intention of controlling other nations through matrimonial ties. It had simply happened as a natural consequence. Of course, he was also unaware of Sheila's pregnancy. His decision to dispatch Sheila to Vulcan stemmed from a casual thought along the lines of, it would be good if this could be resolved diplomatically and peacefully. In Falloon, those around the absolute charismatic Mars often read too deeply into his statements, and Sheila had naturally come to the same conclusion. Incidentally, the other high-ranking officials of Falloon shared Sheila's understanding that Mars's order to entrust her with Vulcan was a directive to seize control of the Vulcan mainland in some form or another. That was why Yamato had accompanied Sheila. To dispatch you while you are with child is an inhumane act, even for the king of Falloon. Concerned for his pregnant daughter, Garai felt anger and fear towards Mars. To use his own wife in such a manner, even for the sake of conquest. How would you say he usually is? Normally, he's a kind and unassuming person. However, he has already dispatched the Mage Corps and monster armies of Frau to the Kiel Mage Nation. Entrusting Vulcan to me may have been an act of compassion. In truth, in the battle with the Allied forces, Mars had intended to send the monster army against the Kiel Magic Nation army. However, because he accidentally said Kiel Magic Nation when giving the order, Frau and Kiri deployed directly to the Kiel Magic Nation without waiting to confront the Allied forces. It was not merely a verbal mistake, but rather a discrepancy between Mars's lack of intention to invade other nations and the ambitions of those around him who aimed for continental unification. Frau, however, was one of the few who understood Mars's true intentions and acted accordingly. Garai pondered. Certainly, it would result in less harm to the people of Vulcan if Sheila were to subjugate the nation through a pincer movement rather than a direct assault by the fierce warriors of the 100 and the monster armies. So, what do you intend to do? Even with the 100, this number cannot conquer Vulcan. There were still a considerable number of knights and soldiers remaining in the castle. More importantly, Hart and his men were there. What does father intend to do? Sheila responded to the question with a question of her own. When the current king of Vulcan ascended to the throne, father supported the crown prince, the son of the previous king, rather than the current king, who was the previous king's brother. Is that not the root cause of why father has been shunned, and why the king rejected the idea of friendship with Falloon? Her point was valid. At the time of the current king's ascension, the 3 families now considered the non-mainstream faction had supported the crown prince, the son of the previous king, while the other 4 families had supported the current king, who was the previous king's brother, leading to a succession dispute. As a result of the current king's victory in that dispute, Geri and his allies had been treated coldly ever since. It was understandable, as they had lost the dispute, but the fact remained that the previous king had initially nominated the crown prince as his successor. To go against that decision based solely on the reason that the prince was too young, as claimed by the current king and the 4 families who supported him, left a lingering resentment. Indeed, Geri's advice to the king, including the proposal for friendship with Falloon, had largely been ignored. Even with our current numbers, we can seize the royal castle while the main knight brigades are away. Once that is accomplished, the Vulcan forces participating in the allied forces will likely return. The Kiel Mage Nation, which is also under attack on their homeland, will probably retreat in a panic as well. They cannot be relied upon. Moreover, the Holy Maiden herself intends to side with Falloon. What? I had heard that the Holy Maiden was abducted. Geri was surprised by this statement, as he had been under the impression that the Holy Maiden had been forcibly taken from the Marv Holy Nation. Incidentally, while Maria was not yet officially the Holy Maiden, she was widely regarded as such. There may have been issues with how she was brought along, but the Holy Maiden herself is cooperating with Falloon. She is on excellent terms with His Majesty, and there are even talks of having Falloon support her candidacy as the next pope. What is this? Then what is the purpose of the Allied forces' aim to retrieve the Holy Maiden? It is merely an excuse to destroy Falloon. Even if the Holy Maiden herself intervenes at this point, the battle cannot be avoided. The Allied forces boast a massive army of over 50,000 soldiers. Can Falloon truly defeat them? Yes, they can, Sheila stated with certainty, showing no signs of bravado. With the Kiel Mage Nation, which posed the greatest threat to Falloon, withdrawing from the Allied forces, the number of soldiers is no longer an issue. No matter how many mediocre warriors gather, they cannot defeat a single dragon. Falloon currently wields such formidable power. Father has witnessed the might of Falloon's warriors in the arena, have you not? They have only grown stronger since then. I myself have also become more skilled than when I was an adventurer. You too. Geri was surprised. Sheila was an S-rank adventurer with considerable skill. However, there shouldn't have been much room left for further growth. Moreover, with Sheila having entered the royal palace of Falloon and serving as a swordswoman, her opportunities to hone her skills should have diminished. Does monster meat really have that much of an effect? Geri considered that monster meat was the only factor that could increase one's power. Monster meat does have the effect of raising your upper power limit, but ultimately, if you neglect training, it has no effect at all. I was trained by the third queen. Sheila answered with a wry smile. The third queen. The white-masked monster who beat you barehanded in the princess candidate selection. Just who was that? The memory of the third queen, who had won the queen candidate selection, was vividly etched in Geri's mind. The red demon Cassandra. She's the sword saint, that one. The red demon Cassandra? I hadn't heard any rumors about her for over 10 years, so I thought she'd died somewhere. I couldn't tell her face since she wore a mask, but if that was the sword saint Cassandra, she should have looked much older. The appearance I saw at the time seemed quite youthful. Cassandra had been frozen for about 10 years, so there was a considerable gap between her outward age and the actual age people knew her as. I don't know much about that area, but it seems certain that it was her. Rather, it would be a bother if there were many people as absurdly strong as her running around. She's undoubtedly the sword saint. To think you received tutelage from the sword saint herself. Becoming a queen of Falloon to seek strength was worth it then. No, well, I suppose so. In Falloon, it's difficult to survive without power. Yes, in many ways, it was all sorts of things. Sheila had actually participated in Falloon's queen candidate selection because she disliked getting caught up in conflicts between nations. At the time, she had given Geri the excuse of going to Falloon to seek strength. However, becoming a queen of Mars turned out to be unexpectedly challenging. So in the end, she ended up training herself in line with her excuse. So in other words, in addition to the hundreds and monster army, Falloon has the sword saint as well. Cassandra was the bearer of legends about single-handedly destroying an entire nation. As a military force, she was nothing short of a threat. Yes, waging war against such a Falloon would be reckless. What will you do, father? Will you follow the king who has slighted you, or will you make your grandson the next king? Sheila gently stroked her still inconspicuous belly as she pressed her father to make a choice. Garai was silent for a while before letting out a breath. Could it be that King Mars foresaw this far ahead and welcomed you as a queen? Likely. Even that seemingly foolish queen candidate selection succeeded in the end at welcoming the Sword Saint as the third queen. All the other participants who were confident in their skills were also incorporated into Falloon's forces and achieved meritorious deeds in the invasion of Dorson under Lady Carmilla's command. There is not a single wasted move in His Majesty's actions. It is only natural to think that he thoroughly investigated me as well before welcoming me into the palace. Garai shuddered at Mars' foresight. Who could match a king who boasted not only martial prowess but also such deep deliberation? I understand. I too shall make up my mind. However, in Vulcan, Hart and his group currently wield power. Those guys are the 7 successors of the 7-star swords, banded together as a group and pledging absolute loyalty to the king. Hart and them, I didn't think those kids were that strong. Sheila had known the ones who were to become the next 7-star swords, but she had no impression that any of them had exceptional talent. I don't know. They suddenly started banding together a few years ago. And unlike the current 7-star swords, there is no divide between mainstream and non-mainstream factions. They've united and sworn loyalty to His Majesty. They enjoy His Majesty's deep trust too, and have been entrusted with guarding the nation in his absence. Even if they've improved their skills somewhat, I don't think those kids can match the members of the hundreds accompanying me. The next generation of 7-star swords that Sheila knew had a certain aptitude. They must have accumulated more training since then. However, she didn't think they possessed the innate talent that Sheila herself had. It's not just somewhat. Those guys have become quite skilled, it seems. Apparently, they've been honing their skills against each other, and they may even rival the current 7-star swords, including myself. Could that really be? It was hard to believe. In the end, swordsmanship came down to talent. One couldn't suddenly become strong. The only exception was eating monster meat, but it was hard to imagine Hart and his group doing such a thing if they had sworn loyalty to the king. It's not just those 7. Around them, a group of skilled younger individuals has gathered. They are not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Sheila felt a bit uneasy. Including herself, all the people she had brought from Falloon were elites. Even if the enemy had superior numbers, as long as they were just ordinary soldiers, they could overwhelm them in one go. However, if there were considerably strong opponents, the situation would be different. If they got bogged down even a little, the disadvantage of being outnumbered might come into play. Then we'll need the cooperation of your comrades as well. We need to gather a certain number on our side too. Understood. But I'll have to get the other 2 houses on board as well. Is that all right with you? Of course. And so, the group from Falloon that had come to Vulcan decided to make Garai's mansion their base of operations. Section. The next day, the heads of the other 2 houses of the remaining 7-star swords in Vulcan came to Garai's mansion early, having received word. Now, in a highly secure room with no windows and only one door, the 3 of them were gathered around a round table, discussing matters. So you truly intend to rebel, Garai? Herman of the 7-star sword, fierce sword, frowned. A large, burly man with golden hair and blue eyes, he was renowned as having no equal when wielding a greatsword. An old friend of Garai's, he had always acted alongside his comrade. It's a matter of whether Vulcan or Falloon will emerge victorious. I believe Falloon will win, and I have no intention of sharing my fate with the current king. That's what it is. Garai clearly conveyed his intentions. Are you really sure Falloon will win? Iris and Vulcan, as well as the Keel Magic Nation, have joined the war. I've also heard that adventurers are participating in the Allied forces as volunteer soldiers. No matter how strong Falloon is, isn't the difference in military might too great? Voicing concerns was Willem of the 7-star sword Flame Sword. A dashing man with striking red hair, he wielded sword techniques that imbued his blade with flames. It seems Falloon's forces have already headed for the Keel Magic Nation, led by the Thunder Emperor Frau and her corps of magic knights along with a monster army. I don't know if they're truly invading or just a feint, but the Kiel military will be forced to withdraw from the battlefield to defend their homeland. Once the magic users are gone, it will come down to a pure clash of power. And in that scenario, Falloon's advantage is undeniable. I see. By luring away the magic users who would be an uncertain factor and forcing a head-on confrontation, Falloon has the upper hand. The king of Falloon seems to be quite the schemer, as the rumors say. Willem nodded at Garai's explanation. At Garai's prompting, both Willem and Herman had previously attended the martial arts tournaments in Falloon and witnessed the strength of Ziarasu and the Hundreds firsthand. It was because of such experiences that these two had opposed the king's decision to antagonize Falloon. As a result, they had ended up ostracized by the king. And I think that although Falloon will win this time, their momentum won't last long. Garai lowered his voice. What do you mean? Prompted by Garai, Herman also lowered his voice. Falloon is trying to become a great power in a single generation under King Mars, but a nation that relies solely on power will not endure. Cracks are bound to appear somewhere eventually. For instance, if something happens to King Mars, they risk collapsing all at once. With no prominent nobles remaining in Falloon or any other nation, chaos is likely to ensue. At that time, if we support Sheila and her child, at the very least Vulcan will be secure. Even if it's not Sheila's child, we could install someone from the previous king's bloodline on the throne. That way, taking advantage of the chaos, Vulcan may be able to expand its territory. I see. Willem smiled at the corner of his mouth. So in the long run, even if we come under Falloon's umbrella for now, there's a prospect of gaining independence later. And not just that expanding Vulcan's territory is also a possibility, is it not? Exactly, there's a high chance of turmoil ahead. Opportunities are sure to come for Vulcan and for us. A glint of ambition flashed across Garai's expression. The backlash of being slighted by the king after tasting hardship was evident. So, what will you two do? If you intend to perish with Vulcan, then by all means, choose that nation. But I intend to preserve my household and grasp what lies beyond. Understood, I'll stand with you. Herman nodded with a stern expression. He had already resolved to share his fate with Garai when he came here. I'm in as well. The king already dislikes me anyway. Nothing good will come if I remain inactive. Willem answered with a tone of self-deprecation. But what about Hart and the others? They've completely sided with His Majesty now. If the successors turn enemy, it will be difficult to preserve our households. Herman was concerned about their sons acting against their fathers. We'll think of something. If we fail, we can leave our households to Hart and the others. If we succeed, we can simply bring them over to our side. The crucial point is that Falloon is eradicating any nobles who didn't side with them. Even if you maintain neutrality, it's the same. They detest the very concept of nobility. This has indeed happened in both Cadonia and Dorson. The only exceptions are nobles who have been allies of Falloon and King Mars all along. Unless we made our allegiance clear from the start, our households would never be spared, including my own despite my daughter marrying into the family. Falloon has a deep hatred for nobles. Garai was thinking of taking advantage of the fact that Hart and the others had turned against the enemy. Even though he predicted Falloon would win, there was still a chance of the unexpected happening. In that case, it would be more convenient if his sons were on the king's side. It was a way for the nobility to survive. Indeed, that's true. Then, when occupying the castle, we should share the message to not kill Hart and the others. Especially the Hundreds members must not be told. Perhaps worried about his son, Willem had an anxious look on his face. I will make sure to convey that firmly to Sheila as well. Do not worry. Even for Garai, despite their current rift, his son was still an important heir that he could not afford to lose. Then, we must take action immediately. No doubt Hart and the others will soon find out we have come to Garai's mansion. We must move before they make their move. Herman stood up and picked up the great sword that was leaning against the wall. That's right. We don't need to gather too many forces. Time is of the essence. Willem also got up to take action, heading towards the door. Thus, the three houses of the Seven Stars Sword, the Twin Swords, the Fierce Sword, and the Flame Sword decided to rebel against the king. Section, it's quiet. The man was standing near the royal castle of Thrachia, the capital of Vulcan. He had long black hair tied back and wore an unusual outfit with a single cloth wrapped around his waist by a belt. In his left hand, he gripped a long sword in its sheath. He was Yamato, the fourth ranked of the hundreds. Next to him stood Sheila in full armor, with the hundreds' rankers behind her. It was not too surprising that the royal castle was quiet, but it had an eerie stillness. The castle gate was open, but there were no gatekeepers in sight, making it look like an abandoned castle. It's too quiet. Father, what is the meaning of this? Sheila, leading a few dozen men, asked Kiri with a tone of vigilance. Herman and Willem were also leading similarly sized forces, so combined with the hundreds, their total force was around 100 strong. I don't know, this is not normal. Perhaps Hart and the others realize something and are plotting. If so, they should have closed the gates and prepared for a siege. There was no need to leave the gates wide open like this. Herman and Willem were as perplexed as Kiri. Well, it doesn't matter. If there is a trap, we'll just break through it. Power is everything and might makes right. That is what the great leader Zeros would do. Yamato had an entranced look, and the other rankers smirked in agreement, simply happy to fight. Seeing Yamato and the others' attitude, Kiri and the others looked uncomfortable. Did Falloon really just rely on brute force? Kiri and the others were not cowards, but they could not advance so recklessly. If the hundreds was going to charge ahead, they had no choice but to follow silently. Sheila drew her twin swords from behind and stood in front of the open gate. It was her role as Falloon's queen and the pride of a former S-rank adventurer to take the lead. Kiri and the others were surprised, but Yamato and his group simply followed as expected. Shall we go? Sheila deliberately spoke in a relaxed tone. From her experience as an adventurer, she knew that exerting too much force could backfire. Keeping her gaze forward, she slowly entered through the gate. Facing forward gave the widest view, and rushing in made them more susceptible to traps. Consciously easing the rising tension, Sheila advanced, but there was no sign of the expected enemy ambush or any human presence. What is going on? Bewildered, Sheila finally set foot inside the castle. Section, it's been a while, sister. The one waiting inside the castle was her brother Hart, whom she had not seen in years. Previously, when they met, their sibling relationship was strained, and Sheila, with her complexes, never saw Hart smile. But now he had a wide grin on his face. The boyish innocence was gone, and her brother had grown into a fine young man. And he was gripping blood-stained twin swords in both hands. Standing beside Hart were familiar faces, the heirs of the Seven Stars sword, also holding bloodied blades. Behind them stood groups of young men armed with various weapons. Everywhere in the castle lay the bloodied corpses of knights and soldiers, evidence of intense fighting. The dead were undoubtedly the castle guards and knights. Hart, what is the meaning of this? Caught off guard, Sheila sternly questioned her brother. Why, to welcome you, sister. This is all according to the great leader Zero's instructions. Zero's foresaw this situation over a year ago. Hart's eyes gleamed as he bared his teeth in a grin. It was an expression often seen among Falloon people when praising Zero's, the leader of the hundreds. What do you mean Zero's, His Majesty, foresaw this situation, Lord Hart? Yamato asked with a smile, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. Lord Yamato, it is an honor to meet the fourth ranked of the hundreds. Hart and the others respectfully bowed to Yamato in unison, recognizing strength as superiority, a very hundreds-like attitude. Kiri and the others watched the scene with complicated expressions, as Hart and his group had recently started treating even their fathers disrespectfully. Allow me to explain. About a year ago, Zeros descended upon the land of Vulcan. In fact, he boldly walked through the main street of Thrachia. His presence was so overwhelming that we, the Vulcan branch of the hundreds, immediately took notice. The Vulcan branch of the hundreds. His Majesty came to Vulcan alone a year ago and walked the streets. Sheila could hardly believe it. The idea of the king going to an enemy country alone and strolling the streets seemed insane. She was close with her husband Mars, but could not imagine him being so reckless. Yes, sister, we could hardly believe it at first either. While his attire was plain, he made no attempt to disguise himself. Despite being perhaps the most recognizable king in the Ares continent for frequently appearing in the arena. Unbelievable, did that king have no sense at all? Kiri muttered in disbelief. Ah, father. That's why you are obsolete. Hart looked at him pityingly. Doing the unimaginable is precisely how Zeros outwits his enemies. Not a single person who could blame Zeros for walking the streets openly. And there was intention behind that act. Intention for walking around openly. Sheila frowned, unable to fathom any sane purpose behind such a foolish action. By exposing himself, he drew us, the Vulcan branch of the Hundreds, to him. Following the rules, we had kept our identity as Hundreds members secret and maintained no ties with Falloon's branch. For Zeros to make contact with us required him to brazenly show himself in broad daylight. And just as predicted, we did make contact with him. Everything was in the palm of his hand. So when you were suppressing the anti-king faction, Herman groaned in realization. We were merely paying lip service to the weaklings, on Zero's orders to follow the king's words, until the time came to shed our disguise. Thanks to the king easily trusting us, we were able to occupy the castle with little resistance. The one answering was Igor, Herman's son and heir of the fierce sword. But you killed supporters of the Hundreds. Willem accused Hart and the others. The other way around, father. We killed those who tried to betray us, disguised as Hundreds supporters. The Vulcan Hundreds strictly keeps its top rank secret from the lower members. So when traitors mistakenly thought we opposed the Hundreds, they came to report us of their own accord. This was following Zero's advice to keep Hundreds matters as secret as possible. Truly a terrifying man, how far ahead can he see? The one responding was Fabio, Willem's son and heir of the flame sword. But why? Why did you know we would revolt today? We planned this quickly and in secret. How could you have preempted us? Garai wondered how Hart's group could have acted so swiftly. Vulcan is a nation of brave warriors, father. There are those sympathetic to the Hundreds' principle of might is right, everywhere. Yes, everywhere. Hart gave a thin smile. Don't tell me there was a traitor in our own household. Garai turned to look at his own men with suspicious eyes. Please don't look at your subordinates that way, father. Did you not also betray His Majesty the King? That was... It's fine, father. You feared the power of the Hundreds. A human reaction. Might is right, that is the fundamental principle. If the king was stronger than Zeros, you would not have betrayed him. It's that simple. No, we did not rebel for such a reason. We are different from you. There is no pretty reason for betrayal. Though in our case, we revered the Hundreds from the start and were never loyal to the king. Hart took a stance with his twin swords. But it doesn't matter. Why don't you hand over your inheritance, father? It's just a matter of sooner or later. We might as well demonstrate our strength here and take it by force. Following Hart's lead, Igor readied his greatsword, and Fabio ignited his blade with flames, each pointing their weapon at their father. So this was Zero's scheme all along, Sheila. He never trusted us from the start. Unsheathing his twin swords, Garai glared at his daughter. I knew nothing about this. Sheila said frantically, shaking her head. Yamato and the others, stationed behind Sheila to protect her, watched the developments with amusement. On that day, the rebel forces occupied the royal castle of Vulcan, and a generational shift in power took place simultaneously. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 17, The King of Vulcan. The volunteer army raised under the banner of rescuing the Holy Maiden was essentially an allied force against Falloon, with soldiers gathering from various regions. Their number was enormous, amounting to over 50,000 when assembled, an unprecedented large army in recent years. At the core of the allied force were the former Holy Knights of the Marv Holy Nation, the Iris Army, the Vulcan Army, and the Mage Corps of the Kiel Magical Nation. Especially, the Holy Knights were renowned for their excellence in healing magic, while the Kiel Mage Corps was famous as the strongest gathering of mages. It was widely believed that even the formidable Falloon would be at a disadvantage in this battle. As a result, mercenaries and adventurers flocked to join the perceived winning side. In the nations under Falloon's influence, the Hundred system had spread, with the Hundreds taking over the roles of mercenaries and adventurers. Hence, Falloon was not well regarded among those groups, who feared losing their livelihoods if Falloon's power grew further. However, a rumor then arose that the Kiel Mage Corps had suddenly disappeared. The barrier established by the Kiel Magical Nation over the allied force had vanished. Although the barrier was reconstructed a few days later, it was done by the mages of the Iris Army. A delicate atmosphere lingered within the allied force. but with the eventual joining of the 20,000-strong Vulcan army as a major force alongside Iris, the total force exceeded 50,000, and morale was restored. Meanwhile, on the opposing side confronting the allied force, Falloon's army had joined Carmilla's Dorsan army, and they too were prepared for the decisive battle. Section. Huh. What is it? Leading Falloon's army to the border between Dorsan and Iris, I was suddenly addressed strangely by Frau. I destroyed the Kiel magical nation. Frau spoke in her usual indifferent manner. That one over there. I pointed to the distant allied force. Frau shook her head sideways. The homeland. Why would she do that? I had told her to deal with the magical nation forces within the allied army, but I don't recall ordering her to destroy their homeland. True, the monster army had grown to the point where I thought, I'd like to thin them out a bit, but the idea of possessing enough numbers to destroy a nation was preposterous. So, what are the losses? Total annihilation, except for the werewolf core. Well, I guess that's fine then. As long as the mage core remained unscathed, it was all right. A reduction in the excessively multiplying monsters was not an issue. As long as the convenient werewolf and wyvern core remained, that would suffice. Currently, the wyvern core, along with Sheila and others, had gone to the Vulcan kingdom. What about Kiri? Did she return to Falloon? She's waiting in the magical nation. With the gates possessed by the magical nation, it's possible to move the entire werewolf core. Gates' large-scale teleportation magic circles. I had heard rumors, but they do seem convenient. Then tell her to come over here. With the allied forces' numbers, we need to increase our available forces. Understood. Section, Your Majesty. I have something to report. Replacing Frau, it was Goonie, the captain of the Wyvern Corps who was supposed to be in the Vulcan kingdom, rushing into the tent. Had there been progress in the negotiations with Vulcan? What is it? Lady Sheila has succeeded in inciting a rebellion. She has seized control of the Vulcan capital, Thrachia. How did that happen? I had wanted peaceful diplomatic efforts, but what is this about inciting a rebellion? I rushed here by flight to report the success of the operation, but it seems word has also reached the Vulcan army of the Allied force. From the sky, I observed them already retreating. They will likely return to their homeland. With Lady Sheila's rebel force only numbering around 3,000, they would be at a disadvantage against the returning 20,000 army. What shall we do? What do you mean, what shall we do? Are you telling me to break through the enemy lines and pursue the Vulcan army? Where would I find such surplus forces? Your Majesty, I have returned. It was Kiri who had arrived, with Frau following behind her. She must have brought her right away. The transfer magic circle is indeed fast. As commanded, I destroyed the Kiel magical nation. Well, I didn't exactly give that order, you know. The mages were tough. Even after sending in a massive number of monsters, they took them out with a single spell. But I finished them off quickly in the end. Kiri's excitement seems higher than usual, likely due to her victory in battle. Well, she did defeat the legendary sage Madu, so it's understandable. What does she mean by finish them off quickly? Good work. As expected of the monster army you created, Kiri. Thank you. The losses were significant, but the doggies are all safe, so please rest assured. I see, so the werewolf core is intact. Then I have another task for you. Anything. Kiri didn't show the slightest displeasure at the prospect of continuous battles. It seems Sheila has seized control of the Vulcan capital, but we can't let the Vulcan army return there so easily. Launch a night raid or ambush to wear them down. I understand. Leave it to the doggies and me. We excel at that. I'm counting on you. Frau, would you join her? The werewolf corps alone might struggle against a 20,000-strong army. We'll manage here now that Kiel Mage Nation's gone. Understood. Frau agreed expressionlessly. If you succeed, you can use the former Kiel Magical Nation's territory however you like with the mages. Does that mean it will become Frau's direct territory? Direct territory? Well, I suppose it would be something like that. The magical nation was located in the middle of an uninhabited wasteland, making it inconvenient to use. It would become an exclave, and managing it directly from Falloon would be troublesome. Indeed, it was originally a sacred place for mages. If you defeat the Vulcan army, I'll leave its management to Frau. Understood, I'll do my best. I'll also do my best. Kiri and the unusually motivated Frau left the tent, heading out for the mission. The Kiel magical nation must be a valuable place for the mages. So, Goonie, pass that on to Sheila. I addressed Goonie, who had remained quietly after Kiri's arrival. Understood. I'll return to Vulcan immediately. Goonie bowed and exited the tent. Section. The king of Vulcan was in turmoil. The occurrence of a rebellion itself was not unexpected. He had been wary of the anti-mainstream faction led by Garai potentially erupting. However, Garai's son Hart and his followers had sworn absolute loyalty, even vowing, "When the time comes, we will eliminate our father with our own hands." Having known of the enmity between the father and son, the king had believed their words. Yet when the army was deployed, Sheila, Garai's daughter and Falloon's fourth queen, had returned. Garai took advantage of this to rebel, and the royal palace was occupied by Hart and his followers. The king had been thoroughly deceived by Garai's family. Of the 7 star swords, 4 houses were part of the mainstream faction and supposedly his allies. But what had Hart's followers been doing? When the king demanded answers from the 4-starred swords, his trusted aides and parents, they claimed ignorance. Their distressed expressions suggested they were not lying. If they had betrayed him as well, he would have been killed long ago while campaigning together. In any case, he had to hurry back. The families of the knights and soldiers were in the capital. He could not remain with the allied force without confirming their safety. While hastily preparing for the withdrawal, he sent an envoy to the king of Iris, informing him, "Due to the rebellion, we are returning to our nation." A reply swiftly arrived, urging him to stay, but he ignored it. The king of Iris himself then came and confronted him. "Wait, this is a trap to make the Vulcan army withdraw. Besides, wasn't this war your idea in the first place, king of Vulcan?" But the king was fully aware of the situation. The Kiel magical nation's forces had also disappeared from the battlefield, likely due to Falloon's scheming. If the Vulcan army withdrew as well, the allied force might crumble. However, he had to return, fully understanding the circumstances. He could not wage war while his nation was occupied. No military force could operate under such conditions. The true menace was the king of Falloon. Underestimating his capabilities and assuming he relied solely on force, he was whittling down his opponent's forces through cunning strategies. It was the king's own fault for rashly dismissing Falloon's tactics. Disregarding all of Iris's pleas to stay, the Vulcan army hurriedly began their withdrawal. The numerous abandoned items within the camp bore witness to their haste. Not just the king, but his vassals, knights, and even common soldiers were distraught. After all, the hundreds, whether under Falloon, Cadonia, or Dorson, had massacred nobles. Leaving them unchecked, there was no telling what atrocities they might commit. Naturally, the Vulcan army's pace towards home quickened. The report stated that the enemy force occupying Thrachia numbered around 3,000. In contrast, the Vulcan army was 20,000 strong. While Sheila and an elite few hundreds had apparently infiltrated Vulcan, no matter how formidable the hundreds were, the disparity in numbers was too vast. If they turned back to engage, victory was almost assured. Section. The Vulcan army rushed along a narrow forest path they had carved out. Having entered Vulcan territory, Thrachia was not far now. Their steps grew more vigorous, driven by the desire to reach home. The narrow path forced the army into an extended column. A scream rose up. "Monsters! There are monsters in this forest too. However, they aren't foolish enough to attack an army." What could be happening? Naturally, they tried to send aid to the attacked unit, but the narrow path hampered their movement. The king of Vulcan, who was at the front, clicked his tongue and ordered all forces to halt. "Eliminate the monsters immediately. Report casualties quickly." Abandoning soldiers to hurry the march could lead not just to low morale, but soldier desertion. For better or worse, the monster attack quickly subsided. The messenger who went to check the damage returned. Reporting, the mage's unit was attacked. The attackers were wolf-type monsters, presumably werewolves. The exact number is unclear, but there were hundreds. The mage unit was attacked. There are no werewolves in this area. How badly were they hit? Even Vulcan, which values martial prowess, had its mages. Though they couldn't use powerful attack magic, they were renowned for defensive barriers. They were essential for Vulcan's knights to fight freely without worrying about enemy magic. Well, The messenger knight hesitated momentarily, then resolved to answer. Total annihilation. The monsters specifically targeted only the mages. Usually, guard knights protect them, but in this narrow pass, with the mages sandwiched between guards front and back, help couldn't arrive in time. Why didn't you say that first? The king of Vulcan shouted. It's hard to imagine wild monsters specifically targeting mages. Moreover, there had never been reports of such large werewolf packs. This likely meant it was Fallon's rumored monster army. With the mages gone, the trees ahead are burning. A panicked report rang out. Looking back, they saw trees on both sides of the road to Thrachia burning and slowly falling to block their path. Fresh wood doesn't suddenly catch fire. This was clearly magical. Retreat, fall back, hurry. The king of Vulcan himself shouted the order. Without mages, they had no way to counter these flames. Searching for enemy mages in the forest was impossible. The situation was dire. The roadside trees burst into flames simultaneously, almost beautifully, as if fire was racing through them. Though completely caught in the enemy's trap, a king couldn't give up. As they struggled to retreat, forcing horses between the ranks, they saw a white woman floating high in the sky. The Thunder Emperor. The king of Vulcan's voice came out as a groan. Frau, holding a magic tome in one hand, began chanting a spell like singing. Darkness of the abyss, answer my call. Dark spirits, guide my enemies to the underworld. A black magic circle appeared beneath the king of Vulcan's feet, spreading and multiplying around him. What is this? There was nowhere to escape. The forest on both sides was engulfed in flames, and the road's surface was completely covered by black magic circles. Pierce. With that single word from Frau, the spell was complete. The last thing the king of Vulcan saw was something like black thorns extending from the magic circle toward his chest. The king of Vulcan fell from his horse, his heart pierced, but no one cried out. Everyone around had met the same fate, their chests pierced. Satisfied, Frau muttered quietly. Her goal was to test the magic sage Matu had used in Kiel Magic Nation. However, the spell didn't affect all of Vulcan's army, only the units around the king. Without Matu's level of magical power, it was difficult to extend the spell's range to an entire city, but it was still a terrifying magic. In the affected area, only frightened horses neighed, having lost their masters. Burn them. When Frau telepathically commanded her subordinates Mika and Noah, the flames surrounding Vulcan's army from both sides rapidly closed in. 20,000 Vulcan soldiers burned alive. Some brave souls managed to break through the flames and escape, but waiting for them were the jaws of werewolves. Chapter 18. Before the decisive battle, Kaim, the vice commander of the Holy Knights, was exhilarated. The forces supporting their actions had reached 50,000. The Holy Knights themselves had only about 500 troops, but with such a force assembled, retrieving Lady Maria from Falloon would be easy. Once retrieved, even the Pope himself would have no choice but to officially recognize Maria as the true saint. Having gained the true saint, the Marv Holy Nation would undoubtedly receive even greater blessings from the Marv God. Lady Maria was truly an angel descended upon this ravaged land. Compared to Lady Maria, all other humans were but dust and chaff. Lady Maria should become the Pope herself. Those reigning over the upper echelons of the Marv Holy Nation were mere nobles by birthright, unworthy of being leaders as they lacked the god's divine love. That's what Kaim thought. No, not just Kaim. The devout Maria worshippers in the Holy Knights scorned the noble-born upper class, dreamed of a righteous church nation based on faith, and believed Maria was most worthy to be at its top. On the day the Vulcan army arrived at the battlefield and took formation, with the battle against Falloon imminent, Kaim returned to his tent to find a letter waiting for him. It instructed him to come alone to a nearby forest or Maria's life would be forfeit. Enclosed was the necklace Maria always wore. It was clearly from Falloon. Despicable. Kaim gritted his teeth. This was his fear: if they lost the saint, this allied force would lose its cause. No, the volunteers would still attack Falloon for their own desires, but it would become meaningless for them at least. Unsure of what demands would be made, he had no choice but to comply. Crumpling the letter in his palm, Kaim readied his gear and left the tent. It wasn't unusual for knights to enter the forest to relieve themselves, so Kaim's actions didn't draw much attention. However, Kime ventured deeper and deeper into the forest. The designated place was in the forest's deepest part. There stood a small, hooded figure, the gender unclear. No one else was around. Who goes there? The figure removed the hood. Flowing golden hair was revealed in the moonlight, and merciful blue eyes captured Kime. Lady Maria. It has been a while, Lord Kime. Kime thought it must be a dream. The Maria he had dreamed of since the day she was taken by Falloon was right there. Kime wept and collapsed to his knees in elation. Thank goodness you are safe, but that letter. Wiping his tears, he asked Maria. My apologies for asking you to come all this way, Lord Kime. However, it was necessary, lest my life be in danger. Maria answered with a solemn expression. What do you mean? The truth is, this whole series of events was orchestrated by the Pope himself. The Pope handed me over to Falloon, then used that as an excuse to send troops against Falloon. What? But the Pope was against the Allied forces, was he not? That was just a front to avoid drawing Falloon's hostility towards himself. He wanted the invasion force to seem self-formed, feigning the church nation's non-involvement. But why would he do such a thing? Both myself, a non-noble candidate for sainthood, and Falloon, a country that abolishes nobility, were inconvenient existences for the nobles. So the Pope devised a scheme. He deliberately offered me as the bishop Falloon had demanded, even for gold. I can't believe, no matter the Pope, I didn't think he would go that far. Kime shook his head in disbelief. It's understandable not to believe it. I didn't want to believe it myself. But I, the embodiment of light-preaching faith, love and courage to God, and the king of Falloon, the embodiment of darkness repeating godless atrocities, were like oil and water destined to conflict. The Pope must have thought I would eventually incur the king's wrath and be executed soon after. Then, using my death as an excuse, he could form a volunteer army, destroy Falloon, and eliminate two troublesome existences at once. This was his plan. When you put it that way, it does seem highly plausible. Kime readily believed Maria's words. As a devout Marv follower and Maria worshipper, Kime tended to be stubborn in his beliefs. More than anything, he wanted Maria to be right and the Pope to be wrong. Thank you for believing me, Lord Kime. I wanted you alone to believe me. Maria gently smiled, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Of course, you are the true saint, Lady Maria. Please forgive me for ever doubting you. But if so, why are you still alive? Yes, I used various methods to preach the wonder of God even to Falloon's faithless people, making prayer more understandable and expressive, even with gestures. Finally, by displaying the light of faith, I managed to capture the hearts of Falloon's people. Oh, Kime was moved, interpreting it as some miraculous occurrence. Maria wasn't actually lying. Of course, Kime couldn't imagine Maria singing and dancing with glowing magic stones, casting healing spells in the arena. And my devoted behavior even moved the evil king of Falloon's heart. His Majesty Mars proclaimed, Maria is indeed the true saint. The demon king himself said that. Yes, that very demon king. As expected of you, Lady Maria. You are truly the one and only saint. Kime wept, convinced Maria was the supreme being he thought her to be. There's more, Lord Kime. His Majesty Mars further proclaimed, Maria should be God's agent. God's agent? Could it be? Yes, it seems His Majesty intended to place me on the papal throne. Of course, I refused. I respected the Pope as a wonderful person, and there was no way I, a mere girl, could bear such a heavy responsibility. However, no matter how much I refused, His Majesty would not be dissuaded. And unfortunately, word of this seemed to reach the Pope's ears. Someone from the Marv Church in Falloon must have informed him. They did not take kindly to an upstart like myself being appointed as an acting bishop. What ugly hearts for those who serve God. The upper ranks are rotten, just like the upper ranks of the church nation. Kime raged, though this part was fabricated by Maria, so of course no such people actually existed. The Pope seemed to become enraged, and he spread the rumor that I had been forcibly taken to Falloon and subjected to cruel treatment, then formed a volunteer army to take down Falloon. Even though I had no intention of taking the papal throne, Maria hung her head, feigning wiping away tears. Though she wasn't actually crying, it was dark, so she figured she could get away with it. So that means, what have we taken up arms for? We only wished to retrieve you from Falloon. That was our sole intention in coming this far. Yes, most likely, Even if the volunteer forces defeat Falloon, I will be secretly disposed of, made to seem killed by His Majesty Mar's hand. Preposterous. Then the true enemy targeting Lady Maria is the Pope himself. Kime inadvertently raised his voice, forgetting this conversation had to remain secret. Please do not say such things, Lord Kime. I do not mind what happens to me. What I cannot bear is many more losing their lives for my sake. So I ask that you help put a stop to this war. Help, what can I do amidst the machinations of great nations? Iris, the Keel Mage Nation, and even Vulcan have arrived on the battlefield. War is imminent. Kime hung his head, acknowledging his powerlessness. There is still something you can do. Maria approached Kime and gently took his hand, calculating how her actions would affect him. Lady Maria. As Maria expected, Kime flushed and tensed up. The truth is, the Keel Mage Nation has already been destroyed by Falloon. The Keel Mage Nation, preposterous. This is the truth. By Thunder Emperor Frau's hand, that nation has fallen. Not only that, a large-scale rebellion has broken out in Vulcan's capital, Thrachia. The Vulcan army has already begun retreating. However, Iris is concealing these facts. It's foolish not to reveal the truth. But if Lord Kime makes these facts public, the volunteer army's fighting spirit may be crushed and war might be avoided. We might be able to prevent needless sacrifices. Then the Keel Magic Nation and Vulcan's positions. Due to its nature, the Keel Magic Nation army's position was quite far behind the front lines. While the Iris army faced Carmilla's Dorsan forces, the Vulcan army was positioned to confront Falloon's main force. Therefore, Kime and his companions couldn't know the situation of both armies. They must be empty shells by now. I understand. Then, I will go verify these facts later. If they prove true, I will make them known to the volunteer army. If the withdrawal of the Keel Magic Nation and Vulcan armies is real, the volunteer army will lose its absolute advantage. This might cause many participants to withdraw from the battlefield. Thank you, Lord Kime. However, I have one more request. Maria gripped his hand tightly. What is it? Even if the battle begins, I don't want you and your companions to join it. You might think me selfish, but I don't want anyone I know to die. I want to meet again while we're still alive. So please, I beg you, promise me that when the battle starts you'll flee, not just you, Lord Kime. I don't want to lose any of the holy knights who were kind to me in the Marv Church nation. Maria enclosed Kime's hand with both of hers. Her eyes moistened as she gazed steadily into his. But we are holy knights. To retreat before the enemy. Even Kime, appointed as vice commander of the knights, had his pride as a knight. Please help me, Lord Kime. If I lose you all, there will be no one left in the Marv Church nation who believes in justice. Then that country will be at the Pope's mercy. Is that acceptable? Kime hesitated. Indeed, the battle before them had already lost its cause. It didn't seem worth risking their lives for. The battle for justice begins after this. Please fight alongside me. In Maria's eyes, as she spoke these words, was not her usual fragile gentleness, but strong determination. I understand, Lady Maria. Even if we must bear the shame, I and my comrades promise to survive. Kime firmly returned Maria's grip. Epilogue. After witnessing Kime returning to his base, figures emerged from the surrounding trees. Lady Maria, are you not speaking a bit too conveniently for yourself? Wearing a perplexed expression were Chrome, the leader of the Black Knights, and his Black Knight subordinates. They had been ordered to escort Maria and were lurking nearby in case of emergency. Lord Chrome, is it not good if this reduces the enemy's forces? His Majesty is a magnanimous man. He will surely forgive such trivial deception with a laugh. Maria's expression was now very different from before, appearing cool and collected. That may be true, but, more importantly, we must return to the base soon. His Majesty awaits the good news. Without waiting for Chrome's response, Maria began walking towards Falloon's camp. For Maria, the current situation presented an opportunity. The Queen Frau was pursuing the Vulcan army. The second wife, Carmilla, was commanding the Dorsan army. The third wife, Cassandra, was waiting in Falloon. The fourth wife, Sheila, was occupying the Vulcan royal capital of Thrachia. In other words, Mars did not currently have any wives around him. The rather stubborn Mars did not seem to keep other women around either. With no one to interfere and creating fait accompli, he will be mine. Lady Frau was granted the Keel Mage Kingdom. Lady Carmilla has already received Dorson. I'm unsure about Lady Cassandra, but Lady Sheila will likely be given Vulcan. So if I become Mars' wife, I'll undoubtedly receive a country too. What divine guidance! I shall have relations with Mars and take Iris for myself. Maria smiled wryly. Such an opportunity may not come again. She could not let this chance slip away. Please wait for me, Lord Mars. Your Holy Maiden comes to you now. Meanwhile, Mars had isolated himself alone in his tent at that time. Having had his life threatened since childhood, he disliked having anyone besides his trusted wives near him. Mars now felt an indescribable chill. I don't sense anyone, but something seems off. I feel like danger is looming, but maybe I'm just tense from the impending battle. Feeling the chill, Mars decided to turn in early that night, unaware of the peril approaching him. Section. Frau silently watched the scene through her crystal ball. Everything was going according to plan. As a virtuous wife and mother, she had to make Mars the greatest king in the world. While magic could provide ample assistance, other areas required support from others. Maria would be one such person, likely becoming an important religious figure in the future. Frau hadn't expected her to have such an amusing personality. Frau understood that she herself was not ordinary. She did not comprehend love. She liked Mars, but was unsure if she could give him enough love, as love is an intangible, invisible thing. So she allowed Mars to take more wives, thinking more love would be better if hers was insufficient. However, Mars still turned towards her. Ignoring him then was meaningless, as he would dejectedly go to his other wives for a while before eventually returning to Frau and timidly holding her hand, the only one he tried holding hands with. To Frau, that was something special. Warm and pleasant, maybe that was love. If so, Frau had enough love, but she did not know if Mars had enough love. Not knowing, she at least wanted to give him the world. She did not know if Mars wanted that. Perhaps she only did so because she wanted to. One wants to give their loved one something, so this would suffice. Seeing Mars troubled by his expanding territories amused Frau, so this must also be love. Afterward, allow me to provide some supplementary explanations for the main story. Actually, monster meat has some secondary effects. First, simply eating monster meat will not make one stronger. One must train while consuming it to gain its effects. This applies to magical power too. It's like how taking protein supplements alone won't build muscle without also exercising. Mars became stronger by eating the meat and fighting monsters. Secondly, eating monster meat causes one to take on monster-like sensibilities. In this world, monsters tend to submit to stronger individuals of their own kind. This tendency gets passed on to humans who consume monster meat, causing them to recognize the eater as the same kind and form hierarchies based on power. The abnormal reverence hundreds members show Mars partly stems from this tendency. However, in Mars' case, putting the meat aspect aside, he is respected as a leader and has built trusting relationships over a long period of time. So even if someone stronger appeared, hundreds' loyalty would not waver so easily. When Cassandra appeared, she did not receive greater reverence than Mars for this reason. Rather, their reaction was more like, wow, Mars can have such a powerful wife. Here, wow essentially means as expected from the reckless fool. Geographically, envision the Ares continent as a combination of North and South America. The unintroduced Lanza Empire equates to Canada, while the central countries correspond to the United States and Mexico areas. Moderate-sized nations like Dorson, Vulcan, and Iris lie to the east of Central, with smaller countries scattered to the west. Rather than an ocean, a mountainous region separates north and south, with Falloon and Cadonia situated in the gaps. To the further south lies the massive demonic beast forest jungle, essentially South America. However, that's just a general sense of the geography, as the details are not heavily defined. The people of the Ares continent do not comprehend the demonic magical beast forest's true scale, only perceiving it as a huge, dangerous forest without realizing its area rivals that of all human nations combined. In the Ares continent, monsters outnumber humans. So occasionally, extremely powerful monsters wander up from the south and get designated as catastrophe class, prompting a unified human response. In such cases, Falloon and Cadonia get devastated first before the rest. The stampede was similar. However, such disasters only occur once every century or so, allowing generally peaceful living otherwise. Current events take place during a period of complacency. The Ares nations have never unified, with the Lanza Empire's attempt branded as an evil empire, causing its failure. The Sage Madu played a major role in repelling catastrophe-class monsters and the Lanza Empire, serving as deterrents not to be easily killed. Those fools give no thought at all. They don't think anything of it. End of Volume 3.